Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Hellbent in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 21, Stop Running. He's on the way back from doing the week's shopping in Gyosan with Naruto and Sakura when Kakashi feels the hairs on the back of his neck stand in silent alarm. The silver-haired Jonin doesn't let himself stiffen or change the relaxed pace that he and the pups are traveling at. He doesn't reach for a weapon, doesn't even turn his head to look at their surroundings more closely. He's wearing his mask at the moment, but even if he wasn't, not so much as a hint of trepidation would show on his face. Despite his apparent calm, however, Kakashi is crouched on a knife's edge of readiness. His thoughts have switched tracks completely to that perfect, neat, unflinching place that was born over years of bloodshed and violence. Hound's thoughts. Ahead of him, his kids are bickering, unaware of the danger he can sense. Sakura swipes in annoyance at Naruto and the blonde dances sideways nimbly to avoid the blow with a cackle. Kakashi uses the momentary distraction to sweep his eyes across the broken down and silent streets of Ozugio. He listens closely and scents the air. The only figures he can see are their own, and the only footsteps he can hear theirs as well. But he doesn't have to see or hear to know that somewhere, very nearby, is a threat. Kakashi believes in few things, but his instincts are one and his nose is another. So when his adrenaline kicks into overdrive and he catches the faintest, barely there scent of sweat and, strangely, sand on the breeze, he doesn't take so much as a moment to doubt himself. He won't waste time like that, not with his life possibly on the line, and more importantly not with Sakura and Naruto's. Kakashi slows his steps fractionally, just enough to put a little bit of space between his chatting kids and himself, and he waits. He has to stay nearby Naruto and Sakura, and so whoever is stalking them is going to get the first move, get to strike at them first. Kakashi is ready though. As they continue up the street toward the archive, they pass a narrow alleyway between two empty buildings. The shape moves at the corner of Kakashi's eye, less than a shifting shadow tucked into the mouth of the alley, but it's more than enough to register as a threat for the Jonin. Kakashi flips a kunai from his belt into his hand and whips it towards the ninja that was moving silently up on him through the shadows. He sinks chakra into the weapon as it leaves his fingertips, the flash of lightning taking the already dangerous blade to a new level of threat. Fast and deadly. His specialty. Apparently his adversary is somehow even faster. The ninja, who he can now see is a woman wearing worn traveling clothes, twists and slips under the blade, faster than Kakashi has seen anyone move since maybe Genma. Her long, blonde braid whips behind her and a snarling curse leaves her lips. Kakashi doesn't slow, doesn't take time to question how she found them or her intentions. No one sneaks up on a shinobi with kindness in their heart, after all. Sakura. He snarls as he lunges toward the kunoichi, who is still gaining her feet. He doesn't need to say more. His discerning student, having turned as soon as Kakashi threw the kunai, has already wrapped an arm around Naruto's waist and is beginning to yank the shocked blonde backwards and away. Sensei, wait! The Jinchuriki yells, fear audible in his voice, but Kakashi can't wait, because the woman is raising glowing golden eyes to him and she isn't making hand signs, but there is still a ripple of furious energy racing across her skin. Kakashi knows better than to wait and find out what Kekkai Genkai she's about to unleash. He doesn't let her finish whatever she was going to try, launching into a rapid series of kicks and punches designed to incapacitate. He's taken down S-rank nins before with the attacks he's using right now, but for all his efforts the petite kunoichi before him might as well be made of smoke. She twists and ducks, not striking back yet for some reason but redirecting his hits to the sides. Kakashi adjusts his strategy. He snaps a kick into her face, giving his hands a moment of freedom, and flashes through hand signs faster than a normal eye can follow while she ducks. Lightning crackles around his arms, across his shoulders, down to his hands. It's not a chidori. This jutsu is much less concentrated and much more subtle, but it's more than enough to take this woman out if he can just. Kakashi whips another right hook at her and she steps back again, his fist passing a bare inch from her cheek. It's still close enough. The lightning swarming across the surface of Kakashi's skin leaps between them and the blonde kunoichi arches with a scream of pain. Things get very confusing then. The kunoichi falls back several steps, eyes a bit glazed and blood trickling from her nose as the lightning jitters across her skin. Kakashi can't take time to wonder at how she's still standing after that. Most shinobi would be jerking on the ground with that much electricity forced into their muscles. So he adapts. Even if she's not on the ground, he can still put her 6 feet under. Kakashi is about to lunge when suddenly a scream rips through the cold evening air. Yujito. The voice is young and afraid, and Kakashi finds himself pausing, and then his entire field of vision is blocked by a rushing, towering wall of sand. He's barely registered the second threat, when something grabs the back of his flak jacket and unceremoniously yanks him several feet backward. The sand slams into the street where he stood a millisecond before with enough force that the ground vibrates underfoot. That would not have felt good, Kakashi thinks distantly, even as he stares in shock at the blonde head of hair directly in front of him. Naruto is braced between him and the kunoichi, the Kyuubi's chakra swimming around him like a second skin and 3 tails swirling in the air with agitation. Shukaku. Madatabi. Enough. It's Kurama's voice, commanding and absolute, but Kakashi doesn't recognize the names he calls. He does, however, recognize the young man who is now visible as he steps from between the shadow of 2 buildings behind the enemy kunoichi, hands extended and sand swirling ominously from the gourd on his back. Gaara of the Sand, also known as the Jinchuriki of the Ichibai, glares at Kakashi with 2 impossibly pale green eyes as he steps up next to the blonde woman. She in turn leans on him, teeth gritted as she weathers the effects of Kakashi's lighting aura jutsu. There are several long moments of silence as the 5 ninja watch each other warily. The blonde woman breaks the tension first. Her voice is still slightly rough from being electrocuted, but confident and unapologetic. Madatabi, Shukaku, either of you could have mentioned that the wolf we were looking for was fucking Sharingan no Kakashi. She pops her neck, a grimace painted across her sharp-featured face. When she raises dark eyes to meet his 2-toned ones, Kakashi finally recognizes her. Yujito nii. He doesn't manage to keep the shock out of his voice because holy fuck, he just tried to punch a Jinchuriki in the face. Specifically, he tried to punch one of the most notorious Jinchuriki ever, one of Cloud's most deadly, a woman with flee-on-sight orders in nearly every elemental nation. He's never met her in person, but Kakashi still knows his equal when he meets them. The Cloud Jonin raises a challenging eyebrow at him. Hello, hey take. Yo. Kakashi flashes a sardonic 2-finger salute at her over Naruto's head, then says, I guess it's not a coincidence that 2 Jinchuriki happened to stumble on us here, hundreds of miles from either of their villages. The 2 missing nin, because Kakashi has absolutely not missed what it means that a Jinchuriki from Sand and from Cloud respectively are here together, sneaking up on him and his team specifically, do not deny it. Kurama speaks again. Kakashi can hear the lack of surprise in his voice, and he doesn't know how the fox knew the other 2 would be coming, but somehow he did. Glad to see you made it in one piece. Yujito nii snorts and her eyes light up with a golden glow. The voice that emerges from her mouth is much deeper, more rumbling than the one she had spoken with only moments before. Ah, this must be the Nibi, thinks Kakashi, suddenly feeling a little like a very small rodent standing among 3 very large, sharp-toothed predators. It was a struggle a couple of times, the 2 tails imparts. The kitten here is running on barely enough sleep to keep her standing, and Shukaku's kit isn't much better off. Kurama inclines his head generously and then says, I'm sure Wolf and his pups could be convinced to take you to their little hideout for a chance to recuperate. Kakashi feels like he should probably cut in at this point. I'm not so sure about that. Just because you 2 are Jinchuriki 2 doesn't mean you're on our side. Kakashi hadn't even realized that him and his kids had a side until now, but he doesn't know how else to diplomatically say, I don't know if you plan to tear our heads off with your bare hands or not. Yujito laughs at him. Kakashi narrows his eyes and thinks, as he once did months ago, chakra drained and near delirious on the floor of the Haytake compound, that people who know who he is and still have the gall to laugh in his face are either confident in their strength or unapologetic in their madness. He thinks that Yujito nii may be a fair bit of both of those things. Nii spreads her hands out wide and gestures around them. She's still trembling slightly with the effects of his electrocution, and her clothing is torn and stained and crusted with road dust. Her blonde hair is sweaty and knotted. Gaara, glued to her side and still glaring at Kakashi, looks no better, almost more sand and exhaustion than boy at this point. But both their eyes are sharp, and dangerous, and nearly ferally desperate, and Kakashi's gut says not to relax or underestimate the threat they could pose. They are Jinchuriki after all. Hey, take who else's side could we possibly be on? Yujito demands, and she sounds strong despite her weariness, threatening despite her clear need. The kid and me, she gestures to Gara, are hundreds of miles away from our villages and thousands of choices beyond having any other options. So yes, we're on your fucking side, but only cause that's the side that gets us a hot shower and a place to sleep. Kakashi narrows his eyes at her. That's less than comforting because desperation doesn't equal trust and Yujito Anna. That's Gara, voice quiet and of all things reproachful. Kakashi would take more time to be surprised at the familial honorific, but the young Jinchuriki is turning to him with a fierceness to his gaze that makes him look older than his 12 years should afford. It's still not friendly, and Kakashi is beginning to think that hurting Yujito in front of the boy was not his smartest move. She's right that we don't have any other options, but, the boy pauses, considering, we aren't just here out of desperation. Both of us. He glances towards Yujito, who is about as friendly looking as a kunao to the throat but still inclines her head in approval of whatever Gara is about to say. Both of us are also here because we want to be a part of what you're building in Uzushio. Naruto wrote to me before you all left Konoha to tell me you'd be here and dash. Naruto what? Thinks Kakashi, but Gara pushes on, not seeming to realize this is new information. We both want a home that doesn't fear us and doesn't treat us like monsters. We are sorry we startled you. We were just trying to survey what we were dealing with before revealing ourselves. Pale blue eyes start to fill with tears and, voice slightly choked, the Jinchuriki of the One-Tails bends at the waist in a bow. Please, hey, take-san, Naruto, Sakura-chan, let us come with you. We both just want a place we can rest. Kakashi turns to stare at Naruto. Kurama smiles back meanly. I'd like to talk to my student about the fact that he apparently informed a foreign ninja our secret plans without deeming it necessary to let me know about it. Kurama's grin sharpens. Naruto's not home at the moment, would you like to leave a message? Kurama. Kakashi snarls. Not that this isn't super weird to listen to, but I've been on the run for more or less 2 months now and the kid here hasn't had a full night's sleep since he was more or less born, so either let us go with you or... Kakashi considers, weighing his options. Yujito is still looking at him like she's trying to decide the fastest route to sinking her claws into his throat, and last he checked Gara was insane. Kakashi sincerely contemplates grabbing his kids and sprinting for it because he doesn't trust either of the Jinchuriki in front of them, but he meets Yujito's eyes. She's glaring at him and she's transitioned from leaning on Gara to having one arm wrapped around his shoulder. It's strange because Kakashi is positive that he remembers Yujito's bingo book entry describing her as ruthless, cold, and uncompromising, and while he does see those characteristics in her dangerous gaze and the cruel twist to her lips, Kakashi blinks and notices for the first time that her shirt is only thin, torn ninja blacks, not something someone would wear without a covering. Kakashi glances towards Gara and further notices that what he thought at first was a misshapen, black tunic draped on his frail shoulders, is actually a Kunoichi's silk armor shirt, a bit too large on the small boy. But it's probably warmer than whatever the desert dweller had on before, and the winter air of Uzushio is bitingly cold. Kakashi looks to Yujito again. There is still a faint tremble to the woman's limbs, but now Kakashi wonders if it's from the effects of the lightning jutsu alone. The other Jonin's dark eyes lock with his, and for a moment it's almost like Kakashi is looking in a mirror. Yujito Nii is 26 years old. She has been fighting for the vast majority of her life, and has hundreds of kills to her name, a reputation that is more horror story than legend, and no real ties, familial or otherwise. She's a blood-stained, sharp-edged weapon of a woman, and yet somehow she's still ended up here, in Uzushio, with her arms wrapped protectively around a child she realistically should have nothing to do with. Kakashi feels a blooming, damning kinship as he studies the other shinobi. Damn it, when did he, of all people, become soft? But then again, when did she? Sakura has drifted to his side from where she'd been watching their guests consideringly. Sensei? She asks quietly, and there is a whole series of questions that Kakashi hears in the single word. He glances down at her and her steady jade eyes meet his. He would never call her cold, but Kakashi knows that if he decided to abandon Yujito Nii and Gara of the sand here to their exhaustion and the cold ocean air, she would follow his lead without hesitation or remorse. She'll do what needs to be done to keep their team, their family, safe. On the other hand, Naruto couldn't abandon someone in need for anything, and Kakashi makes the mistake of forgetting that just long enough for the boy in question to make the choice of what to do about the other ninja for him. The blonde has slipped back into control sometime in the last several moments, and he quickly glances back nervously at Kakashi, likely to check if he is still about to be reprimanded for the whole "letter to Gaara" business. Seeing that Kakashi has apparently deemed to wait and rebuke him later, the Jinchuriki sidles up to Gaara with a rapidly blooming smile. Yujito tenses as he gets close to them, and Kakashi would absolutely be amused by the motherly instincts from the deadly and hardened kunoichi if not for the same paternal worry rearing its head in his chest. "Naruto," he starts to say, ready to order him back to safety at his side, but the boy simply speaks over him. Somewhere Minato is probably laughing at Kakashi and the karma that is coming around to bite him for his own youthful, headstrong disregard of his superior's orders. "Hi Gaara," chirps Naruto with his signature, melt even the coldest ice smile. Gaara blinks at him in utter shell-shocked exhaustion. Naruto must take that as some kind of agreement to continue the conversation, because he scoots even closer to the other Jinchuriki. "I'm really glad you came. And you brought another Jinchuriki too. That's amazing." Gaara, continuing to blink like he's a raccoon being forced to look directly into the sun, finally manages to speak. "I really didn't do dash." Yujito leans into Naruto's space with a glare, and Kakashi has to suppress every single instinct in his body that is screaming for him to grab Naruto's collar and yank him to safety. "Would you back off, nine-tailed brat?" the Kyumo kunoichi demands gratingly. "Can't you see he's fucking tired? And you're loud." Sakura stiffens in indignation besides him and Kakashi. God, he feels like a civilian mom in a playground spat what the ever-loving, takes a threatening step forward, ready to defend his student. Naruto laughs, raising his hands in apology and directing his smile at the very dangerous woman glaring at him. "Hi. You're Yujito, right? I'm happy you made it here. Your tailed beast is Matatabi, the Nibi." Yujito's black eyes narrow further, and she answers only in a sharp nod. Naruto, unperturbed, sticks one of his hands out, smile never faltering. Yujito's narrowed eyes drop to the offered hand to study it suspiciously. Naruto just waits patiently. After several tense moments, the Nibi Jinchuriki reaches out and gives Naruto's hand one perfunctory shake. The hostility hasn't left her form, but Kakashi is good enough at reading people to see the curiosity that has bled into her expression alongside the wariness and exhaustion. Naruto turns part way back to Sakura and Kakashi, tucking his hands in his pocket as he does. "Let's head back to the archives then. We'll get Gaara and Yujito set up in some of the spare rooms, and then maybe me and Sasuke can make a hot pot or something for dinner." "Naruto," Sakura starts to say, and she's still looking at the two furry Jinchuriki with all the distrust that Kakashi feels, but with only half of the practice at hiding it. Naruto cuts her off before she can finish. His grin hasn't faltered, but there is a weight to his eyes as they meet hers, a question. Perhaps it's the same unspoken question that Sakura asked him only a week and a half ago when they first found Mito's journals. "Any, Sakura? Trust me." The pinkette stares at him for several long beats and then gives a nod. Naruto's smile softens for a moment, like the difference between the sun at high noon and dawn, no less warm but more gentle. The moment passes and Naruto returns his attention to his fellow Jinchuriki. "Are you guys ready to go?" he asks brightly. The two travel-worn ninja glance at each other. No words are exchanged, but some kind of quick conversation seems to transpire between them nonetheless. Yujito furrows her brows, and the scowl that seems a permanent fixture on her face deepens for a moment. Her eyes flick once pointedly in Kakashi's direction. Gaara, in turn, blinks woefully up at her, and his small pale hand tightens on her sleeve. Clearly, despite their need, there is still some hesitance to be had. "We do have some pretty nice bath salts that a woman in the town near here makes," Naruto says offhandedly, almost as if it's an afterthought. "If the hot water is workin' today, I bet we could run a bath." Kakashi nearly rolls his eyes at the tactic. As if a ninja as battle-hardened as Yujito would be swayed by menial comforts, he thinks. But the ashen-haired kunoichi proves him wrong, straightening from where she's been leaning against Gaara. "What kind of bath salts?" she asks shortly. Naruto blinks innocently at her. "Lavender-scented. I think Granny Ichika uses sea salt and herbs from her own garden." Sakura adds, stepping to stand alongside her teammate. Yujito sniffs, attempting to appear disinterested, but Kakashi watches as almost subconsciously the woman raises a hand to rub the red, dehydration-cracked skin on one of her bare forearms. Gaara notices the gesture too, and after a moment in which Yujito doesn't say anything, he turns and responds in that strange, measured voice, "I think a bath and some rooms would be very appreciated." "Great." And Naruto turns and without further discussion begins marching towards the entrance of the mountain archive. Sakura falls into step behind Naruto, a close-lipped smile tight on her face, eyes still glancing back at the strange nin with distrust. But she still follows Naruto. Kakashi watches his two students' backs. He opens his mouth, closes it, and wonders when it was that he stopped being the one in charge. He turns back to Yujito, who he quickly realizes seems to be having a similar struggle with her student. Tugging on her hand, Gaara begins walking after Naruto and Sakura. His attempts to pull Yujito along with him are determined and seem to be unfaltering even as the kunoichi widens her stance and braces her feet against his forward momentum. The Nibi-Jinchuriki key is still glaring, but now the glare seems more frustration and bafflement than hostility. "Gaara, would you fucking wait a second?" she hisses, planting her feet even as the redhead continues to tug against her hands. "No." Gaara is pouting, Kakashi realizes, and the memory of the bloodthirsty boy who nearly crippled Lee more than 2 months ago is so contradictory to the boy in front of him now that the former Konoha-nin feels a headache developing. "I'm tired and you're tired, and Naruto said we can rest with them," Gaara informs Yujito mulishly. Yujito's eyes flash towards where Kakashi is watching the whole exchange. Kakashi tips a single shoulder in a shrug and offers her the barest twist of a sympathetic smile. "After you?" he asks, gesturing after his students. Yujito's glare sharpens and she doesn't budge from where Gaara is still tugging at her arms. "Ah yes," Kakashi thinks, understanding her hesitance as only someone with equal paranoia could. "I suppose in her shoes I wouldn't want an unfamiliar nin at my back either." He clears his throat and, trying again, sends an eye smile her way. "Oops. I meant, follow me." It's as close to an olive branch as he can offer at the moment. But it seems to be enough, as Yujito, still tracking his every movement carefully, suspiciously, finally gives a slow nod and then allows Gaara to pull her several steps forward. Kakashi takes off walking calmly after his students. The wary, twice shy, hair-trigger part of Kakashi bares its teeth at letting someone as dangerous as Yujito nii walk at his unprotected back. Hound doesn't look too kindly on trust as a general concept. However, another voice, one that's dangerously close to kind and growing louder every day he lives in the mountain archives, whispers of the way that Yujito's shirt looked against the pale of Gaara's skin and how her wind-bitten arm still wrapped securely around his shoulders even though the contact must have hurt her cracked skin. Hound was a weapon of the leaf. A perfect, faceless, soldier. Hound didn't have anything left to lose. But Kakashi, wolf. He watches Naruto and Sakura bickering like pups again, the falling winter sun catching on their bright hair like fire and their shadows long and dark on the cobblestones before them. Kakashi has a lot to lose, and so does Yujito nii, apparently. So he walks slowly, confidently, and even though his awareness stays on a razor's edge and his adrenaline pumps through his veins in preparation for a kunai aimed at the back of his neck, he doesn't look back once as they lead Yujito and Gaara toward Team 7's new home. Yujito has had a very stressful couple of months. She's had a stressful life in general, but nothing she's overcome before can beat the harrowing voyage that Madadabi's little favor has turned out to be. Feeling Gaara's sand-roughened fingers adjust in hers, Yujito knows that she isn't complaining and she wouldn't change what she's done for anything, but she's weary down to the very marrow of her bones. Between escaping Kumo, traversing nearly the entirety of the elemental nations, breaking past Suna's defenses and absconding with Gaara and then making their way through the kicked anthill that was the land of fire to finally arrive at Uzushio where she nearly had her head taken off by God's damned Sharingan no Kakashi, well, she really doesn't know how she's still on her feet at all. At least part of the answer to that is leaning against her side as they walk, wide eyes staring in quiet awe at the destruction that surrounds them. Yujito still doesn't understand how Gaara is even possible. From what the quiet boy has told her over the past month, Yujito would find it completely understandable if he was a mindless killing machine. When Yujito had finally found Gaara, a month and 3 days after she escaped from Cloud, she had leapt silently through the boy's window and upon seeing her, Gaara, who had been sitting awake on the small bed in his room, had immediately burst into tears. At first Yujito had been positive it was because the small red-headed boy was afraid of her. She was a fearsome sight after all, with moonlight on her shoulders and the blood of the guard who tried to stop hers on her claws. But Gaara had quickly proven her wrong, when he had stumbled off the bed and thrown himself against her, thin pale arms coming to wrap around her waist. Yujito had frozen in rigid shock. She couldn't remember the last time someone had hugged her. It turned out that Gaara was so overjoyed to see her because she was the first person he had had contact with in nearly a month. Apparently the council that had been ruling Suna until a Kaze Kage could be appointed had voted to place the young Jinchuriki on house arrest to mitigate the threat to his safety after events at the Konoha Chiryunin exams. He had been forbidden from walking freely in the village or even leaving the wing of the former Kaze Kage residence that he called home. No one had visited him either. And the villagers called them monsters. The two Jinchuriki had left nearly immediately, taking no more than a few moments for Gaara to grab a pack with some ryo and rations. Yujito is glad that she hadn't had time to hear the whole story of Gaara's upbringing while they were still in Suna. She had only just met the young Jinchuriki, but she still may not have been able to leave without tearing out some throats with her teeth if she had, and it turned out that she needed every single ounce of willpower and strength she had to make sure she and Gaara got to where they are now. If the journey from Kumo to Suna was hard, the one from Suna to Uzushio nearly killed her. Between avoiding the hunting parties of 3 different elemental nations, keeping herself and the 12-year-old suddenly under her care from dying of exposure in the rapidly descending Fire County winter, and learning how to actually speak to said 12-year-old without being a complete bitch, well, there is a reason Kakashi Hatake nearly took her out so easily. They made it though. Both of them. Uzushio is pretty much exactly what she expected, cold and silent and depressing. The wolf that Matatabi had told them they were meeting, on the other hand, is not what she was expecting at all. Hatake Kakashi is a legend. He's the kind of ninja that jonin tell horror stories about to keep their subordinates in line. Blood-soaked and ruthless and spoken of in the same whispers as death itself. He's the kind of man that Yujito would have been prepared to meet on a battlefield, maybe even one whose hands she'd once have been prepared to die by. He is certainly not one she'd been prepared to meet here, with his back turned vulnerably towards her as he leads them uphill through Uzushio's desolate streets. Hatake, Wolf as the Baijuya call him, is here though. According to what she's been told by Matatabi and by extension Kurama, the fearsome Kopinen, one of Konoha's most powerful tools, defected from the village with his genin team. Yujito knows she can't point fingers because she did the same for Gaara, but it's different. Yujito is a Jinchuriki too, she has stakes in this. Hatake may be a monster in his own rights, but it's not because he is a vessel to a tailed beast. Could it be that Hatake had actually broken his loyalty because of affection for the children he now guards? 2 months ago Yujito would have called such an idea madness, but as she glances at Gaara at her side and then back at the blonde and pink-haired kids walking in front of Wolf, she thinks that maybe she understands. The Konoha lead Gaara and her into the uppermost ruins of Uzushio until they dead end into what appears to be a sculpture carved into the mountain cliff face. Yujito looks around suspiciously. She doesn't see any buildings here that are intact enough to house them from the frigid ocean wind, let alone could contain functioning pipes and electricity. Maybe they have an illusion in place to keep their base from prying eyes, or maybe Hatake is leading her and Gaara into a trap and she's just walking into it. Her fearful, justified, thoughts are interrupted as Naruto, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, slices one of his fingers with his pointed incisors and then reaching upwards, swipes the welling blood across the center of the spiraling carving. Yujito watches in shock as a door appears in the mountain wall, the tunnel within is lit by dim but warm lights. Naruto grins widely at the surprise that must be written all over her and Gaara's faces. The pink-haired girl next to him smirks too, significantly less friendly than her teammate, and even Hatake sends another one of those strange, curving eye smiles their way. "Welcome to the archives," Naruto announces with a bright smile. "Let's get out of the cold." He turns and begins making his way into the tunnel, the pinkette, Sakura at his heels like a guard dog. Kakashi stays posted at the entrance, his hands in his pockets and that dimmed smile still on his face. He gestures Gaara and her after his students with a sweep of his hand. Yujito stiffens instantly. She will not have this deadly, unapologetically ruthless man at her and Gaara's back. She'll take her chances with the frigid air and Kumo's hunting parties and... Yujito. Gaara's soft voice comes. His eyes when they meet hers are pleading and rimmed with exhausted dark circles. Heitake's rough voice cuts in before she can try to explain to Gaara that they cannot trust the Konoha-nin, that the Kopinen probably kills as easily as he breathes and their blood on his hands wouldn't even make him flinch, that Yujito cannot hold her own against him right now. I'm not your enemy. You're going to have to extend some trust to me if this is going to work. Yujito is about to snarl back that Heitake of all people should know that for a ninja trust is just a longer and more complicated road to suicide, but Gaara tugs at her hand again. Yujito Anna, please. It's going to be fine and you have to rest. The Cloud Jonin closes her eyes and breathes long and slow. She reminds herself that they don't have any other options. You know, Matadabe's considerate hum offers in her consciousness. Kurama seems willing to speak for him and he likes most humans even less than I do. That's got to mean something. Yujito cannot deny that it is a point in Heitake's favor. She makes her choice and, meeting the other Jonin's eyes, explains in the steadiest, calmest voice she can summon at the moment, if you lay a single hand on Gaara or me I'll claw that infamous Shari-non-I out of your skull. Kakashi smiles again. It's a friendly expression, all things considered, but for a moment killing intent rushes through the space between them. Yujito snarls instinctually and her grip tightens so fiercely on Gaara's hand that the boy flinches and his sand whirls to life in distress. Understood. The white-haired man responds cheerfully, and if you so much as look wrong at my kids or make me think for an instant that you're going to sell us out, I'll show you that Jinchuriki or not, you are not the most dangerous monster here. Jinchuriki and Kopinen stare at each other for several long beats. Wolf and Wildcat, Yujito thinks with quietly hysterical amusement. Fine, she grates out, fighting every instinct in her that demands she launches herself at Heitake now. Instinct is a funny word for trying to get yourself killed, Matatabi murmurs, and the demmed cat says it like a joke, but Yujito has grown to know her well enough these past couple months that she still hears the reprimand, the concern, for what it is. Yujito doesn't dignify the cutting comment with a response, only turns away from Kakashi and, still tightly gripping Gaara's hand, steps into the mountain archive. After only about 50 paces down the warmly lit tunnel, she and Gaara step into a large cavern. The walls are rough-hewn greystone and are cluttered with mismatched shelves and a few hanging lanterns. There are 4 different arched doorways leading off deeper into the mountain and the floor is carpeted with a huge woven rug. In the center of the room are several old but cluttered couches, draped in bright mismatched pillows that escape onto the floor and more blankets than Yujito can count at first glance. On one of the couches, nearly stacked on top of each other as if there were no other places to sit, is the 9-tailed brat, the inhospitable Pinkette, and a dark-haired boy that must be the Sasuke that was mentioned earlier. Sasuke narrows his eyes at her as they step into the room, gaze flicking between her and Gaara with more distrust than either Kakashi or Sakura have shown yet. Yujito is about to open her mouth and snap at him to watch who he's glaring at when what she thought was a particularly fluffy gray blanket draped over his shoulders lifts its head. The small gray cat that is revealed whispers frantically and loudly enough for Yujito to hear with her sharp ears, "Oh my sage, Naruto, Sakura, why didn't you tell me Matadabe-sama was the one you were bringing here?" "What?" Yujito thinks, watching in surprise as 2 tails flip animatedly on the black-haired boy's shoulder. "What?" hisses the boy in question, clearly as out of the loop as she is. The little cat, ignoring both their confusion, leaps elegantly down from Sasuke's shoulders and trots over to where Gaara and her still stand in the doorway. The creature bows low in front of them, gray tails swishing side to side behind her in nervous excitement. "Matadabe-sama, I do not know if you can speak as Kurama-san does, but on behalf of the Northern Mountain Nikomata, I am honored by your presence." Yujito opens her mouth, prepared to explain as nicely as possible that she doesn't know what the fuck any of that means, but the Nibby's voice emerges from her instead. "Hello little one," the 2 tails purrs, "this is a delightful surprise. I haven't had a chance to speak with our people in many decades. So I've been told by my elders. My name is Mika, my lady. I have only been contracted with Sasuke-kun for a few days, but on behalf of him and his clan, you and yours are safe among these walls." "Mika, would you wait a damn second?" Sasuke snarls, rising halfway off the couch only for Naruto to grab him by the back of the shirt and yank him back into the cushions. "She's right. Yujito, Gaara, Madatabi, Shikaku, you all are welcome here. Suzuki is turning to him with a glare and Sakura's face is twisting again like she's struggling to bury a frown, but Naruto continues over their clear discontent. I know that my team doesn't trust you yet and you don't trust us. We've all really been through some shit, so that totally makes sense. We'll make it work though. You guys should get some rest and we can talk more when you wake up. He smiles brightly at Yujito and honestly she has no idea what to say to this weird kid. Thanks. Your optimism is gonna get you killed? Tell your friends to fix their faces before I rearrange their features? Heitake takes the choice from her, moving in a wide berth around her into the room by his students. Let's get you both some rooms and fresh clothes. We have plenty of spares here in storage, I'm sure. Yujito thinks about arguing again, about pushing at the four ninja in front of her to test for cracks in their friendly-ish demeanor. However, as she opens her mouth, a wave of dizziness washes over her and only a lifetime of burying signs of weakness with all the determination of one who's learned that not doing so gets you sent to an early grave keeps her from swaying on her feet. Gaara, ever attuned to her, ever compassionate, leans against her side that much more firmly and answers again for the both of them. Yes please. Kakashi Heitake's sharp eyes lock on hers as Yujito leans against Gaara, trying and, by the cutting look in his two-toned eyes, failing to appear uncompromised. She tenses. The look in Kakashi's eyes shifts, goes from dissecting to something that, on another man, Yujito would call empathetic. If you'll follow me, the silver-haired Jonin offers quietly, and he doesn't smile at her this time, doesn't try and wrap that false cheerfulness around himself like barbed wire, but he does turn his back to her and begin walking down one of the tunnels into the depths of the mountain. Yujito hears and sees the peace offering for what it is and, ignoring the three hellions still curled together on the couch and the little grey cat that leaps lightly back to settle among them, she allows Gaara to begin steering them down the hallway after Heitake's retreating form. She doesn't trust these fallen angels of the leaf, but maybe she can depend on them for now. Maybe she can let herself rest. Chapter 22, Acting on Your Best Behavior. Ino is going to kill Shikamaru. The urge is not a particularly new one or anything. She's been contemplating tossing the dark-haired boy off a cliff since they were both pre-genin, but he's really outdone himself this time. It's cold outside. It's cold and it's early and Ino is supposed to be off duty today. Specifically, she's supposed to be off for the first time in more than a month. But no. Shika needs her to show their new Suna contact around the village. Ino had tried to point out that one of the others could do it, that their peerless leader could assign Shino or maybe Tenten or literally anyone else in their unit to this task. Anyone who hadn't had a spa day booked for 3 weeks for this specific day. Trust me Ino, we need to make a good impression for this. You're the only one I trust with that. He'd told her, barely looking up from the reports spread across the desk in front of him. Motherfucking bastard with his underhanded, annoying, spa day killing compliments. She's going to kick his ass the next time they spar. Ino is currently standing in front of the village's main gate wrapped in the warmest hantan she owns. The cost is a lovely shade of purple. It's lined with soft white fur and has approximately a dozen hidden pockets in it for weapons. She utterly adores it, but even its warmth is barely enough to fight back the early morning fire country chill. The sun has been up for less than an hour and Ino's breath is thick and white in the frigid air. It doesn't improve her mood that she, 1, doesn't even know the name of the sand delegate she's meeting with and, 2, that said delegate is late. Honestly, the gall of making her stand out here in the cold like some civilian courier. Maybe she'll make Shikamaru pay for her rescheduled day at the spa. A frigid gust of wind rushes down the street, whipping her long ponytail into her eyes and making her nose run. Ino sniffles miserably. Scratch that, she's going to make him pay for an entire weekend at a hot spring. With a fireplace. And a kotetsu. And unlimited hot tea. Gods, she's cold. Ino dips her head to breathe warm air over her icy fingers. She is so distracted by her annoyance and frigidness and exhaustion that she somehow misses the tall girl approaching her until she's standing right in front of her. You look like you really need a warmer jacket, offers a slightly accented, vaguely familiar voice. Ino whips her head up, sharp words instantly ready to leap off her tongue because no shit. However, her anger fizzles out when she recognizes the kunoichi standing before her. To marry. Hi, greets the Sand Kunoichi. You must be the guide Nara told me would meet up with me? Ino Yamanaka, right? Ino shakes off her surprise and regaining her manners replies, yes, hello to Mary-san. Welcome back to Konoha. I hope your travels were uneventful. She's trying not to say, I hope you have a good reason for making me stand here in the cold for nearly an hour. Tamari shrugs one shoulder, the massive iron battle fan that seems a permanent fixture on her back shifts as she does. With a moment to look at her, Ino can see that the blonde Kunoichi looks older than when Ino last saw her more than 2 months ago during the Chunin exams. She has dark circles under her striking forest green eyes and a kind of heaviness about her that seems to constantly be weighing down the corners of her mouth. The shade of Tamari's eyes is that same strange jade green Sakura's had been, only darker, Ino's cruel mind supplies before she can stamp the thought down. Tamari is watching Ino back with the same consideration that Ino is observing her. She answers diplomatically, we ran into some trouble on the border. As you probably know, bandit groups have been more active lately. They decided to test their mettle against me and my companions. And the answer is fairly obvious considering that Tamari is standing in front of her, as statuesque and imposing as she always is, but it's still polite to ask. The Sandnin grins, the heaviness about her transitioning smoothly to smugness. It was a miscalculation on their part. Ino huffs out a short laugh and a slight flush rises to her cheeks at the other girl's confidence. It must be the cold, she thinks. Ino turns and gesturing for the older girl to follow her begins walking towards the building her unit has been stationing their operation out of. Clearly. Well, Konoha is glad for your presence and to have your assistance on locating our waylaid comrades. Tamari falls into step easily at her side. That's a creative way to say runaway Jinchuriki. Ino shrugs, word choice is a critical factor in morale and perception. Also known as, the leaf doesn't want to admit they fucked up. Ino doesn't look at the Sandchinin, but she also doesn't manage to keep the cutting annoyance out of her voice. You seem awfully confrontational for someone whose assignment is to help improve your village's relations with mine. Tamari snorts in amusement and Ino flicks her eyes to the side, watching from under her lashes as the other Kunoichi drops her hands into the pockets of her long tan jacket. That's fair. My apologies for my rudeness. It's been a long couple of months. Ino carefully catalogues the stress fractures sounding through Tamari's otherwise steely confidence, the way her traveling wear doesn't quite manage to hide her battle-worn hands tightening into fists. As is the case with everything Shikamaru does, there is more than one reason that Ino was given this specific task. It's absolutely true that she is the most diplomatically inclined of the Team 7 retrieval unit, but more than that, she's also the best at reading people. Shikamaru's voice creeps into her memory again. Find out why Suna is extending an offer to assist with our search. No village functions on benevolence. There is something more at play. Ino accepts Tamari's apology with a hum before continuing towards the center of Konoha. The village is starting to wake up around them. Builders are making their way to the ongoing repairs and construction left over from the Sounds attack, and merchants are setting their wares out in the street. Though it's still a few weeks away, decorations for the Rhine Festival are starting to go up. Paper lanterns are set in shop windows and garlands of red camellias and white chrysanthemums are hung over doorways. The havoc left in the wake of Team 7 and Orochimaru is still visible, but the growing festive spirit is taking some of the hard edges of that destruction off. Tamari is glancing to and fro in the bustle, bright eyes attentive to the crowds and bright colors. From what Ino knows about Suna, they are not only a smaller village than Konoha, but a significantly poorer one as well. Ino wonders if they celebrate the Rhine Festival at all. A loud laugh draws her from her musings and she turns from watching Tamari to see a familiar ninja posted in front of a booth selling fresh fruits. Holding a basket laden with persimmons, Mekon oranges, and apples, one hand on his hip and brown hair up in a neat bun, is Irika-sensei. The Chunin has a glowing smile on his face and a pale blue scarf wrapped around his neck. Ino is glad to see that he looks well. She knows from her father that her old teacher was put through the ringer by interrogation after Team 7 defected. As someone in the immediate line of succession to take over a leading role in that department, to say Ino had been worried for Irika would have been an understatement. He's clearly made it through in one piece, however. Ino also recognizes the shinobi who seems to be the cause of Irika's laughter. The slightly taller man is balancing an apple on the tip of a senbon between his teeth like a circus performer and doing jazz hands. She's had little interaction with Genma Shiranui personally, but she knows he's a longtime friend of her old sensei and also a general terror to the Yamanaka-headed Konoha Active Duty Psychiatric Corps. One of Ino's many cousins in the village's mandated therapist offices had bemoaned the man's tendency to either flirt with or scare away his assigned therapists at a clan gathering a few months ago. Apparently even among the entire contingent of Keiji, paranoid, therapy-adverse, ninja that make up the Leaf's forces, the Tokabutsu Jonin across the street from them now is a standout. As if sensing her stare, Genma's bright eyes flick her way. Recognition flashes across his face, and with a measured jerk of his senbon he sends the apple flipping to land nearly in his hand. He murmurs something to Irika and the teacher, smile unfaltering, turns toward Ino and her charge. He beckons them over with a call of Ino. Hello. Ino makes her way over with Tamari at her heels. She knows that she is supposed to go straight to the headquarters with the Sand Nin, but she hasn't talked to her old sensei since the disastrous Chunin exams, and honestly, she feels a little like making Shika squirm. Her dad always did say that she made Petty pretty. Hello Irika-sensei, Shiranui-san. She offers sweetly. Ino, it's so good to see you. How are you? Irika grins brightly at her, steadying the basket of fruit on his hip. I've been very well, sensei. Shikamaru is keeping us all busy. Irika shakes his head, smile turning slightly disbelieving. That boy, really? From what I hear, he's turned into quite a tyrant. I couldn't even make him stay awake through lectures, and now here he is putting in requests of approval for triple shifts and unfettered access to the mission and personnel archives. Ino sighs mournfully, her frustration only partly exaggerated. Oh, trust me, I know. This was supposed to be my first day off in a month, and I can't even be truly mad at him because he hasn't taken a break himself in even longer. Oh, you're working. Genma offers in that warm, drawling voice. He flicks his eyes to Tamari standing beside Ino with an amused flicker to his gaze. I assumed this was more of a date scenario. Ino turns immediately, mortifyingly, scarlet. Genma, be nice, says Irika, reaching up the scant inches that separate them to smack the assassin on the back of the head like a disapproving parent. Tamari takes this moment to step forward. Hello. We haven't been introduced, but I am Tamari of the Sand. I've been assigned to assist your Chiryunin exam invasion investigation unit. Ino is just showing me to their offices. Irika, eternally generous towards all young people, even those from other ninja villages, smiles at the young kunoichi and offers kindly, pleased to meet you, Tamari. I am Irika Umino, and this is my comrade and friend Genma Shiranui. We all absolutely appreciate your assistance. What made the Suna Council choose you as their delegate, if you don't mind me asking? Ino, still feeling like she's floundering in embarrassment and annoyance that she didn't think to introduce Tamari, gods, what kind of guide is she, perks up instantly. Tamari's eyes narrow slightly at Irika's question, and Genma, senbon still in his mouth, tags on with a smile that's more mischief than curiosity. Ruka makes a good point. You're awfully young for a diplomat, Tamari-san. Ino shifts surreptitiously so she can study Tamari's face out of the corner of her eye. The tick of annoyance and, dare she say, tension, in Tamari's jaw is obvious as daylight to her discerning eyes. Damn it all, Ino thinks, Shikamaru was right. There is more at play here than. You're right, Umino-san, Shiranui-san, Tamari responds graciously. Her voice is collected and steady, but Ino still notices her hands clench and relax several times in her pockets. I am young, but as not only a child of the 4th Kaze Cage but also a sibling to a Jinchuriki myself, our elders decided I would be the best candidate to coordinate with our ally the Leaf. She's good. Ino can recognize the same training of statecraft and decorum in Tamari that she herself has received as a future clan head. She's good, but Ino is better, and so when Tamari says sibling, Ino hears the bitterness and misery it hides, and when she says Jinchuriki she hears the fear and furtiveness. Ino isn't a genius like Shikamaru or even a strategist like Sakura had been, but she is a Yamanaka. Secrets are our sustenance. Inoichi used to tell Ino when she was still small and wide-eyed and aching to be something great, the Yamanaka are at our core truth seekers. We lay open minds like our comrades do flesh, and we uncover those creeping things that would threaten our village. Be it as therapist, interrogator or front-line soldier, truth finds its way through us. Whatever Temeri is trying to hide regarding her youngest brother, the Jinchuriki of the Ichibai, is absolutely a threat until proven otherwise. Ino can still remember the flaying, grating feeling of the other boy's chakra from when they met in the apothecary. Gaara of the Sand is a very real and present danger to the leaf. Especially without a current Jinchuriki of their own to match him. Ino knows they have to get to the bottom of this. What about you two? Temeri asks, innocent on the surface but something poised and mean as a rattlesnake close underneath. How long have you two been dating? All three of the present Konoha stare at Temeri for a few shocked beats and then explode into various states of disarray. Ino, suddenly extremely sidetracked from her thoughts of espionage by the very idea of her schoolteacher, a man who helped raise her, dating anyone, let alone someone cousin Isao described as a curse on all honest and genuine therapists. She nearly swallows her tongue in shock and begins coughing in a very unladylike manner. Irika flushes bright red, making the scar on his nose stand out even more sharply, and sputters, "We're just roommates and comrades and friends, and I'm really not looking for anyone to date at the moment, honestly, and dash." Genma howls in laughter and then, dropping one arm around Irika's shoulder, he leans to plant an audibly, horrifyingly wet kiss directly into the still spluttering school teacher's ear. Irika cuts off his own rant with a shriek of incensed shock at the invasion of his personal space and then immediately tries to hit Genma with the basket of fruit he's holding. Ino, still coughing, doesn't miss the smug look on Temeri's face as produce goes flying from the weaponized basket. For the moment, the topic of the young Kunoichi's qualifications and motivations has been completely lost among the bedlam of escaping apples and oranges. Ino hasn't forgotten though. After the lost fruit has been recollected and Genma has been cuffed multiple times over the head by a still flushed Irika, the two pairs of ninja go to part ways. Ino, if you're free sometime, I'd love to meet up and hear about the work you, Shikamaru, Koji and all the others are doing. I'm so incredibly proud of you kids. Irika's smile is nearly the exact same one Ino remembers him wearing the first time she had managed to create a clone, all genuine, heartfelt pride. There is the faintest tickle of disquiet in the back of her mind for some reason, but the warmth that blooms in her chest swamps it almost immediately. She grins honestly at her former teacher. I'd love that, sensei. I'll drag the boys to your place for tea sometime soon. Irika thanks her and then makes his way off down the street with a wave, Genma trailing after him like a particularly vexatious puppy. Temeri watches them go before asking with slight fascination, "Is that how you Leaf Nin are with each other all the time?" Ino thinks about the Leaf's reputation for the strength of the bonds forged between its shinobi and shrugs one of her shoulders. More or less. From what I've heard through the grapevine, Genma and some of our other Tokabutsu Jonin have become especially close with Irika since Team 7's defection. But many of our ninja are friends with each other. A shinobi of Konoha will always put their comrade's life above their own. We protect our people. It's the village's way. Temeri hums consideringly but doesn't push further. Ino is curious. Even beyond her constant itch to pry for knowledge, she genuinely finds herself wondering about the perceptions of the older girl walking beside her. What about you, Temeri-san? Do you have many close friends and comrades back in Suna? No. Temeri offers the answer as blandly as one would report about what they had for lunch that day. Ino furrows her brows. No? But you're the late Kazekige's eldest daughter. Surely you have no shortage of opportunities. Ino, Temeri cuts her off unapologetically, and Ino would be more annoyed by that if she wasn't so utterly confused as to how Temeri could possibly have no friends. The Chiyunin back there, Yunimo-san, he was your academy teacher, correct? Ino nods silently. I was never enrolled in Suna's academy. My brothers and I had private tutors from the time we could walk, and I've been expected to carry myself with the decorum and poise of a Kazekige's daughter for just as long. The Sand Nin doesn't say she doesn't have time for friends, but the understanding still echoes in the space between them. Ino lets the awkward subject drop, but something about the inflection with which Temeri says brothers tugs at her, some thought just beyond her reach, teasing her. A secret. They are nearing the Hokage Tower. Though the sun is now higher in the sky, the wind seems to be picking up, so the chill that is creeping under Ino's warm coat isn't lessening. Thankfully, she and Temeri are only a few blocks short of the small group of offices that were assigned to Shikamaru and the rest of the Team 7 retrieval unit. All in total between her and Koji, teammate, team guy, and their illustrious leader, the space is cramped, to put it mildly. There are about another dozen or so ninja in rotation under Shikamaru's command, but thank the gods they don't make it a common practice to come in person to the heart of their intelligence operations. Shika, madman that he's become, has filled the space with towering stacks of seemingly random information. Everything from reports by a Chiryunin who ran 3 missions with Haytake 6 years ago to fishing itineraries from Wave can be found in their offices. If it was anyone else, Ino would swear they'd gone mad, but she's gotten to have a front seat to the impossibility that is her teammate's mind at work for most of her life now. She knows there is a method among the madness. A miracle waiting to happen. She wonders if Temari will see the same thing. Ino is paying close attention to her charge, but even still she can't help the soft smile as they pass by a display window, decorated beautifully for Rhine. It's Koji's favorite bakery, and the young woman who runs it is in the middle of placing out festively decorated steamed buns in red and white and gold. Koji always jokes that this little store is the only place in town that can make better buns than his dad. Ino pauses in front of the bakery. Maybe she can grab a few for her teammate once she's delivered Temari into Shikamaru's clutches. A strong and frigid gust of wind suddenly surges down the street, and for the second time that morning, the Yamanaka's many days of work without rest catch up with her, and she finds herself distracted. There is a loud cracking sound from above the small shop and a panicked shout. Before Ino even fully realizes what's happening, there is a rush of movement. Ino may only be a Chunin and not even a frontline fighter at that, but she still grew up in one of the most esteemed and respected ninja families in all of Konoha. Her instincts are sharp. So when she feels Temari darting into her blind spot and senses the other teen drawing her massive battle fan, Ino doesn't even think before snatching a kunao out of a hidden pocket of her hantan and whirling to press the blade against the other kunoichi's throat. There is an impact and then stillness as the dust literally settles. It takes only a moment for Ino to realize how terribly she's miscalculated. Temari is leaning over her, strong arms straining slightly as she uses her fan to brace against the massive piece of lumber that was knocked free from above them by the wind, above Ino specifically. Ino, who had been so busy looking into the bakery window that she wouldn't have moved from under it in time. Temari's dark eyes are watching her, breaths elevated with the strain of holding up the weight above them but careful against the edge of the kunao under her chin. Each puff of air falls on Ino's wind-pinked cheeks. She is very close. Temari smells like sweat and road dust, but under that is the warm smell of cloves and something sweet like caramel. Ino drops the blade and steps backward, creating a safe amount of space between them. She tries to convince herself that the way her heart has kicked into overdrive in her chest is simply adrenaline. Seeing that she's moved free, Temari gives a huff of exertion, lifts the heavy lumber off of her and tilts it to the side where it crashes to the ground. She rolls out her shoulders against the strain and then slings her battle fan onto her back again with ease. Above them one of the builders is shouting down apologies and asking if they're okay. Ino waves him off distractedly. She finds herself watching the obvious play of muscles on the other girl's shoulders as she wields the massive weapon with ease. A piece of blonde hair has escaped from her buns to curl against her tan cheek. Ino's fingers itch to reach out and touch it. She shakes it off, furious with herself. Temari is a tentative ally at best and is more likely an enemy waiting for a moment of vulnerability. Besides, Ino has learned her lesson about dangerous, pretty girls. They are nothing but heartbreak waiting to happen. Are you okay? Temari asks her. Ino nods mutely, but her mind is whirling. More than just the ridiculous longings of a stupid preteen girl, the adrenaline still rushing through her has knocked a thought loose like a leaf torn from its branch in a gale. The Yamanaka stares as Temari, who unaware of her realizations, glares up at the still sheepish faces of the builders above them. Ino's eyes trace over the other young woman, and while she's still distracting, now Ino is less focused on her looks and more on the exhaustion lining her face, the road dirt coating her hair, the buried, nearly desperate light to her eyes as she turns back to Ino. Temari's voice echoes through Ino's thoughts, the way she'd said brother, and Jinchuriki, the tension with which she moves, the fear she keeps burying. Her thoughts clutch on Suna's insistence in sending someone to help the Leaf find Naruto, on specifically sending Temari. It clicks. The wind gusts down the street again as the cold winter sun shines down on the two young women. Temari must see that something has changed because she straightens, face closing off. Those dark green eyes, so clever, so fearful, meet Ino's own without apology. It's almost as if she's daring Ino to put together the pieces. You lost yours too, Ino says into the frigid air between them. The words come out as steam in the cold and she feels their heat in her mouth, their danger. Because soon as Jinchuriki, Tamari's youngest brother, is also missing. Ino is sure of it. Tamari just stares back at her. She doesn't nod, doesn't so much as move to confirm what Ino knows is correct, and maybe the sudden furious tears glittering in her eyes could be attributed to the stinging, drying wind, but Ino is a Yamanaka. She knows the truth when she's found it. On steps more sure than they have felt in a while, Ino strides into Tamari's space and grabs her wrist. Without so much as another word, she begins hauling the taller girl towards the office where Shikamaru is waiting for them. The streets have far too many ears after all, and with something of this magnitude Ino needs the safety of walls and wards in a unit she depends on. Hey! Tamari tries half-heartedly to shake off Ino's grip on her, but, being something of an expert on hauling gangly, smarter than their own good, ninjas places they don't want to go from a childhood spent alongside Shikamaru, Ino just ignores her. Ino, what the hell? Let go of me. No. We need to hurry now. I'm not some strategist or politician, but if what I just said is true, then things are way worse than we already thought they were. Tamari snarls her annoyance and twists her wrist again, fighting almost on instinct against the indignity of being manhandled by a girl both younger and weaker than her. Would you stop? Ino hisses at her, quickly turning down a side street crowded with boxes belonging to the tailor shop it borders. She yanks Tamari into an alcove between two higher stacks of merchandise and glares up at her pointedly. Any traitorous thoughts of Tamari's height and beauty have been shuffled ruthlessly to the back of Ino's mind with the new information she's uncovered. If they hadn't been though, if Ino wasn't so focused on getting the other girl back to Shiko without drawing any more unnecessary attention when who knows what spies or enemies could be listening, Ino would be very distracted right now. Tamari is close again, and angry and tall. We cannot talk about this more here. Ino starts, silently daring Tamari to try and speak over her again. We will not so much mention what I said a few minutes ago in the market until we are somewhere warded and secure. Tamari stares at her, dark teal eyes as focused and frigid as the deepest of rivers in Fire Country. What you said a few minutes ago isn't even true. Her voice is rough and cruel, and still, Ino can hear that current of terror swimming through her. You are grasping at straws to make up for your own fucking village's shortcomings. Ino slaps a hand over Tamari's mouth. In another time, another place, another version of her who has lost less would be appalled at her rudeness and lack of subtlety, but right now Ino really needs Tamari to get with the program and stop talking. Voice so quiet that the winter wind threatens to snatch any audibility completely away from her lips, she says, Tamari of the Sand, if it is true that your brother, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, disappeared and you are here because you don't know where he is, then that means two of the greatest shinobi villages have lost their Jinchuriki in the span of 2 months. That is not an accident. That is not a fluke. Something is happening here. Something much bigger and much worse is at play than my fucking village's shortcomings, or yours for that matter. Tamari stares, the fear slipping closer and closer to the surface of her features as Ino lays the damning truth out before them both. Ino pushes on. Clearly you came to us for a reason, and you did save my life back there, and honestly, I think we can trust you. Please, extend the same to me and my team and we will figure this out. Ino removes her hand from Tamari's mouth and hopes with all her heart that the other girl will listen. Tamari is silent for so long that Ino becomes conscious of the cold of the bricks pressed against her back and of that strange, lovely caramel scent that seems to cling to Tamari. She waits, the steam of her breath intermingling with the sand kunoichis in the charged space between them. Finally, impossibly, Tamari grits out fine and she steps back and gestures for Ino to lead her out of the alley. She does, trying not to sprint or project the desperate worry now tugging at her gut too obviously. As they hurry through the cold dawn of Konoha, Ino can't help but think, maybe this whole time they had all been thinking of Team 7's defection wrong. They talk about it as a tragedy, a betrayal of the highest order, a mystery. Maybe it is actually none of those things. Maybe it's the opening moves of a war. Chapter 23, It Still Sits in My Hands. It's been 2 months, 1 week, and 5 days since Obito found out about Team 7's defection. That's a veritable eternity in his book. With the strength of the Akatsuki, the concentrated skill and underworld connections they possess, Obito should have all the information he could possibly want regarding where Kakashi and his brats have fled to. Obito should know what they had for fucking breakfast. Instead, not only does Obito still have no fucking clue where the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and his team have disappeared to, but he's also lost 2 more Jinchuriki since then. And now a 4th has slipped his surveillance. Obito slams his fist against the wall of his quarters. His snarl of fury echoes back from where it meets the porcelain of his mask, warped and twisted, to his ears. Nagato, standing behind him with the aid of a walker and some of the new high-grade painkillers they've diverted from Kumo, flinches noticeably at his rage. Konan, posted next to her best friend, guard, and nurse and right hand all in one, simply frowns at his outburst. Obito hates them both. Hates them and this fucking mountain they are buried in like a tomb and this whole organization and Kakashi and himself and the whole fucking world. He punches the wall again. There is a dual crack, stone splitting under his strength even as his bones fracture under the impact. The immediate pain brings some clarity through the red haze of fury, a thread of rationality. He turns, ignoring the blood running down his fingers, soaking the black of his gloves, and, wrenching himself under control, demands in a voice as calm as a cyclone in a glass bottle. Tell me again. Konan narrows her eyes at him, opening her mouth to argue. Nagato lifts an emaciated hand to grab her arm before she can. Smart, Obito thinks. His figurehead still has enough of that once brilliant mind rattling around in his skull to understand that no matter what words she used, anything that Konan says in this moment that is more confrontational than, yes Madara, may as well be a request for death. Nagato and Konan exchange a look and an entire conversation passes between them in a moment. The withered, human, part of Obito's mind that he hasn't managed to kill yet aches with loneliness and memories of what once was at the display and he has to hold himself back from lunging across the space with fury. He needs these two out of his space as soon as possible or he's going to do something he regrets. Nagato. Explain again. He bites out, an order and a threat all in one. Nagato turns from his friend, as carefully as if he was walking a tightrope made of ash. Our contact in Mist has lost contact with Harusame, the guardian of Yotakata, Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. Upon further investigation their dwelling was found destroyed and what we assume to be Harasame's body amid the wreckage. And we are sure the worthless old fuck was killed by Yotakata? That someone else hasn't absconded with our Jinchuriki since there seems to be several new openings for the position among the great shinobi villages. Obito knows his voice sounds like razor blades but he doesn't care. Nagato shakes his head. Considering that his corpse was practically liquefied and some of the known powers of the Rokubai are acid-based. Fine. Obito begins to pace. He needs all the possible pieces if he's going to scrape together a chance to find this Jinchuriki before he vanishes like all the others have. Because of course this is related, the world despises Obito far too much for it to not be related. One doesn't simply lose 4 unimaginably powerful vessels of chakra randomly. Why did the Six Tails attack his sensei? I thought we had marked him as one of the more stable of the beasts, he demands. Konan cuts in to recount the information they have this time. Our contact found some of Harasame's journals that survived the destruction of the fight. Apparently, Urakata had been growing distant and increasingly hostile for nearly 3 months. According to what Harusame wrote, he thought it was the influence of the Rokubai's evil wearing on the boy. Obito snorts but waves a hand for Konan to continue. She doesn't for several beats, exchanging a weighted glance with Nagato. The Rinnegan user steps in, his hesitance even greater than before. He apparently planned to try and extract the beast from Yotakata and destroy it. We think that in his attempt Yotakata lost control and killed his sensei before fleeing. Obito freezes, the rage in his blood going from burning to icy cold in an instant. How complete were these plans of Harasame's? Madara. Konan says worriedly, but for all his brilliance Nagato was never good at seeing a threat until its teeth were already in his throat and so he cuts in. Very complete. It may have worked given a few more shinobi to assist him and dash. Obito is across the room in an instant, slamming the sickly man backward into the wall before he finishes drawing breath to complete the sentence. Nagato. Konan shouts, paper shuriken lifting fully formed from her skin instantly. They hover menacingly in the air above her, waiting for the barest twitch of chakra to send them hurtling towards Obito's back. They'd never reach him though. Not in this mood. Nagato isn't struggling against his leader's iron grip. His purple-ringed eyes are wide and shocked, and his Uzumaki red hair hangs into his face. Voice soft, gentle in opposition to the furious tremble to his hand around Nagato's throat, Obito says. So you mean to tell me that we somehow, almost lost everything we have worked towards because Professor Paranoia decided he wanted to go digging in one of our sacrificial beast seals? Do you understand what would have happened if he had succeeded in destroying the Rokubai? Obito let him go. Konan's paper in the air buzzes like a swarm of hornets, and the fear in her voice makes the ugliest, cruelest parts of Obito hum with pleasure. He ignores her. Your job, Nagato, is very simple. All I ask of you is that you continue standing as the head of this organization, dispensing my will like the good little marionette you are, and that you listen and return the important, useful information that all our crawling, simpering informants collect. You're a capable ninja, a brilliant mind, and a holder of the most powerful dojutsu known to shinobi. Are these simple tasks too much for even you to handle? Obito digs his nails into the fragile skin of Nagato's throat, mask only inches away from the man's nose as he waits for an answer. The room is silent except for the desperate whir of paper and the panting breaths of the two amorphins who created the Akatsuki. They are not. I'm sorry, Madara. I won't miss something like this again, Nagato manages. His voice trembles, a cough rattling at the top of his throat as he desperately suppresses it. Obito releases him and steps back. Nagato sags against the wall, barely able to support himself as coughing begins to wreck his thin frame and blood drips from his lips. Konan is across the room in an instant, supporting him and putting her body between her sickly best friend and Obito. Golden eyes meet the black hole of his mask, furious and full of judgment. For just a moment, a flash of shadow falls across them and the gold shifts to brown, and Obito's tedious, patchwork sanity, bends and groans. He could have sworn that for a moment, Konan had the eyes of another young kunoichi, one who would also not condone his actions and efforts here. Obito shakes his head desperately, presses one hand against his mask so that the cool porcelain rests more fully against his warped skin. He feels like he's being pulled apart at the edges, and all his plans, all his hopes to fix what has broken in the world are falling through the cracks in his mind. We have to be better, he whispers from behind his gloved and trembling hand. We cannot make mistakes like this again. If we fail to collect all the tailed beasts, we will lose everything. You two will never see your families, or an unbroken aim or Yahiko ever again. The fury on Konan's pale face doesn't lessen, but Nagato, so idealistic, so kind, offers softly, "We'll do better, Madara-san. Do we have any leads where he's gone?" "No, but he was hurt when he ran. Our informant's summons found blood that didn't belong to Haru-same. Maybe that means he'll be vulnerable and we'll catch a lucky break." Nagato stands from where he was propped against the wall, using Konan as support since his walker is still several feet away. His throat is already beginning to bruise where Obito's fingers dug into sickly skin. Obito steps further back, a horrible concoction of anger and shame and terror warring under his skin. As much as it could really be called his skin anymore. As much as any of Obito is really Obito anymore. He knows better than to think they'll catch a lucky break. The loss of the Jinchuriki, the death of Sarutobi, and Kakashi's defection, it's all connected somehow like some giant spiderweb, and Obito feels like the damned fly wrapped in its midst, desperately yanking at threads before he's swallowed whole. Is that all, Madara? Konan twists the name like it's a curse, and Obito almost laughs. He certainly feels cursed, feels like the dream passed on to him by the man who rescued him, damned him, is a torment equal to a curse. He wishes he'd died in that cave. Unbidden, his mind summons an image of Kakashi, somewhere hidden away from Obito. He's still always one step ahead of you, still always better, his thoughts whisper with gleeful cruelty. Obito clenches his fist, ignoring the agonizing grinding of broken bones. He turns away and with a swirl of his red and black cloak heads toward the door. Find the demmed Rokubai. He doesn't wait to hear his subordinates, never friends, he doesn't have friends anymore, agree. He stalks into the depths of the mountain's graveyard. Leave the friendships and love and bonds to his subordinates, his tools. The last person that Obito ever loved has already proven time and time again that he never once gave a damn about Obito. Kakashi may be winning right now, but he is going to find him, and all the Jinchuriki that Obito knows in his heart are hiding with him, taunting him. He's not going to let Kakashi get away with everything he's done. Obito is going to make him pay, or he's going to die trying. Iruka waves goodbye to Izumo and ducks through the front door of his apartment. He stomps his feet to shake off the light dusting of snow that clings to his boots and reaches to hang up his old wool hantan on the hooks by the door. He hopes Izumo makes it home to Katetsu quickly. The night is cold. His fellow Chunin still insists on walking him home from late shifts at the mission desk most days. Something about making sure Iruka gets inside in one piece. It's been more than a month since Iruka received any threats or outright harassment, but his friends still seem on edge regarding his well-being. Genma has managed to wrangle what was supposed to be a few days on his couch into Iruka more or less moving into his spare bedroom, and Anko has become such a staple around the academy that Iruka is pretty sure his kids are growing to like her more than him. Mostly because she keeps showing them how to spit dango sticks hard enough to make someone bleed, which may not be the best thing to teach hyperactive 10-year-olds, but who is he to dissuade them from learning that weapons can come in any shape or size? He appreciates their hovering in some ways. Iruka loves his friends, and he would be lying if he said the first couple weeks after Naruto and his team left he wasn't jumping at shadows and ready for a knife in the back at any moment. Anko and Genma and Reidu and the others are pretty much the only thing that got him through that time. Them, and knowing that Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi were depending on him. It's been 2 months, 2 weeks, and 1 day since Team 7 ran. Iruka misses them so much it feels like a physical wound. He misses Sakura's brilliance and determination. He misses Sasuke's quiet certainty and flashes of passion. He misses Naruto. Without the boy, it's like a hollow has been dug in Iruka's life with a rusty kunai. He's glad that he lives with Genma now, because his once shoebox apartment feels massive and empty when it doesn't have the blonde's shoes tossed by the front door and his voice bouncing off the peeling wallpaper and his frequent presence at Iruka's dinner table. He misses Kakashi. He's most surprised by that, most undone by it. He would have expected to be impacted by the Jonin's absence the least out of all of them, and yet, after the particularly hard days, the ones where it feels like Iruka has a target on his back and eyes following him wherever he goes, he aches to be back in that old, run-down kitchen on the Haytake clan lands, bumping elbows with Kakashi over cups of coffee and laughing late into the night. It's fine though. It's not like Team 7 and their sensei are completely gone from his life. Iruka has information to report after all. As he ducks into his small dark kitchen and flicks on the overhead light, he's met by the sleepily blinking gaze of the pug that is curled on the middle of his kitchen table. Took ya long enough, sensei, Pakin grumbles at him, rising to all four paws, shaking his head to clear any weariness. If Iruka still lived in this apartment he would be very upset at the sight of the summon's muddy paws on a surface he prepares food, but considering that the only reason he's kept the lease on this place is to have somewhere safe to meet Kakashi's summons. Hello Pakin. Sorry to make you wait. There were a few more outgoing missions than I expected to have to look through tonight. How are you? It's taking every ounce of decorum in his body not to snatch the scroll he can see tied around the dog's neck and start reading immediately. He hasn't heard from Kakashi in nearly 2 weeks, and while that's nothing compared to the hell that was the 2 months of silence before the first letter, he's still anxious to know that everything is okay. I'm just fine, sensei. The dog twists awkwardly and using his teeth pulls the scroll free from his collar and flips it to Iruka. So you don't jump me for it or give yourself a nosebleed, force in all the social niceties, Pakin says with an amused smirk. Iruka grabs the scroll from the air with desperate fingers. He's known since before noon today, when he caught a glance of the small dog out of the corner of his eye at recess, that Pakin had another letter for him. Of course, Iruka still had to go about his day as if everything was normal and he wasn't dying to hear that Kakashi and the kids are still safe and okay, but he had managed it. Iruka has had to become a very good liar over the past couple of months. Unrolling the paper with trembling fingers, he begins to read. If someone had tried to tell Iruka a year ago that the sight of Kakashi's abominable penmanship would bring him anything other than indignant rage, he would have laughed in their face. Now though, the Jonin's shitty, scrawling, disorganized kanji is like a breath of fresh air after a year spent buried in a shallow grave. He's misty-eyed by the 3rd paragraph and openly crying by the 7th. They are doing well. More than well, they are thriving. Sakura is going to fix the 8 trigrams seal, and Sasuke has summons, and Naruto is getting so strong, and Iruka wants suddenly so badly to be there with them. He loves all his students. He loves teaching. But somewhere along the way Team 7 became more than just his students in his mind. But Iruka has to stay here. He has a job to do, and he will do it to keep them safe. Kakashi is doing okay too. Iruka asks Pakin as he finishes the last few lines of the update. He has to ask because Iruka knows for a fact that the demmed Jonin wouldn't include anything about his own well-being even if one of his arms had been chewed off. The pug tilts his head thoughtfully before nodding slowly. It's strange. He's more relaxed. The pack hasn't seen him like this in years. And that's good. Iruka can read between the lines, but in this he won't risk misunderstanding. Very good. Pakin agrees. Iruka looks down fondly at the mess of a letter under his fingers. He doesn't know the entity of the tragedy that went into creating Kakashi, but he can put together some of the mysterious Jonin's history. The kids are good for him. Having something to care about and protect that is alive and loves him back, that must make all the difference in the world. Pakin raises one fuzzy eyebrow at him. Don't fool yourself thinking it's just the pups, sensei. Iruka can't suppress the flush that rises to his cheeks. He gives a slightly self-deprecating laugh and rubs the nape of his neck. Yes, well, I'm glad to have his friendship too. Pakin stares at him blankly for several beats and then runs an exhausted paw down his face, mumbling something that Iruka can't quite make out, though it sounds less than complimentary. Any other news that didn't make it into the letter? Iruka asks, and at the same time he draws a scroll of his own from his messenger bag. It contains all the information Iruka has been able to glean about the ongoing search for Team 7, including patrols near the border of Wave and anything else that Iruka could think of that may be useful to Kakashi. Pakin takes the scroll from Iruka as his exasperation shifts into a grin. Yeah, there is something. The One Tail and Two Tails showed up in Uzushio yesterday all exhausted and pissy and asked for sanctuary. Iruka stares, trying to even begin processing that information. A few puzzle pieces click into place in his mind rapidly. Oh my gods, that's why Tamari is here. Come again. Iruka drops into one of the creaky chairs at the table and sinks his fingers into his hair, thoughts spinning. Suna sent a delegate to help with Shikamaru's search for Kakashi and the kids. It's Tamari of the Sand, Gaara's older sister. I ran into her in the market today and she was all tense and guarded and, holy shit, Sand is trying to use our resources to find Gaara, and if Gaara is in Uzushio now. Iruka raises his eyes to meet Pakin's wide ones. Team 7 just doubled the number of enemies they have overnight. Pakin drops back on his haunches and huffs out a breath that's half laugh, half sigh. That fucking pup. Of course he'd managed to drag me and the pack into a war against not one but two of the great ninja villages. 3 if you count whoever's looking for, sorry, what is the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails name? Yujito Nii, and you, schoolteacher, are really not helping. Iruka scrambles his hands through his hair, uncaring of the horribly tangled mess he's making. Sorry, this is just a lot and I'm worried about them. More now than ever. Tears are pricking at his eyes again and Iruka feels a little ridiculous for it. He's 23 and a very capable ninja after all, but, gods, he's afraid. He knew from the moment that he decided to help Naruto and his team that this wouldn't be easy. He had never expected to cruise through spying on the most powerful ninja village in the world, but he also hadn't been prepared for what exactly it would mean to turn traitor. Iruka is exhausted. The past 2 months have been non-stop checking over his shoulder and watching every word he says and lying to all his precious people and expecting a knife in the back at any moment. It's been having to cling to his trust in Kakashi and his love for Naruto with every ounce of his will as the interrogation unit twisted and manipulated and ran him in circles. It's been having to move out of the apartment he lived in since he was 16 because of death threats. It's been sleepless nights and 14-hour workdays and memorizing patrol schedules to tell Pakin, knowing that if he misses something that it could mean the Uzushio archives are discovered. It's being constantly terrified that any moment someone will come running up to him cheering that the traitorous Team 7 was caught and executed. And now, everything is about to get even more dangerous for the people he cares about. You have to go tell Kakashi right away. He knows Pakin can hear the tremble in his voice, but he pushes the embarrassment at his own weakness away. Irika, I'll tell him, but I think you're overreacting. Kakashi may not be the most discerning ninja at all times, but he's still smart, and so is that demmed cat Yujito. They already know that the villages are after them. But they don't know they're collaborating. It's something we teach even at the academy level courses on information gathering. Sharing information with your allies isn't a simple sum game of what each party knows, it's exponential growth. It's creating a more complete picture than either had before. And if that picture gets too clear, the small dog and the school teacher stare at each other for several beats, each filling in where Irika's voice has failed him. Shit, Pakin says darkly, you said that Temari was hiding why she was involved though? Maybe Konoha won't put together that the sand pup has run too. Irika scoffs and rubs his hands over his face. The panic is fading and the rushing static of pure exhaustion is rising. I wouldn't even put a single Ryo on that bet, Pakin. If Ino-chan doesn't figure out what's going on before she's even gotten that girl in front of Shikamaru, then he will in less time than it takes for Temari to say improved diplomatic relations. Shit, I'll warn them, sensei. The pug pauses, considering Irika. Immediately Irika rearranges his features, burying the exhaustion and fear behind a somewhat shaky smile. He knows that this information bridge goes two ways and that Pakin is absolutely reporting back to Kakashi on him. The schoolteacher isn't sure why, but he gets the feeling that if Kakashi hears how tired he is, how worn down and tremulous and barely holding it together, well, he doesn't actually know what would happen. Most likely nothing, but he doesn't want to risk being a distraction for the other man. He has enough to worry about without Irika's weakness adding to his stress. Thank you, Pakin. I don't have anything else for you, so please get this information back to Kakashi as quickly as possible. The pug looks like he's contemplating saying something else for a few seconds. Irika just smiles harder, forcing the trembles in his hands to still. All right, sensei. The summons finally manages hesitantly, anything else I should tell Kakashi for ya? A dozen things instantly gather at the back of Irika's teeth. Useless, dangerous, fool's things. Things like, I miss you. No, Pakin, you're dismissed. There's that look again on the small dog's face, like Irika is an idiot and Pakin is trying to figure out the easiest way to tell him that. Deciding, thankfully, to hold his tongue, the pug gives one more short nod and then disappears in a puff of smoke. The moment the Kakashi's summons is gone, Irika drops forward onto the table like his strings have been cut. He presses his face against the cool wood and tries to suppress the trembling sobs that force past his lips. That static is rising like dark water. Fear and helplessness and so much exhaustion that Irika feels too tired to even breathe right. Irika pushes his forehead harder against the table. His mind produces an image of Kakashi and the kids. Hidden and together and getting stronger. Irika is going to keep them that way. He's going to keep them safe no matter what forces muster against them. He knows in his heart that this is the most important thing to him now. He will not let Kakashi down. Irika will keep them safe, or he will die trying. Chapter 24, The Stars Tonight. 5 weeks have passed since Gaara and Yujito reached Uzushio. The first of those weeks were spent sequestered away in the room that the former Konoha Inn had provided them. Their isolation was self-imposed, driven by ongoing paranoia from Yujito and ongoing exhaustion from Gaara. Apparently, it takes more than a few good nights of sleep to overcome more than a lifetime of trauma in both their cases. However, like a law of the universe, before too long both he and Yujito found themselves being drawn by the gravity of the communal areas, which always seem bustling with the energy that Team 7 exudes like light. Gaara likes to think of Team 7 as light. It helps him feel a little better about how squinty he feels around them, how overwhelmed. In his head he sees Sakura as starlight. She's brilliant in a million places at once, thoughts spinning above his level of understanding in a way that would make him feel dumb if he wasn't so impressed by it. The moment he thinks he actually understands her, she's flickering and shifting into something else. Sasuke is moonlight, cool and easy to be around. He's direct, but some days he is so quiet it's almost like he's not there at all, while other days he's glowing with confidence and drive. He doesn't seem to like Gaara particularly. Most people don't like him, he knows, but he also doesn't seem to hate him, and he's easier to be around than, well, Naruto, who is obviously sunlight. Gaara wants to like Naruto. He does like Naruto. The one-tailed Jinchuriki feels impossibly, hopelessly drawn to the other boy. That shared something still vibrates between them like a plucked string, but Naruto is just a lot. Bright and happy and loud, and Gaara is still getting used to him. His metaphor amuses Gaara most when he watches Naruto and Sasuke's interaction. Naruto is ever shining and golden and burning with destiny, and Sasuke is stuck in his gravitation and reflecting his joy back at him with quiet and imperfect and helpless smiles. Gaara wonders if they realize they are in love with each other yet. Kakashi-san is light too, but only kind of. To Gaara, the man that Shukaku still calls Wolf is like lightning. He's somehow both cold and white-hot, a deadly contradiction in motion. Most of the time he reminds Gaara of the heat lightning that used to flash far above Suna, distant, sleepy, and more calming than a threat. But there's been a few times that Gaara catches a flicker of the Sharingan watching him too closely, or that first confrontation upon their arrival. Gaara knows better to think of Kakashi as a distant danger. All in all, when he's around Team 7 too long, he feels a bit like the sun-bleary and confused salamanders he used to pluck off sandstone walls to play with as a boy. He's not upset about the presence of all these exceedingly bright people around him, but he also thinks he's never met people with so much determination, so much energy. It's a little exhausting, but he's drawn to it, craves it like those sleepy lizards used to crave warmth. In the beginning, Yujito seemed significantly less than enamored with their gracious hosts. The Nibi Jinchuriki and Kakashi spent the first week sidestepping around each other warily, and Sakura seemed to make a game of picking at Yujito's calm, all the while smiling so sweetly you'd never guess she intended to be onerous at all. Sasuke just ignored Yujito entirely. Naruto alone went out of the way to include the crass and unfriendly Jonin, smiling at her and bounding into her space like she was another one of his precious teammates. He completely ignored the ways that not only his friends but Yujito herself looked at him like he was crazy for his determined ignorance of her unlikability. But for all Naruto's kindness and unflinching geniality, it was not him but Kurama who finally managed to drag Yujito into the clutches of the community growing among the dusty rooms of the Uzushio Mountain archives. If you're such an impressive ninja, you should really be helping Sasuke and his demmed summons, the Nine Tails had huffed at Yujito after another tense dinner in their second week in the caves. Oh, we wouldn't want to impose. Sasuke's little cat Mika had exclaimed instantly, while at the same time her summoner had snarled, we don't need any help from her. Yujito, halfway out the door already, had frozen. Her head had tilted, gaze growing curious in a way that Gaara knew meant she was caught on some thought like a burr in long fur. You're having trouble with the Nikomata. No trouble. Mika mewed shrilly as Sasuke grumbled, mind your own business. Kurama cut in again. They can't synchronize. The Uchiha brat doesn't know how to read the Nikomata well enough to coordinate with them. Yujito's hand had twitched, her dark, slanted eyes studying Sasuke. Sasuke wouldn't look at her, just stabbed the empty bowl in front of him with a chopstick like it had offended him personally. Training room, tomorrow morning, Yujito had finally said after a few beats. Madatabi and I will teach you how to actually listen to your new allies. The rest was, well, history is a little preemptive, but it certainly seemed to be the tipping point in the relations between the Kyumo Jounin and Team 7. Seeing Yujito's willingness to help Sasuke, Kakashi had begun gently, intentionally, incorporating her and Gaara into the routine that had developed over Team 7's time in the archive. Gaara found himself dragged into morning spars and trips to the quaint civilian town nearby, and even into washing dishes in the evening. Whereas at first Sakura and Sasuke treated him with suspicion and distrust, before long they were at least comfortable enough to have him in their space, and soon after that they were bumping hips with him and falling asleep on the couch next to him and smiling at him, and Gaara doesn't know what to do with the strange feeling blooming in his chest at the growing displays of trust. Yujito meanwhile, was unceremoniously, permanently placed in charge of training Sasuke and his strange cat summons. While she had grumbled about it at first, cursing Kurama and his meddling and bemoaning something along the lines of not being cut out as a sensei, after being introduced to more of the Nikomata she quickly became dedicated to the task. Aside from Mika, who seems to be the anchor summons and main point of contact between Sasuke and his new allies, there is also the large sleepy-eyed Tabi, Dai, and the smaller energetic black cat Ruri. Small is, very relative though, because Dai is about the size of a horse and Ruri has claws the approximate length of a kunao. Gaara doesn't interact with the feline yokai much and is glad for it. They are strange and clearly very, very dangerous. He does enjoy watching Yujito train with the intimidating summons and their new master though. Yujito, for all her snarling and complaining and self-doubt, is a good teacher, and her bond with Madatabi makes her a perfect sensei for Sasuke and the Nikomata. All things told, 41 days after they came stumbling onto the cold, desolate beaches of Whirlpool, Gaara and Yujito both find themselves feeling at home. Tonight the feeling is stronger than ever. Naruto, bright-eyed and warm as he was that first day, has gotten it into his head that the young tenants of the archives should give Yujito and Kakashi a break, and that they should do so by stargazing on the mountainside. Gaara would try to argue that it's very cold outside of the caves and that the salted winter air of the ocean that wraps around Oizu has a tendency to make his poor desert dweller self feel like he's being stripped of even the memory of warmth, but he's been here long enough now to understand that when Naruto gets an idea in his head like this, neither gods nor Jinchuriki can actually convince him to diverge from it. On their way up to the mountain surface, Naruto marching in the front of their little collective with a grin and Sakura trailing behind him with her hands tucked in the warmest sweatpants she has, Sasuke steps up beside Gaara determinedly from where he was lagging behind. Before he's even opened his mouth to ask what the Uchiha needs, Sasuke is tossing a ball of fabric at him. Gaara catches it on instinct. Looking down and the soft wool in his hands, he realizes immediately that Sasuke has grabbed the thickest blanket from the couches in the den for him. He blinks at the other boy in bafflement. Sasuke tips a shoulder in a half-hearted shrug and grumbles, "You get cold easy and the dobe won't want to go inside for at least a couple hours." "Thank you," Gaara offers. He hadn't ever really thought that Sasuke paid that much attention to him, but where is Mika? Taking a few days to go visit her clan. She'll be back soon. Gaara nods at the information and, apparently not alone in his cluelessness on how to continue the conversation, walks silently alongside Sasuke until they reach the exit to the mountain above. The four teenagers quickly make their way to a large jut of flat black stone that rises above the scraggly foliage of Oizu's forests. The rock is not particularly tall, but neither are the twisted trees that carpet the slopes of the mountain below it. It is easily high enough to get a good view of the stars from on top of it. Gaara quickly realizes that despite the cold, Naruto was wise to demand this excursion. The stars above Uzushio are unbelievable. The sands of Suna's desert always made its night skies seem hazy, and Konoha's constellations were dimmed by the bright lights of the village. But here, perched on an island in the middle of the ocean with no street lamps left to light, there is a veritable sea of stars that spill across the inky blackness above them. Gaara never even knew that so many stars existed. They don't talk much. Quiet murmurs only exchanged briefly as they all settle back on the still slightly sun-warmed rock. Gaara pulls the wool blanket tight around his shoulders and sends a small grateful smile to Sasuke for its warmth. A kind of gentle steadiness lays over them, a web of camaraderie woven between their easy breaths and silent awe. The four runaways sit for nearly an hour in silence, simply existing together, in this moment. "You know, I've been thinking." Of course, it's Naruto who finally breaks the silence. There is a slight heaviness to his voice that Gaara hasn't ever heard from him before, a pause like whatever words sit on his tongue are cumbersome and challenging. Glancing to the side at the other boy, Gaara thinks that hesitancy fits the blonde Jinchuriki about as well as cruelty. Which is to say, not at all. Sakura and Sasuke also turn towards their teammate, nothing as stark as concern on their face but attention clearly drawn. He's obviously broken their silence for some reason. "What are we doing here?" Naruto asks carefully, staring up at the stars, his knees tucked close to his chest and his arms folded easily on top of them. "Stargazing," Gaara finds himself offering, mostly seriously but also with a hint of the teasing he's found himself falling into as he grows more comfortable with the three ninjas around him. Sasuke snorts in dry amusement and Naruto sends him a smiling eye roll before continuing. "Well, yeah, but I meant more in general. Like, what are the four of us, and Kakashi and Yujito and Kurama and Madatabi and Shukaku doing? Why are we here?" Gaara exchanges glances with Sakura and Sasuke, before considering the question. He's really not sure of the answer. Gaara has been just running for so long, just surviving, that he's never taken the time to think about the future. Well, we're fixing the seal, and we're getting stronger so we can be safe. Sakura offers carefully. She's watching Naruto like he's a puzzle that she's missing a piece to. And after that, Naruto doesn't return her gaze, his vision still focused on the glittering stars above. I mean, there is Orochimaru to worry about. The Pinkette responds, but she sounds a little less certain now. What's in that weird brain of yours, Dobe? Asks Sasuke. Naruto glances his way quickly, a shine to his eyes that rivals the distant lights above them. Sakura, you're right. We all want to be safe and happy, but we also want to get back at our villages for the way they treated us. 3 nods prompt the golden-haired boy to continue. But it's more than that even. All of us have seen something that I don't think most people really have. We see how all of this is broken. His mouth twists as he goes on. The leaf pretends to be this good, honest place, but they killed the Uchiha and they left me and Kakashi-sensei all alone, and they treat all the kunoichi real bad. And he sweeps his hand wide with agitation. It's even bigger than that. Think about it. Everything the villages are is about hurting people. No one can really be a good guy because all they are supposed to do is get better at killing. Kage are picked because they're the strongest. The best fighters. Not because they are the best leaders or diplomats, and so wars happen over and over and more people die and more people want revenge because the people they love are killed and dash. He's talking faster now, passion and rage dragging the words off his tongue nearly half formed, and entire places, entire villages get wiped off the map. Uzushio was once full of life and people. My people. And now it's... His voice fails, words choked off as the youngest Jinchuriki grits his sharp teeth against a furious snarl, one tan hand immediately going to almost subconsciously clench the fabric of his shirt, bearing down on the seal under it. Sasuke reaches over and grabs Naruto's other hand. He and Sakura exchange quick worried glances over the pain gesture, but they don't interrupt. After a few beats, Naruto speaks again, voice quieter. It's all broken. The villages and the way they want us to be shinobi just creates a system of pain and killing and hatred. It just goes on and on in a fucked up cycle. Jinchuriki and clans and Kage in politics. Gaara's breath catches in his throat. There is something to Naruto's voice, something about the way starlight is catching in his hair. The youngest Jinchuriki turns burning red eyes towards the 3 dangerous teens around him, looking at each of them in turn. We're going to fix it. He says it like fact. Like it's something as solid and definite as the sun-warmed rock under them, or the blood in their veins, or the stars that wheel above them. Gaara doesn't know what to say in response. He still doesn't feel like he belongs here, among these beacons, these glowing, impossible children. He's 13. He still barely knows how to make friends, let alone how to change the broken, cruel path of the great elemental nations, and yet... Okay. Says Sasuke. Gaara whips his head to the side, staring in shock. The Uchiha can't possibly be including him among that certainty. He's not one of them. We'll all help you change it. Sasuke says it with as much assurance as Naruto had. No room for doubt or fear or Gaara's utter confusion at how these other children can follow the blonde with such unapologetic confidence. Follow him into a war, because that's what Naruto is talking about. And what does that change look like? Sakura asks, more curious than doubtful, and Gaara hears again the way her thoughts are already bounding ahead, 1,000 miles beyond them. Just like Sasuke, she's ready to leap the moment Naruto points at the cliff's edge. Naruto shrugs, his rage disappearing as quickly as it arrived as he stares up at Uzushio's brilliant stars with a grin, sharp and joyful. I've got no idea what any actual steps are. Everything's fucked and there are a lot of bastards who want it to stay that way. But I know we can do it. Between us and Kurama and the other tailed beasts and Kakashi-sensei and Yujito Onna. He rocks side to side, eyes still cast towards some height, some perfect world that Gaara can't even begin to see yet. Gaara wants to ask how Naruto can know that, how any of Konoha's fallen genin can know or trust any of this. Don't they understand that for people like them the villages will have no mercy, that hope for anything more than to be invisible is just signing up for the blood of those you love on your hands? And hey. Naruto leans to bump a shoulder against his, and Gaara's dark, spiraling thoughts freeze. A salamander caught in gentle hands. It'll be okay. You haven't really seen what we can do yet. Together. he explains, gesturing at Sakura and Sasuke beside him. From anyone else it would be bragging, but Gaara looks at Sasuke, set at Naruto's side and unflinching, at Sakura, already so clearly scheming, and at Naruto, smiling and gentle and good and promising to remake the world for what it's done to all of them. Gaara thinks of what they've already accomplished. He thinks of the odds all three of them overcame to be here now. Of the odds he overcame to be here. Okay. He agrees quietly and bumps his shoulder awkwardly back into Naruto. We'll have to use Orochimaru's resources. Sakura is saying, distant and thoughtful and focused in a way that Gaara finds a little terrifying. 2 heads, 1 snake. Sasuke grumbles in response and then growls, and all this comes after we fix your seal, idiot. Sakura nods in agreement and says, I'm getting farther on the 8 trigrams every day, but I haven't had a breakthrough yet, so, no revolutions at least for the next 3 months. Naruto laughs at both their seriousness, and Gaara finds, incredibly, that he's smiling too. If he had an ounce of self-preservation he'd be running, but they really are something, Shukaku murmurs into his mind, his own awe/uncertainty/hope twinning with the tailed beasts. Do you think they can? We can actually. Gaara doesn't even know how to put it into words. Shukaku's sense of wonder sharpens, grows rough and mean and feral. His teeth are long and gleaming in the smile he sends Gaara. I do. And my siblings and I will help too. The dim villages have kept all of us in chains long enough, and besides, Kurama wouldn't let that kid of his run into the world's teeth without the firepower we can bring behind him. Neither would I, Gaara says, and is surprised to find he means it. Maybe he understands Sakura and Sasuke's immediate trust more than he thought, because it's not like they know this is any more possible than Gaara, but he looks at Naruto again from the corner of his eyes. He remembers the other boy in the apothecary, golden and grinning and not backing down or apologizing even in the face of Gaara's screaming rage. Gaara would follow him into hell with his eyes closed. But just to be sure. So we aren't just going to hide here until everyone maybe forgets about us or decides to leave us alone? Gaara asks, 1 part hopeful, 2 parts sarcastic. All 3 of the other teens turn to look at him with blank confusion, as if the words don't compute. Hide? Sasuke asks with a wrinkle to his nose like he's smelled something particularly disgusting. Forget about us. Sakura's incredulity seems more personally offended than even strategically disbelieving. Naruto, silent a few beats longer than his team, bursts into laughter. He loops an arm around Gaara's neck and pulls the slight boy tighter against his side. Gaara, you're hilarious. Gaara sniffs and decides against telling the other Jinchuriki he was at least a little serious. No, you weren't, Shukaku corrects him proudly. We both know you got tired of hiding a long time ago. Sasuke is rolling his eyes at the loud cackles still spilling from Naruto's lips, and Sakura has relaxed back against that warm rock, lids slipping closed as a small peaceful smile tugs across her cheeks. Here on this cold mountain with the stars spilled across the sky above them, Gaara finds that he feels the most at home he's felt in his entire life. And it has nothing to do with Uzushio itself or even the stars that spin above it. You're right, he tells Shukaku, I am tired of hiding, I guess. Shukaku rumbles a purr of amused contentment, but not of making them all laugh. He finishes and Gaara feels his peace intertwine with the giant spirits, emotions flowing between them as easily as sand swirling in the wind. Well, Naruto exclaims, releasing Gaara to stretch his arms towards the sky in a stretch and then hopping to his feet, we better head back in now so we can tell Kakashi-sensei and Yujito Onna about the plan. Oh. And so we can say hi. Sakura, still relaxing, furrows her brow and opens one jade eye. Say hi? To who? The newest member of the family, obviously. Naruto grins in response before he hops neatly down from the rock and heads for the hidden entrance nearby. What the fuck is he? Sasuke starts, eyes narrowing as they follow the blonde's back. I'm not sure. Sakura interrupts him, sitting up to track their teammate as well. Gaara is confused too, but then he recognizes the building thrum in his bones for what it is, the awareness that gathers at the base of his spine and trills like a high, sweet note plucked on one of 9 strings. Oh. He says, pleasantly surprised, slightly anxious. Sakura and Sasuke look at him expectantly. Another Jinchuriki just arrived. He explains, and without waiting for their response, he jumps off the rock and follows Naruto. Kakashi and Yujito have been drinking for a while now. With the pups entertaining themselves, they've both agreed that they may as well take the time to relax for a couple of hours. Drinking with the Wildcat of Kumo is not something that he would have even considered only a few weeks ago, but Kakashi has grown recently comfortable with the fact that now his entire world has a tendency to shift on its axis bi-monthly or so. No reason to get picky about the specifics anymore. It's an old bottle of sake that the two Jonin are savoring, a payment offered by one of the elderly civilians in Jisen for Kakashi tracking down a goat that had wandered from the man's herd. It is by no means the caliber of Mission Hound once completed on the regular, but it's a good, strong bottle, and Kakashi finds that he doesn't hate the company he shares it with either. Yujito is strange. She's callous and mean, quick to bite out an insult or threat, and hesitant to show anything more vulnerable than the sharpness of her clawed fingertips. However, at the same time, she's strangely gentle with the kids, especially Gaara and, to Kakashi's surprise, Suzuki. She reminds Kakashi of Kushina in a lot of ways, a comparison that feels almost sacrilegious, but short, hair-trigger temper, unapologetically violent, Jinchuriki, mouth like a sailor but a heart of gold underneath, could probably break Kakashi over her knee like a stick. Yeah, he can't help the nostalgia. Yujito breaks him from his considerations with a snarl. Stop looking at me like that, wolf. I feel like you're trying to untangle my intestines with your eyes or some shit. That's a very violent metaphor. Kakashi offers, even if he can't help the small honest smile that tugs across his bare face. He's not wearing his mask. He'd gotten used to going without it while at home in the archives before Yujito and Gaara arrived, and while it was extremely unsettling to bare his face to the other Jonin at first, now it barely registers. Yujito shrugs at him. In case you haven't noticed, I'm a violent person. Kakashi laughs shortly and tips his chipped sake glass towards her in a gesture that communicates same here. They sat in companionable silence for several long beats. Eventually Yujito, hesitant where she'd normally be unapologetic, taps one of her clawed fingers against her left cheek and asks. So, what's the story behind the scar and the eye? Ah, so the woman has Kushina's sense of boundaries too, Kakashi thinks wryly. I'm surprised you haven't heard at least some rumor. Kakashi murmurs, shocked at himself that he's not shutting this line of questioning down immediately. Hound would never have considered sharing the most vulnerable, broken part of his soul like this. He wouldn't have even considered sharing a drink with a foreign Jonin unless there was poison in their cup. But Wolf doesn't have many allies at the moment, and Yujito is kind to his kids and he finds that maybe he wants to talk about it. Yujito shrugs. I know bits and pieces, some that I think are more propaganda than truth. You know, friend killer and all that. Even now Kakashi stiffens at the nickname, and he finds his hand tracing the edges of his scar, the soft flutter of his closed eyelid. No, that's not inaccurate in this case. He can see Yujito's dark, discerning eyes studying his profile. I'll judge that for myself, I think, if you'll share the story with me. She says into the strange space between them, and Kakashi nearly flinches again. He's not used to her gentleness being directed at him. He really doesn't know how to even begin building a defense against it. So he doesn't. He tells her. It's not a long story. Kakashi isn't one for embellishment and is even less one for twisting the knife, even in himself, even if he deserves it. When he's finally done, Yujito is quiet. Without words she reaches forward and refills his empty sake cup. The silence stretches. Kakashi isn't sure if he wants her to say nothing at all or tell him that she always knew he was a monster, but you loved him. She tells the room. She doesn't ask. Kakashi is glad because he doesn't want to know if he would have lied if she had. He shrugs, offers a smile more bitter than the alcohol they share. I got him killed. Doesn't mean you didn't love him, the Jinchuriki offers dully, and then she takes a swig directly from the bottle. Yujito lowers the sake and breathes out harshly, wiping her hand over her mouth in a way that speaks to the burn of the old liquor. When I was 16 I got my partner killed on a mission. Kakashi turns to study her this time. She's not meeting his eyes, instead studying the glint of her deadly claws against the glass bottle. I was being reckless. Trying to get myself killed probably, and instead Ika. She trails off, looking a little lost and a lot angry with herself. Weakness for weakness, she doesn't say. Shame for shame. Kakashi still understands. Partner or partner. She repeats firmly and the words are trying to say, less important, but her true meaning leaks out from the stiff edges of her mouth and the nearly imperceptible tremble of her hands. She clenches them into a fist furiously. Ah, another thing that makes them the same, Kakashi thinks. He looks up to the stone ceiling above them and imagines the pups somewhere above them. They are probably curled together, probably laughing, probably plotting something, definitely happy and alive and worth it. All four of them. Worth all of it. Obito would have loved them, would have done better by them than Kakashi can. Rin too, and Kushina and Minato and Yujito is still staring into the middle distance, the ghosts of her own past haunting her features just like Kakashi's are. Banishing the cruel whispers in his mind, he leans over toward her, ignoring the defensive stiffness that ratchets up her spine at not just his proximity but at being caught in her misery. Kakashi clinks his cup against her bottle and tosses the sake back. Here's to atonement. He smirks at her instant shock, considers teasing her that she hadn't yet realized that they were doing this for the same reasons. He decides against it since he's not looking to be tackled right now. The smile that slashes across Yujito's face in response is wide and ugly and sharp like the wildcat she is. Here's to second chances. Kakashi nods in agreement. What a strange way to make a friend, he thinks. Excuse me? I don't mean to interrupt, but in any other setting, the voice that echoes into the amiable atmosphere in the den would be incredibly unobtrusive. It's a pleasant and gentle tenor, almost melodic in its softness. The big problem is that the voice echoes from behind Yujito and him, and it's not one Kakashi recognizes, which is, in fact, fairly obtrusive. Because someone he doesn't know is in his home. The haze of alcohol and blooming camaraderie is gone from Kakashi's mind instantly. Feral instincts howl to life at the threat that has somehow appeared at their back. Leaping to his feet, Kakashi spins and sends a kunai flying towards the figure in the doorway without a thought. Yujito, ever his mirror image, does the same at his side, killing intent radiating from her in a scorching wave and making his own hackles rise further. The twin kunai fly true. The pretty, dark-haired man in their path raises a shocked eyebrow at their approach. His fingers, still raised in an awkward wave, flex with adrenaline, and Kakashi watches in confusion as the young man puffs out a steady breath and two perfect pearl scent bubbles bloom into existence. They swallow both of the kunai cleanly. The intruder twitches his fingers again and there is a loud pop and then a sizzling sound and the two deadly streaks of metal dissolve in midair. The plop of the melted gloop that was once two kunai hitting the den floor is anticlimactic. Kakashi stares. So does Yujito. The stranger smiles slightly awkwardly. My apologies again for the intrusion. He points a pale hand behind him down the tunnel. The back door was open. The young man who just neatly erased two deadly weapons steps a little further into the golden light of the den. He looks no older than 20 with black hair hanging obscuring half of his delicate featured face, eyes a dark golden. A slightly dirty and blood-stained, though somehow still elegant sky blue kimono hangs off his pale shoulders. Kakashi can see a wrap of bandages around his waist, and across his chest. As seems to be Kakashi's lot in life in these things, he recognizes the stranger only now that he's tried to kill him. Yujito is in the same boat as she leans forward, clawed hands digging into the back or the couch. Yotakata. The teenage Jinchuriki of the Six Tails gives another delicate wave of his fingers in a careful but genuine smile. Hello Yujito, wolf. Sorry it took me so long. Kakashi looks from the newest stray to have appeared among his walls, to Yujito, still staring, still uselessly speechless. He sighs. Yotakata, huh? You're with the Rokubai. He receives a delicate nod from the young man as an answer. You ran away from your village because they sucked. Another nod. And you're not here to kill us all in our sleep, right? Yotakata's face twists in confusion this time. No, Saiken told me this is where all the Jinchuriki with nowhere else are supposed to come now. Obito always used to say that Kakashi was an idiot, but even he knows a pattern when it insists on repeatedly showing up at his front door. That sure seems to be the case, he agrees wearily. Then, I'll put the dem kettle on I guess, and turns to begin making his way to the rapidly becoming undersized kitchenette. He catches the joyful laugh of Matatabi, breaking the tension as the tailed beast yowls, "Seiken! You made it!" and resists the urge to drag a hand over his face. "Maybe if I asked, the universe would give me a fucking break," Kakashi thinks sardonically. He scoffs to himself as more excited chatter fills his ears, the pups and Gaara apparently having arrived to greet their new guest as well. What a silly thought. When has the universe ever deemed to give Kakashi a break, and honestly, at this point why would he want one? Even for all the madness this life has wrought, Kakashi thinks that when he compares where he started so few months ago to where he is now, if there is any other version of this life that exists, he wouldn't trade it for the one he has now for anything. Something crashes loudly to the ground in the den behind him and the silver-haired Jonin hears Naruto shout, "Oops," not sounding even a bit apologetic. The man once called Hound, once called Friend Killer, now called Wolf and Sensei, rolls his eyes toward the cave ceiling. He wouldn't take any other version of his life, even one that was just the tiniest bit peaceful. Chapter 25, Changing, Falling, Fading. It happens 3 days before Sakura's birthday. They're cleaning up from dinner. Naruto and Gaara are on dish duty tonight, chatting quietly and occasionally whispering about something that Kakashi can't make out. He would be more worried about it. Naruto and secrets are never a good combination in his book after all, but Gaara is a good, level-headed child and so Kakashi isn't too concerned. Yujito is sprawled next to him in one of the mismatched kitchen chairs, her feet up on the table as she and Yotakata argue. The two Jinchuriki seem to have fallen into the strangest habit of butting heads over the most random nonsense. Watching them bicker has quickly become one of Kakashi's favorite pastimes. Between Yotakata's overwhelmingly mild demeanor and Yujito's consistently hot-headed one, the light-hearted arguments never fail to make him smile. Tonight's disagreement revolves, apparently, around whether Kiri or Kumo had more annoying weather. It's not something he would ever expect to be argument-worthy, but the two Jinchuriki are finding plenty of ammunition in the topic it seemed. Kakashi finds that the way that Yujito's smile is all genuine playful mirth with no cruel twist, and the way that Yotakata's eyes are focused and annoyed without skittering as if he's waiting to duck a blow, well, strange arguments or not, Kakashi likes the ease with which they exist in this moment. Sasuke is feeding the scraps left over from the baked salmon they'd had for dinner to Mika, and Sakura sits next to him, carefully sketching out a segment of a seal in her newest notebook. They've both been working harder than ever. Kakashi almost wants to tell them to take a break. They are still only 13 for God's sake, but, before their youth, they are shinobi. Kakashi knows better than most that for people like them, death doesn't care how young you are. Besides, even if he tried to get them to relax, they wouldn't listen to him anyway. Sasuke has a half-dozen Nikomata that he now trains with regularly and the general proficiency of your average frontline medic. Meanwhile, Sakura's Fuinjutsu is quickly exceeding even the thickest, most utterly incomprehensible scrolls that the archives can offer. Kakashi knows she's working on something big. Something even bigger than just trying to solve the puzzle of the 8 trigrams or complete her living memoriam seal. She won't tell him what it is. Kakashi trusts her though, so he doesn't push. All in all, it's a normal evening. Quiet. Relaxing. This peace has been the norm for the Uzushio renegades for nearly 3 months. In some ways, Kakashi can't believe their luck. At least 4 of the most powerful militaries in the world are looking for them, not to mention any number of unsavory characters who are after power or revenge or just blood. All Team 7 and the Jinchuriki have going for them is the help of one Chunin school teacher, the resources of a long-destroyed village, a lot of luck and, well, the combined power of 4 of the most powerful spirits in the world, he supposes. Maybe it's not so unreasonable that they haven't been found yet. Iruka is a hell of a Chunin after all. Kakashi smiles to himself as he looks around the crowded kitchen. They've all fallen into an easy routine. Training to stay strong, occasionally taking simple missions to help out in Jisen and earn cash or other necessary goods, and laying low around the archives while they prepare for what comes next. Kakashi would expect himself to be getting fidgety, to feel like a dog tugging on the end of his leash, but the break is nice. He's relaxed. Even knowing that the future waiting for him and his kids is centered around the impossible task of taking on the great elemental nations, for the first time in his life he is at peace. Naruto had explained his new dream to Yujito and him the night Yotakata arrived. Breaking the cycle of hate, the youngest Jinchuriki had called it then, red eyes lit as if from within and determination coming off him in waves. Fucking shit up on an international scale, Yujito had deemed it, laughing as she reached to ruffle Naruto's blonde hair, promising to join them in their insane task. Kakashi had experienced a wave of déjà vu when Naruto had turned those burning eyes to him. For a moment he'd been back in that dusty, empty house on the Uchiha compound so many months ago. "Sensei?" the blonde had asked. It's like I said before, Kakashi was completely unable to keep the smile off his face. "We're a team. I go where you go." The armful of cheering Jinchuriki he'd received in response is something that Kakashi doesn't think he'll ever get used to or tired of. It's been 3 months since then and Kakashi still has no idea what break the cycle looks like. He thinks he has a better grasp on fuck shit up just based on who he is as a person, but still. The 7 of them who now call the archives home have other things they are worried about first, so details can be handled down the road. For now, Kakashi can focus on the peace he feels when he looks around the crowded kitchen at his friends. Yujito leans forward and flicks Yotakata in the forehead with a grin, and Sasuke peers over Sakura's shoulder to look at her notebook, and Naruto splashes water onto Gaara's shirt with a mean grin. Maybe, more than his friends, Kakashi thinks with a warm, soft curling feeling in his chest. Maybe for the first time since his father's death Kakashi can let himself have a family again. Of course, it's his lot that such a thought comes right before everything goes to shit. All 4 Jinchuriki suddenly stiffen. Yujito's feet clatter down from the tabletop and Yotakata's playful annoyance vanishes from his face. Kakashi doesn't know what's wrong, doesn't see any threat, but Yujito's going pale and something heavy hits the ground behind Kakashi's back and Gaara gasps, his normally calm voice terrified as he chokes out Naruto. Kakashi whirls. The feeling of déjà vu returns, stark, unwelcome, and terrifying. Naruto is on the ground. Soap suds still cling to his hands. His eyes are wide open, the scarlet of his pupils bright and feverish. The entire room lurches into motion. Gaara's legs give out from under him and he sinks to the ground next to Naruto's unmoving form, breath panting and short. Seeing this, Yujito tries to rise from the table, panic white hot on her face, but as she goes to stand her knees give out and she falls forward, one clawed hand crashing to the table to keep her from collapsing just like the younger Jinchuriki have. Yotakata isn't much better off. The already pale young man's face is white as a sheet of paper and he clenches his eyes shut against some phantom pain. Team 7 flies into motion. Sasuke throws himself from the chair and onto the ground by Naruto. As his hands make contact with the stone of the kitchen floor there are 4 massive puffs of smoke. All of the Nikomata that appear are familiar to Kakashi already. These are Sasuke's hard hitters, his front line as Yujito calls them. There is Ruri, sleek and black as night, Dai, a tabby the size of a horse with long fur and longer claws, Reiji, Ruri's twin brother, smaller, faster, and quieter than his sister, and Yuji, the largest of the 4, with fur as white as snow and eyes so blue they practically glow. All 4 of the cats have their claws already out as they hit the ground and their sharp eyes flicker about the kitchen, searching for threats, twin tails swishing with agitation. "Sasuke!" Ruri demands, voice low and drawn as if holding back a hiss. "You answer to Sakura right now," Sasuke growls out, Sharingan eyes already sweeping over Naruto as he presses steady fingers against the catatonic Jinchuriki's throat, measuring his pulse. All 4 Nikomata turn to the pinkette without argument. Sakura had moved at the same time as Sasuke. She's now posted at the door that leads from the kitchen into the rest of the caves, her face focused and drawn as she listens intently. She doesn't look at Sasuke, doesn't question his decision to pass his summons off to her. "Ruri, Dai, go check the main entrance for intruders. Reiji the eastern upper entrance. Yuji stay here and be ready to help Sasuke if he needs extra chakra to heal Naruto." The yokai move without argument. Ruri and Dai streak from the room, nearly faster than the eyes can follow, and Reiji slips into the dark shadows under the table and vanishes, using the shadow striding ability that makes him one of Sasuke's most dangerous summons. Caves secured for now, Sakura moves from the door to Sasuke and Naruto. Gaara is still conscious but he's breathing heavily and his eyes are squeezed tightly shut against some phantom pain. Yujito and Yotakata seem no better, the former trying to stand again and failing, her legs too weak to support her. Kakashi moves instantly, catching the other Jonin's trembling arm and helping her back into her seat. Yujito, what's going on? He snaps. Wolf doesn't know if she can speak, but something is wrong and he needs to know what it is to be able to actually do anything. Yujito grits her teeth, snarling low in her throat as her eyes flicker back and forth between their normal black to the gold of Matatabi's presence. Something's wrong with one of the other Jinchuriki. The connection is translating pain. Yotakata, hands clenching and unclenching on the worn wood tabletop as his own eyes flare gray to white and back, gasps out, "It's Komei and Fu." This information doesn't help Wolf at all. He looks over to his kids. Suzuki's hands are glowing steadily, one over Naruto's heart and one over the 8 trigrams. "Suzuki?" Kakashi demands. "He's okay," the medic answers after a few tense beats. "Not good, his blood pressure is way too high and so is his core temperature, but I'm stabilizing his pulse and taking some of the strain off his heart." Kakashi nods shortly. Sakura has moved to check on Gaara, offering the red-haired boy her hand to squeeze as he shakes. They wait. It takes nearly 10 minutes for the fit to subside. Gaara relaxes first. His death grip on Sakura's hand loosens bit by bit and his eyes open, pale, and pupil-less but clear. Yujito is next. The two-tailed Jinchuriki lurches from the table the moment her legs are able to support her and goes to crouch at Gaara's side. Yotakata takes around a minute after that to recover. Kakashi rests a comforting hand on the young man's shoulder, knowing to move slowly as he does so that the shaken teen sees him coming. Naruto is last. When his red, bleary eyes finally lose that glassy sheen and his breaths even out, Kakashi slumps in relief. Mika, who had been crouched on Suzuki's shoulder this entire time, her tails wrapped around his upper arm groundingly, murmurs, "I'll go tell the others that it's okay now." Suzuki gives a hum of assent, focus still entirely centered on the barely conscious Naruto. In his stead, Sakura orders tell them to finish their circuit, please. "I want to make sure this wasn't an attack." "Yuji, go with her." Mika and Yuji both nod and then dart from the room on swift and silent paws. If Kakashi wasn't still riding a Kunau's edge of terror, he'd find it more amusing to watch the massive white cat that barely fits through the kitchen doorway follow in Mika's tiny paw prints. Quiet is left in the Nekomaita's wake as the 7 members of the Uzushio renegades stare at each other. Naruto has managed to push himself into a halfway upright position with shaking arms, Suzuki's steady hand on his back supporting him the entire way. Kakashi catalogs the pale sheen of his student's normally warm, tan skin and the feverish glazed look to his eyes. Suzuki's movements are calm, but the boy has never been good at hiding his emotions, and Kakashi can read the fear in his face as easily as he can Naruto's pain. This attack was worse than previous times, he realizes. "Let's move to the den," Kakashi finally says. "I think we need to have a conversation." Everyone goes without argument. Seeing that Suzuki isn't going to leave Naruto's side anytime soon, Sakura steps to help Yotakata stand on still trembling legs. Gaara seems to have recovered the most out of all the Jinchuriki, and though Yujito has a guarding arm around his shoulders, he is the one supporting her more than anything else. All 7 of the current tenants of the mountain archive move to settle onto the various couches that clutter the den. Sakura leads Yotakata to the ratty blue armchair that the older teen seems to favor and then joins Suzuki in sandwiching a bleary Naruto on the couch nearby. Yujito, face not yet regained its normal pallor, seems too agitated to sit and instead stands next to the couch mirroring Kakashi's kids, her clawed fingers tapping restlessly at her arm. Gaara sighs and sits on the love seat right next to his unofficial guardian, pale eyes unabashedly worried. Kakashi looks over each of them in turn. Fear does not sit easily on any of their shoulders. All 6 of them look to him. Kakashi takes a deep breath. "Okay. What do we know?" Sakura, whip-smart, always thinking, always ready for the worst, speaks first. "Something happened that affected all the Jinchuriki. Naruto was impacted the most severely because his seal is already damaged, I think, but also maybe because he has the most tails." Kakashi raises an eyebrow at her, silently asking for her to expand on the point. Yujito interjects instead. "Sakura is right. We all got hit equally, but Gaara got better first, then me, then Yotakata, then Naruto. 1, 2, 6, 9. Frowning, Kakashi asks, "Why would more tails make the recovery slower though, and for that matter, what was it that you all were recovering from? What happened?" The four Jinchuriki exchange looks with one another. Something bad is going on with one of the other Jinchuriki. Fu and her Baiju Yo, Kome, from what we can tell. Yotakata still sounds shaky as he explains, but the tremble is fading from his limbs as he tucks his legs under him, curling in to make himself smaller as he often seems to when stressed. How do you know that something is wrong with Fu, and why does that hurt the rest of you? 3 months ago Kakashi is certain that Sasuke would have shouted the question, maybe threatened violence if answers weren't offered. Now, however, the Uchiha barely glances at the rest of the room, his dark eyes steady on Naruto as he keeps a hold of the other boy's pulse. All medics must be cool under pressure, Kakashi thinks, remarkably proud as he watches his student work. Even with the shitty, unnerving circumstances, seeing Sakura and Sasuke react to danger not like scared children, or even like genin, but like fully trained shinobi has his heart warming in his chest. Yotakata considers his question around a thoughtful hum. The dark-haired 19-year-old taps his pipe nervously against the arm of his chair, and his eyes flick from exit to exit as he thinks. The Six Tails Jinchuriki may be able to melt kunao, steel, bone, as easily as breathing out, but Kakashi decided long ago that if Yotakata hadn't already killed the abusive piece of shit that called himself his sensei, then Wolf may have had to go hunting. Finally settling on an answer, Yotakata explains, we've mentioned it before, but the more time we spend together here in the same place, the more we Jinchuriki seem to be developing a connection of some sort. It's like... He pauses in consideration. A shared line of sight and a view of the same horizon, Gaara offers quietly from where he sits bow-legged on the couch. A unified understanding of pain, Yujito corrects, pausing the tap of her claws to place a hand on Gaara's shoulder. A web of threads, vibrating with our individual voices and longings, Yotakata's melodious voice adds. A bond. All of them turn as one to look at Naruto, pale and wan and still smiling crookedly at them as he pushes himself to sit fully upright on the couch. And someone who shares that bond, another Jinchuriki, is hurting, so it hurts all of you as well. Kakashi clarifies. Answers Naruto, holding a hand and tilting it side to side in a so-so motion. It's less that she's hurting and more that she's hurting and not fighting it. Yujito moves to begin pacing short strides at the opposite side of the den from Kakashi. Saiken was screaming for help, Yotakata murmurs, seeming to take up even less room as he recollects. Fu was hurting and Saiken was forced the connection wider to call for us, so we got not just the call for help but all of Fu's pain as well. The other three Jinchuriki nod in various agreements. Well shit, says Kakashi, knowing it's an understatement and still unable to conjure anything better to say. Has it always been that way for you Jinchuriki? Instantly all four Jinchuriki shake their head in various disagreements. The only time I've ever felt pain like that before, Yujito grates out, is less than a month before Konoha skipped town. I'm fairly certain it was because... She falters. Her face twists towards grief that she seems almost startled by. When Isabu disappeared, Gaara finishes for her quietly. Kakashi blinks. He doesn't know who that is, but he's smart enough to connect the conversational strings at play here. Is that another one of the tailed beasts? And this must have been the same time that Naruto collapsed while we were still at the Haytake compound. He said something about someone disappearing, no, being gone then. Nodding in agreement, Naruto says, yeah, in the same way that I can feel Gaara and Shukaku and Yujito and Madatabi and Yotakata and Saiken and all the rest of the Jinchuriki and tailed beasts too, I can feel where two of them are missing. Missing, repeats Kakashi. I'm really not a fan of the idea of two of the most powerful spirits in the world simply being missing. Naruto shrugs and Yujito scoffs. So we add it to the list of all the other impossible shit we have to do. The two tails Jinchuriki bites out. And what about the 8 trigrams? Demands Sasuke, still calm, still unflinching, but always focused on what matters to him above all else. Even if Team 7 hadn't defected, Kakashi is certain that the youngest Uchiha would never have made a good Konoha shinobi. Even with all his genius, all his drive, Sasuke's eyes only ever focused selfishly on his own goals. Once that goal was killing Itachi, but now... Kakashi watches as Naruto suppresses a flinch of pain as the 8 trigrams pulses with sickly energy again. Sasuke instantly scoots closer to the blonde, thigh to thigh with the other boy as he raises a glowing green hand to sweep over Naruto's forehead, taking his pain as his eyes sweep worriedly over the blonde's face. Well, now Sasuke's goals seem fairly aligned with Kakashi's own, to keep his precious people safe. Sakura, who has pulled out one of her endless notebooks and is rapidly reading over it with a furrowed brow, answers her teammate's question. I think this is still in the same vein as all of the other seal-associated fainting spells. Please don't call them that, it makes me sound so lame, Naruto whines from under the glowing green palm Sasuke is pressing against his forehead. Shush. Sakura tells him at the same time that Sasuke hisses dope. A smile fights across both of their faces at their blonde teammates whining, and Kakashi, an expert in watching how the three of them play off each other after all this time, doesn't miss the way that Naruto grins at that. Wolf isn't certain if his youngest student always understood the effect that his foolish, light-hearted nature had on his far more serious teammates, but he certainly has come to recognize it over the recent months. If Sakura is on track as a strategist and Sasuke as a healer, Kakashi suddenly realizes that Naruto is quickly shaping up to be a rather effective if unorthodox diplomat. And tank. And ninjutsu expert. These kids, Wolf thinks, fighting the urge to tug at his own white hair in exasperation, picking just one thing to be geniuses, it was apparently far too much to ask. No, they each had to grab a handful of skills and run for it, dragging him along in their wake. What can we do to help you? Naruto asks the room at large as his teammates continue to fuss over him. Count on Naruto to be the one worrying about someone else even though he is still barely recovered from the fit. Yujito, finally calmed enough to sit, drops into the chair at Gaara's side. Well, he's still much harder to read than you three, but maybe we could ask. Yotakata frowns. Do we even know that he'd be on our side? Last I heard he hasn't even really been a part of his village in years. He may not want anything to do with us. Batting Sasuke's hands away from his face with good-natured irritation, Naruto answers brightly, no, I think he'll help. I'll get Kurama to talk to Kokyo and see if he can get to Waterfall quickly. Who is this about? Kakashi finally asks. Han, Jinchuriki of the Gobi. All four Jinchuriki in the room say at the exact same time. Silence reigns immediately after as they blink at each other in shock. Looking around the room at the baffled meta-humans, Sakura announces, you know this tailed beast telepathy thing is a useful trick, but it's a little freaky, and more importantly it could become a serious weakness if anyone who wanted to hurt us found out about it. Kakashi frowns. He hadn't considered that the connection could be a weakness. He'd been pretty stuck on the freaky part of it still. So we hope no one figures it out and we burn the bridge as we come to it if they do, Naruto answers with a shrug. And when it does happen again and the 8 trigrams sends you into cardiac arrest, what do we do then? Sasuke demands, voice strained. Naruto leans, bumps a comforting shoulder against the other boys and says quietly, gently, fondly, scaredy cat. Sakura, holding her Fuinjutsu notebook in tight, determined fingers, answers, I have a plan. I'll double down on unraveling the seal over the next couple of weeks, and if I can't finish it in that time I have a backup idea to get it figured out before the month is up. C-Team. Sakura's got it. Naruto tilts backward to lay halfway in Sakura's lap, grinning up at her, I'm in the best ink-stained, Fuinjutsu nerd hands in the whole of Uzushio. Sakura smiles down at him fondly, not a nerd, idiot, she says. Not an idiot, nerd, Naruto chirps back and both of them laugh. We are the only ones in Uzushio, grumbles Sasuke in annoyance. Naruto just responds to the ravens pouting with a loud raspberry sound, and when that doesn't sufficiently wipe the frown off of the other boy's face, Naruto wraps his legs around Sasuke's waist and tumbles him off the couch and onto the carpeted floor. Things devolve from there as Sasuke drags Naruto off the couch after him to wrestle the boy to the ground in revenge. Kakashi rubs at the bridge of his nose. Well, if they have to play a waiting game, at least they can do so while watching Sasuke and Naruto try and pin each other to the ground like snapping puppies. Kakashi just hopes that they can find a solution quickly enough, because if something happens to this person again, or another Jinchuriki for that matter, before they can repair the 8 trigrams and Naruto has another fit. He looks at the white-knuckled grip that Sakura has on her notebook, at the careful way Sasuke is handling Naruto even as they play fight. Kakashi isn't the only member of Team 7 who is worried. They have work to do. Chapter 26, Not Waiting for a Sign. The Uzushio Renegades celebrate Sakura's 14th birthday with homemade cake and red bean dumplings. The mood is certainly less jovial than a birthday may call for because all of their minds are still on the 8 trigrams, on the ticking clock slowly counting down the time they have to find a solution for it. Despite the tension, however, all 7 inhabitants of the cave try to make Sakura's birthday a good one. There are small garlands of white coastal flowers braided together and draped around the den and kitchen, sugary desserts to eat, and a messily wrapped pile of presents for the pinkette to unwrap. Kakashi somehow manages to procure for his eldest student a beautiful dark blue haori with loose billowing sleeves. It's lined with spider silk armor and enough hidden pockets to store a veritable arsenal of scrolls, brushes, ink, and kunao. When Naruto asks where he got the garment, Kakashi simply wiggles his brows and grins mysteriously. Yujito gifts Sakura a lavender hand cream from Jason. Sakura asks her if it's a callback to the lavender bath salts that Naruto and her gave Yujito nearly 4 months ago when the Kumo Kunoichi first arrived in Uzushio. The smile that Yujito gives the pinkette in response is all soft edges and fondness even with her unnaturally sharp teeth. Naruto and Gaara work together for their gift. Sasuke knows they've been sneaking off for weeks now doing something, but even he is surprised when the 2 youngest Jinchuriki present the set of hand-carved fuinjutsu brushes to Sakura. The set of tools have been lovingly carved from the hard, white wood of the trees that cover Oasis shores and then sand-polished till they shine. They are elegant but functional, and the tiny, messy, clearly hand-done sakura blossoms carved at the base of each brush marks very clearly who they belong to. Sakura cries when she opens them and then cries harder when Naruto shows her the small cuts on his hands that he got while carving them, and Gaara teases her softly about being glad he is that he's no longer the only 14-year-old among them. Sasuke waits and gives his gift to her when Kakashi is distracted by Mika. The 2 books he passes her are small and don't look like much. It had still taken his summons die nearly a month to find both of them though, and when Sakura reads the titles her eyes widen almost comically. For your project, Sasuke tells her quietly enough that the others won't hear. She's not told them yet, after all. Sasuke doesn't agree with the decision to keep the others in the dark, but he can't throw stones in this particular glass house. She wants to get stronger, and even though the risk for the path she's chosen is great, Sasuke believes fully that it's still her choice to make. Hopefully, Chakra Coil Anchors, Integrated Fuinjutsu and Medical Jutsu Volume 3, and Traditional Fuinjutsu Tattooing, can make the path a little less treacherous, or at least make it so that she's walking it less blindly. Sakura stares down at the books for several long moments, overwhelmed to the point of silence, a rarity for the girl who is never short on what to say or do. Finally, she wraps an arm around his shoulder and pulls him into a hug, books still held tight against her chest. Thank you for believing in me. Sasuke nods, a little awkward but mostly just happy that she's happy. I trust that you can do this, he tells her, and means it. Sakura will figure this out. She is meticulous and thorough and the most brilliant person Sasuke knows. He trusts that she can accomplish anything she sets her mind to, and he equally trusts that she is smart enough to do so without taking unnecessary risks. Happy birthday, Sakura, he says quietly, and has to bury a grin as Naruto sneaks up behind her preparing to smush leftover cake into her hair. Less than 3 weeks later, Sasuke finds that he wishes he had been less trusting of his pink-haired teammates' rationality. Sakura stands in front of the unassuming wooden door and takes a long, slow breath. She glares at the door. The door does not return her ire. For what lays beyond it she really feels like it should be more ornate or more threatening. But no, the entrance to the chamber that Sakura discovered 2 months ago is the simple, white wood of every other door here in the archives, no embellishment, no description, no warning. She takes another breath. This is a really stupid plan. Sakura happens to be very smart, so she knows that it's very stupid and that it's reckless and desperate, but the image of Naruto pale and vacant and dying flashes across her mind's eye again. They are running out of time and her team, depending on her, trusting her, can't afford to wait any longer. So yes, this is reckless, stupid, desperate, but it's also necessary. Certainty rediscovered, Sakura reaches and opens the door. The room she steps into beyond is large and almost as bare as the door that guards it. Proximity seals standard to the archives flare as she steps further in and golden light floods the space. The light makes the single, defining feature of the room impossible to ignore. The seal painted across the entirety of the floor is easily the most complex one Sakura has ever seen. To her trained eyes it's beautiful. The seal is a dance of sweeping lines and curves and symbols. Some of the details are so small she would barely be able to make them out without a viewing glass, while others are nearly a foot across. The seal manages to almost be more art than function, though Sakura is absolutely certain that it functions just fine. Over her time here in Uzushio she's spent more than 1,000 hours studying seals, and while she had started as a beginner she now regularly dissects high-level seals. Master-level seals. The 8 trigrams alone is a miracle of fuinjutsu, precise and complex and degraded to the point that it's like a paper airplane that is somehow still maintaining its flight in the midst of a cyclone. The memoriam seal that she is adapting to use against Orochimaru is incredible too, steady, deep and absolute, like something that months ago she would never have thought that lines of ink could be. Not to mention her personal project, but this seal, buried deep in the Uzushio archives, hidden away in an unmarked room, is impossible. Sakura has snuck away from the others several times now and just sat and looked at the lines that whirl across the stone floor in front of her. She has stared at them so many times, studied them so carefully, that she's begun to see them with her eyes closed. She's snuck here with stacks of books and her own detailed notes, but still she is barely beginning to scratch the surface of the seal's detail. But she has figured out what it's for. If the seal is a novel, she's learned the language it's written in well enough to be able to read the chapter headers, the title, the synopsis. She has more than enough information to know that what she's about to do is so stupid. Kakashi-sensei is going to kill her when he finds out about this, but she hopes that he's also going to understand why it was worth it. If she can make it back out, that is. Because the seal in front of her is so beautiful, but it is beautiful just like the whirlpools that Sakura has heard about from the fishermen who come and go from Jason. The swirling vortexes of water are a well-known hazard of the turbulent ocean that surround Ozu. According to the stories that Sakura has listened to, they will swallow a person whole and never let them out. This seal is the same. The young fuinjutsu specialist crouches at its outer reaches, eyes tracing across the nearly 30 feet of minuscule inscriptions once again. The seal is old. It's still pristine, no degradation visible, but she can tell just by looking that it has been here as long as the archives themselves. She thinks that it's even possible that this seal was placed here before anything else was. To say the seal is complex would be like saying the sun was bright or that the ocean was wet. There are so many different aspects of it that Sakura is certain that she could spend years happily unraveling and documenting all that went into it. All those aspects are somehow perfectly harmonious, balanced, and intertwined with one another. It's like an orchestra of 1,000 instruments. On its right-hand side, Sakura rereads the segment she had decrypted last week, dedicated to binding and trapping chakras that interacted with this seal. In the secondary ring there is an entire section related to permanence, to literally weaving the veins of the seal in with the natural energy flowing through the land it rests over. In its northern hemisphere is something akin to the structure of the curse mark, something designed to reach beyond the borders of the seal, to inscribe and tether. Curling through the body of the inscription is something that Sakura would call the bastard child of a memoriam seal and a sealing contract, something that she would have never thought was even possible until seeing it. And most striking of the whole ineffable construction is the seal's heart, its center, the core melody that binds the entire song together. It's simple, really. The matrix is nearly identical to that of your average storage seal, something Sakura learned how to replicate in the first couple months of her studies, that she knew how to identify even while still in the academy. This isn't for storing kunao or traveling packs though. It's a knowledge sink, a library that's been condensed into 2 feet of ink that curls and twists like roots, all bound up in the middle of more than 20 feet of the most perfect fuinjutsu work that Sakura has ever seen. Sakura understands all of this. She reads it in the curling wordless language of fuinjutsu, the language of give and take and power and flow and silence that she has taught herself over the past 5 months. In the same language, in a voice that is prideful, that is daring her to try, the seal before Sakura says what its name is. The Crucible Seal. Even if she couldn't read seals to know that's what this incredible construct of fuinjutsu was christened, the single other point of information in the room beside the seal would give the game away. The carved words on the wall across from the door are stark and clear. The inscription reads, "For those who would call themselves Master." Crucible. Master. A seal that holds chakra and has every ability to drag her mind and power into its depths and never relinquish them. A seal that is completely dormant until someone funnels their chakra into it with the express purpose of waking it, of seeing if they can pass whatever test it apparently offers. Sakura closes her eyes and weighs her options one more time. It's really all right there on the tin. This may be a reckless move, but she is not a reckless person. She is a strategist and a protector and, well, she supposes that if she decides to go through with this, she'll know soon enough if she's good enough to call herself a fuinjutist. The Crucible Seal has the answer to solving the problem of the 8 trigrams. She's more certain of it than of anything in her life. Somewhere beyond all the barriers of ink and the cursive demands, hidden away in its heart, Sakura will find how to save her best friend. If, like she said before, she can make it back out. She breathes deep and thinks of what her team would say. Naruto would yell at her and then probably cry. Sasuke would try to kick her ass and then yell at her. Yujito would carry her away by like scruff like a mother cat would a naughty kitten and then lock her in a room until she promised to behave, and Gaara would help her. Utakata would cross his arms and frown in that way that managed to convey disappointment more loudly than any shouting ever could. Sakura values all their opinions, but right now, trying to decide to take this risk or not, they are not the voices she imagines. She pulls the memories to the surface of her mind, as she often does in moments when she isn't sure what to do, when she's doubting herself. It's Kakashi-sensei's voice in every memory, his piercing eyes, his measured faith in her. She remembers his gaze meeting hers when they were still unsure if Yujito and Gaara were there to kill them or not, remembers his belief in her promise to fix the 8 trigrams, remembers him asking her to be the one at his side when he had to bury the remains from the Uzushio Academy ruins, remembers him supporting her when she swore to get stronger so long ago in front of the Dawn-Kissed Hatake compound. She remembers 100 moments of him pushing her, challenging her, daring her, to be better, to be greater. The memory that makes the decision for her now is still crystal clear, even though it happened more than half a year ago now. She recalls the smell of a coming storm and the dust of a house long empty, the sound of Naruto and Sasuke's panicked breaths and her own thundering pulse, the sight of the chakra barrier flickering treacherously under her weakness. Sharper than all of that though, than all the pain and mistrust and fear of that night, is the memory of Kakashi, turning to her, wild and absolute, and telling her that limits were nothing, that her team needed her to be strong and so he knew she would be. Telling her that he trusted her to be enough. Sakura is brilliant, but she isn't a genius like Shikamaru. She is strong, but she isn't a Jinchuriki like Naruto and doesn't come from a long clan line of warriors like Sasuke. She has no Kekujinkai and no special weapons or techniques that have been passed down to her. What she has to offer instead has always been a stubborn refusal to back down no matter the odds, no matter how far behind she is from the starting line. Sakura looks again at the Crucible Seal. She thinks of the months of research she's done for the 8 trigrams. She knows enough now to be positive that the gap in her knowledge is still too great for her to intuit a solution, and that Uzushio doesn't have any more tricks to pull out of its long scorched and broken streets to aid her. Without a miracle, she cannot solve the 8 trigrams and she cannot save Naruto and Kurama. But the Crucible Seal is a miracle. She closes her eyes, hears Kakashi's voice from that night so long ago, "Sakura, there isn't another option. You have to." She's scared, but from the very beginning, she's known that doing the impossible was what she is meant for. That's not because she's a genius, but because she will not be stopped by words like impossible. Or even words like stupid, reckless, or oh god. Sasuke and Naruto really were going to kick her ass for this. No time for that now. She has insurmountable odds to overcome after all. Sakura rises from the crouch she's been settled in and walks to the open door. It's time to alert the masses to what's about to happen. Placing her hands together in the ram sign, the Pinkette concentrates for a moment, centers herself, and then in the energy equivalent of the loudest shout she can muster she flares her chakra. It's something Kakashi taught them on the road months ago as a signal for if one of them ever got into trouble and needed to call for help. Sakura isn't in trouble yet, and she isn't going to let the rest of Team 7 help her when she starts being in trouble either, but she does want them to know she's here. Not much time to waste now. Moving fast, she turns and strides back to the edge of the Crucible Seal. Kneeling once again at its outermost border, she begins flashing through hand signs rapidly. This barrier jutsu is one she has known for more than a year now. It had been a bonus homework from none other than Iruka-sensei back when she was still in the academy and pretending to be in love with Sasuke, all the while aching to be something more. It is a strong jutsu, able to be maintained with a relatively minor if a perfectly steady flow of chakra. It had saved them that first night after the Forest of Death in Orochimaru. Sakura thinks that maybe it's going to save them again now. She doesn't have long left. Maintaining her hold on the barrier, she pulls her new Fuinjutsu brushes out of the pouch on her hip. Quickly, neatly, perfectly, she begins to paint the seal she needs against the inside of the barrier itself. It's a seal once used to strengthen and guard the levees built along Uzashio's shores during typhoon season. Sakura has adapted it, adjusted it to stabilize not stone but energy. It only takes her 2 minutes to complete the underpinning seal, and by the time she's done she's able to sit back from the barrier that now surrounds her and the crucible seal and allow her concentration on it to relax. The barrier stays up. It's still drawing chakra from her, but she no longer has to focus on maintaining that flow of chakra perfectly. Next, she pulls out a small handful of chakra crystals. Similar if significantly smaller than the one they once used to remove the curse mark, the tiny vessels of energy hold among them about 4 hours of chakra for the barrier. Sakura sets them on the ground and with precise strokes places an energetic vessel around them and then draws a conduit to the barrier and the seal, keeping it steady. She sits back again, furrowing her brow as she looks at her overlay. If she's right, and she thinks she is though she's never actually tried this combination before, the pairing of the chakra crystals, barrier, and underpinning seal should mean that no one will be able to reach her to pull her away from the seal for at least the first 30 minutes it takes her to fully activate and access the seal's challenge. She's still not sure what exactly the crucible has to offer her, but she knows that it will likely take a little bit for her to actually reach it. She's not foolish enough to even think for a moment that the barrier will last more than an hour. Knowing her sensei and her team, when they find out what she's doing here, yeah, she best hurry. Sakura moves to the edge of the crucible again and examines its array carefully. She finds the spirit and chakra at it quickly. Compared to the convoluted nature of the rest of the seal, it's a simple and clear pathway. Whoever crafted this seal may as well have written, "Please place hands here," Sakura thinks a bit sardonically. She settles into the lotus position and with hands that only shake a little she reaches back and pulls her hair into a tight ponytail. Sakura pops her neck and takes a bracing, deep breath. It's time. She doesn't hear the footsteps of his arrival, but Kakashi's voice still doesn't surprise her when it sounds through the bare room from the doorway behind her, tense and worried. "Sakura? What are you?" Her teacher trails off. She looks back over her shoulder, watching the whip-fast way his bichromatic eyes fly over the sight before him. It's all rather obvious, she knows, rather incriminating. Her, the barrier, the seal. "Sakura," he says again, and this time he sounds afraid, sounds angry. "Whatever you are doing, you need to stop and tell me what's going on." "I'm Dash." Sakura wants for one damning moment to throw herself out of the barrier and into his arms. But she has to do this. "It'll be okay, sensei," she interrupts him with the most confident smile she can muster. "I'll see you on the other side." And then she turns away from him and yanks chakra to the surface of her skin. Without another moment of hesitation, she slams her palms down onto the crucible seal and pours energy into it. The seal explodes into radiance under her touch as a mass of chakra that had been sleeping for nearly 2 decades awakens with all the subtlety of 100,000 paper bombs. A burning, scorching, golden light fills every corner of the room instantly, chasing away the shadows and making the words carved on the wall stark. Sakura has just enough time to hear Kakashi scream her name and for a single thought to materialize in her mind. "I may have miscalculated on how long it would take me to lose consciousness," she thinks with surprise. And then her mind falls forward into darkness. Chapter 27, Give Me My Voice. Sakura opens her eyes and blinks against the strange, sourceless light that meets her gaze. She's standing alone in an empty room, unfamiliar room. Actually, she does recognize the space. This is the exact same room that she had literally just been in, only this one is completely bare. There is no crucible seal on the floor, no lit sconces on the walls, no carved text on the wall. It's just her in the bare space. Actually, it's not just her. Her mind processes the fact that she's not alone before her eyes actually see anyone else, and not because she just misses the other presences or because they are hiding, but the figures who suddenly surround her on all sides are simply not recognized by her consciousness until now. Genjutsu? She finds herself wondering. It certainly feels like it, like her senses are not her own. She turns her head slowly side to side, counting. 11 strangely faceless shades stand around her. They are human, she thinks, but her gaze seems to slip from their features like oil off the ocean's surface. They are simply shadows. And then suddenly they are not. A voice breaks the thundering tension of her heart. It's an old crackling voice, dry but strong. Did you come here on accident, little girl? Sakura turns to the speaker. He's standing on her left and she can see him now. He's old, so old, with hair as white as sea foam and eyes pale and sightless. His skin is tan and freckled from sun exposure and he wears a dark blue robe patterned with intricate embroidery of churning waves and leaping orca. He doesn't say anything more, but as Sakura meets those piercing eyes she finds that she knows him. Iman Oki, born in the Warring States period, first seal master of Uzushiagakur. Died of heart failure at 78. Married to Megami Oki. Favorite food dried seaweed crisps. Birthday. Sakura shakes her head against the deluge of information. What is going on? Well. Iman demands. No, Why is she so nervous? I am here on purpose. I am seeking information. Information? There are less foolish ways to find information. It's a new voice and Sakura turns again, this time to her right and behind her another shade has gained a face. This man is younger. He has dark hair and an intricate beard. He's wearing traditional battle armor, red as blood, and has his arms crossed sternly over his chest. Yasumichi-son, Sakura's whirling mind supplies, born immediately after Uzushio was established. 4th Seal Master of Uzushiagakur. Was killed in the Second Shinobi War by Kumo forces. Prefers cold weather over hot. Invented the split inscription technique. Sakura groans, presses a hand against her eye and tries to fight past the nausea that's beginning to swim in her gut. Would you all settle down and let the child get adjusted? If she says she's here on purpose, then we need to treat her with the same respect as any other who comes before us. Sakura doesn't even have to physically look this time to be assaulted with the image of the woman speaking now. She's middle-aged and tall, with dark skin and intricate white tattoos curling across the surface of her cheeks down over the collarbones bared by her elegant kimono. Mahori Ige, 3rd Seal Master of Uzushiagakur. Contributed to front-line transfer practices and revolutionized Fuinjutsu battle usage during the Second Great Shinobi War. First Kunoichi to be granted the title of Seal Master. Suddenly Sakura is inundated with identities and faces and names and lives. Fuyaki Heijiwara, 10th Seal Master, born 48 years ago during a hurricane. Jin and Rin Matsuo, 9th and 8th, identical twins, though Jin was 3 centimeters taller and made sure everyone knew that. Masabumi Fukunaga, 6th, killed in Tea Country in an ambush but still managed to take out 36 men before he went down. Rikona Oki, 7th, notorious for her detonator trap Fuinjutsu. Deiju Hisamatsu, 2nd, once voted most likely to trip over his own feet out of all the Uzushio Jonin. Kane Hirocheki, 5th, allergic to cats. Sakura finds herself on her knees, panting and vision swimming. Her brain feels like it's been rattled around inside her skull. She looks up, blinking, trying to begin making sense of the baffling, overwhelming stream of knowledge and realizes someone is kneeling in front of her. The woman peering at her face with concern is young, no more than 17. She is by far the youngest among the 11 people in the room. No, not just people, the Seal Masters in the room. Sakura isn't a fool and she can see the unifying threads in each of their lives. As diverse and colorful and individualistic as they lived, all 11 of the shades share the stain of ink and the drag of brush calluses on fingertips and the legacy of burning, binding, dancing, world-shattering seals. You all right? The woman's voice is warm and her eyes are a silver so bright that they shine like the moon and her hair is red, red, red. Her name hits Sakura like a fucking sledgehammer to the gut. Nami Uzumaki. 11th Seal Master of Uzushiagakur. Youngest ever confirmed Fuinjutsu master in the history of the village. Liked ramen and spicy things. Cousin to Kushina Uzumaki. Died 2 months after receiving her confirmation with a kunai through her throat during Whirlpool's fall, 19 years ago. She's Naruto's family. Sakura thinks and doesn't manage to fight back the tears that thought brings to her eyes. Just breath, Nami tells her, placing tan, calloused hands on Sakura heaving shoulders. Let the information flow and it'll get easier, yeah no. Fuck, Sakura gasps out cause it's too much. But she listens to the young woman's advice and just lets herself know the things she knows now without fighting it. The rest of the Uzushio Seal Masters wait. After only another minute of steady breathing, Sakura feels a little less like her brain is trying to leak out of her ears and, giving Nami a slightly strained smile, she stands. Feeling better, child? That's Iman again, white eyes studying her with less hostility than before. Sakura still feels her spine straighten subconsciously under the examination, her chin tilting up in proud defiance. She dares him to find her as anything less than worthy of. Worthy of what exactly? She's in the dark as to what is going on here. She had known that the Crucible Seal would test her, but she really hadn't expected an actual, conscious jury. What is your name, girl? Demands Yasumichi. His red armor clinks subtly as he walks closer to her side, judgmental eyes dragging over her form. Sakura wishes that she hadn't worn sweatpants and a tank top for this, but even more she wishes that Yasumichi would back off before she's tempted to see if the seal's design will allow her to hit the ghosts that it holds. Sakura Harano. She manages to grit out in response. Nami tilts her head curiously this way and that, an energetic habit that Sakura has seen Naruto do more than once. I don't see a headband or village symbol on ya. And you can't be a Uzushionin because last I checked Mist and Cloud fucking destroyed everything. Her silver eyes sharpen and suddenly they don't remind Sakura of the moon anymore, but of a freshly sharpened katana. Who do you answer to, Sakura Harano? Sakura refuses to flinch under that gaze. I don't answer to a village. My team and I defected from Konohagakure nearly 7 months ago. There is an uproarious laugh from Sakura's left as Jin tilts sideways into his twin, slapping a hand against his thigh in mirth. You're a fucking missing nin. And you somehow stumbled into the archives and accidentally activated the crucible? Oh god, that's the funniest thing I've heard since I died. Shut up G, you're being annoying again, snaps Rin, shoving his brother off him. No one would be able to blame Sakura for losing her temper. I didn't stumble anywhere. Sakura explodes at the room at large. I arrived here in the archives with an Uzumaki and have been instructing myself and seals since then, and I am very good. I fully intend to take and pass whatever test you deem necessary to saddle me with so that I can access the information sink at the heart of this seal. She's breathing heavily by the time she's done, and she knows her cheeks are the splotchy red flush that they turn when she gets overly agitated. She doesn't care though. She will not stand here passively while these shades, these memories trapped in ink, insult and doubt her. 11 pairs of eyes stare at her in shock. Wow, you mean it, says Rin, blinking large black eyes at her. You've been studying for less than a year and you intend to take our test, scoffs Yasumichi, and he sounds annoyed, but he also sounds worried. You don't know what I'm fucking capable of. Sakura snarls at him. She doesn't want his annoyance or his concern. Sakura-chan, Nami's tone is softer, more serious than it's been yet. Do you know how this works? Do you know what happens if you don't pass? The fear that's been swimming in the base of her stomach since she discovered the crucible reaches out into her veins like poison before Sakura manages to grab and wrangle it back under control. She does know. The crucible seal hadn't been hiding the threat it was. If I fail, the seal consumes my chakra entirely and uses it to continue powering itself for years to come. It kills me. And yet you still choose to risk this, to come before us with no village to defend and half a year of study to prepare you. Mahori hasn't moved once in the whole exchange so far, her hands remaining tucked away in her sweeping kimono's robes. Sakura meets her eyes, meets all of their eyes one at a time, and says again, softer, you don't know what I'm fucking capable of, and then as that sinks in she adds, and I have something far more precious than a village to defend. The 11 seal masters look at one another and then in a voice, ringing and official, Iman pronounces, very well, nothing else to do for it. Let us begin the admittance test for the confirmation or expulsion of a new seal master to our ranks. Sakura's brain squeaks to a halt. Sorry, what was that? I just wanted to access the information stored here. I'm not looking to be dash. Mahora does move now, pulling her hands from her sleeves and sweeping them wide to gesture around the room at the collected Fuinjustice specialists. Harano, look at us. Think about who you are speaking to. What do you think the information you seek is? Where do you think it comes from? Oh, thinks Sakura. Oh, holy shit. She opens her mouth to say something smart and instead says, oh my gods, I'm an idiot. You all are the information sink. It's the collection of your knowledge, your experience. You're an archive in memory form. Not an idiot, says Nami, tilting her hand side to side in a so-so motion. Fuyaki didn't figure it out until Mahora told him apparently. The middle-aged blonde who'd been silent until now flushes under the spiraling clan symbols on his face and hisses, Nami, not cool. The young Uzumaki sticks her tongue out at him and then flashes a playful, conspiratorial smile Sakura's way. It's so familiar that some of the fear drains out of her. It's replaced, however, by confusion because, but wait, I know there are other seal masters that exist outside of Uzushio and this seal. Jiraiya is a dash. A shriek like a banshee rends through Sakura's question. That fucking shit heap on legs is still alive? No one's killed him yet. Rakona explodes, and despite the fact that she barely reaches her shoulder, Sakura has to fight the sudden urge to hide behind something. Deep breath Rakona-san, deep breath, hums. Masabumi, patting Rakona's shoulder nervously and with the look of someone ready to yank his hand back at any second lest he lose a finger. Jiraiya is no seal master, Sakura. Iman speaks over Rakona's ongoing snarls of rage. His bushy eyebrows are pulled low, making the heavy wrinkles on his face even more pronounced. He was talented for certain, but there were many talented fuinjutsu experts the world over once, and while some of them may have paraded the title master in fits of boastful pride, they were not and will never be recognized among us. Because they haven't passed whatever your test is. Sakura realizes aloud. Iman inclines his head in acknowledgement. Sakura squeezes her eyes shut and thinks, oh god, this was a crazy idea, and then she thinks, Kakashi is going to kill me, and then, I really shouldn't tell Kakashi the details at all. She takes a deep breath, opens her eyes, thinks, I'll decide whether I tell him or not when I see him after I survive this. Out loud she says, what do I need to do? Elsewhere, in a dark corridor deep in the belly of the Uzushio archives, Kakashi is pacing. The hallways this deep in the archives are claustrophobic, the ceilings low and dark, uneven stone. He stalks 10 paces, turns on his heel, and stalks 10 paces the other direction. He feels, literally, like a wolf in a very small cage. He looks again into the doorway of the room he's passed easily 300 times over the past several hours. Nothing has changed since the last time he checked 13 seconds ago. Despite this, despite Obito's Sherry-non offering him the uncomforting certainty that Sakura hasn't so much as shifted since he last asked, Kakashi grits out, anything. Sasuke, kneeling next to his teammate with his fingers pressed on her pulse point and his own Sherry-non activated and trained on her slow breaths, shakes his head. Nothing since her pulse spiked and her face got all flushed nearly 2 hours ago. Kakashi snarls under his breath and turns, continuing his worn circuit on the stone floor. Sakura has been unresponsive for 6 hours now. 6 hours since Kakashi appeared in the doorway of the sealing chamber, ready for the worst after her chakra flare, only to watch her activate the massive seal spread across the space with an explosion of energy. It had only taken them 30 seconds to get through the barrier she set up, and not because the barrier wasn't very robust. It was better than almost any Kaka he had ever seen, in fact, perfectly executed and then enforced with a seal that if he had been alone would have taken him hours to surpass. But Kakashi wasn't alone because Naruto had arrived only moments after he had watched the seal activate. Smelling his sensei's terror and seeing Sakura's unmoving form behind the wall of energy, Naruto had looked at the barrier and then he had simply gone through it. Kakashi still isn't sure exactly what happened. One moment his blonde student had been standing next to him, all panting breaths and wide red eyes and radiating worry, and the next. Kakashi had never seen the Six Tails form of Naruto's Jinchuriki transformation before today. He hopes he never has to see it again. The boy had torn through the wall with clawed hands of roiling, hyperdense, amber chakra as if it was made of paper. The barrier had failed and Naruto had hit the ground next to Sakura on his hands and knees, choking on bile as the 8 trigrams fluctuated with the overwhelming amount of energy and panic roiling in it. Sasuke and Yujito had come barreling into the room only moments later, still sweaty from training together. The only reason Kakashi had refrained from yanking his pink-haired student away from the malicious thing lighting the room was that before he could, Yujito had grabbed him and thrown him away from her. Think for a second, you fucking idiot. The two-tails Jinchuriki had screamed at him, standing between him and his kids, backlit by the light of the seal with wide, wild eyes. Kakashi, there is no telling what pulling her away from the seal would do. If you don't stop and think, you are going to get her killed. She'd been right, but Kakashi had still almost gone through her like Naruto had gone through the barrier jutsu to get to his kid. Infuriating, caring, stupid, woman. If he didn't truly love Yujito before, count her as precious before, the fact that without her Sakura may be dead. Suffice to say, he owes her. The other Jonin had taken Naruto and left a few hours ago. The blonde Jinchuriki had been furious at being made to leave. Even pale, trembling and in cold sweats as his seal shuddered under the brunt of his negative emotions, he hadn't been willing to even consider leaving Sakura's side. It wasn't until Sasuke had grabbed his blonde teammate's face, and butting his forehead none too gently against his, said, "I'll bring her back. Trust me, you idiot," that Naruto had relented and allowed himself to be guided back to the main part of the caves. Now all Kakashi and Sasuke can do is wait. Sakura is still exactly as she was so many hours ago. She is sitting in a relaxed lotus position with her hands pressed just inside the edge of the gently glowing seal. Tiny beads of cool blue light travel along the seal's arteries in an indiscernible pattern. Occasionally the whole construct flares slightly, sparks of faint energy drifting upward towards the low ceiling. The words carved into the stone wall do not move, mocking and challenging, and neither does Kakashi's student. He paces by the doorway again. As he did once so many mornings ago, Kakashi looks at Sakura, brave, determined, so clever and so ruthless, and he thinks of Obito. Obito who he loved. Obito who died in a cave. Obito who died where Kakashi could do nothing but watch helplessly. Just as he can do nothing now. Something in him tenses, nearly snaps, and Kakashi snarls and spins, preparing to slam a fist into the nearby stone wall, furious at his powerlessness. "Hey!" The rage in Sasuke's voice stops him short. The Uchiha's hands are still steady and careful on Sakura's pulse, never risking shifting her hands from where they make contact with the surface of the seal, but his Sharingan eyes are blazing as he looks back at Kakashi. "Don't you dare!" Sasuke rebukes. "She needs you to hold it the fuck together." He stumbles, clenches his eyes shut. "I need you to hold it together. Mika isn't here, and if you start going to pieces then I'm dash." Kakashi hears the rising panic even though Sasuke's hands never falter, never tremble. "I'm the most selfish mentor ever," Kakashi thinks darkly. "I'm not the only one who is terrified of losing the people I love." Without a word he makes his way over to Sasuke and crouches by the boy. He doesn't touch him, doesn't apologize, but when Sasuke turns wide, fearful eyes toward him, Kakashi offers a tremulous, crooked smile in response. "I'll wait here with you, until she wakes up." Kakashi refuses to even consider the possibility that she won't. Sasuke nods gratefully and turns back to continue focusing on monitoring Sakura's condition. Once his student's gaze has left him, Kakashi clenches his eyes shut and tries to breathe through his memories. Sakura is not Obito. She is not lost to him. She will not be another name on the memorial stone that is his heart. Kakashi settles in next to his kids and waits. Back in the ceiling space, Sakura is trying hard to bury the feeling that she is barely treading water in a veritable ocean of peril. The test is simple, Iman tells her. All that is required is that you add something unique to the knowledge accumulated here. Sakura blinks hard. "So I have to show you something you've never seen before." The Uzushio seal master's nod. Her heart is in her throat. Does it have to be completely original? Can it draw inspiration from other seals? Kanehiro shrugs, a little questionable but not unprecedented. Masabumi passed with a particularly original adaptation of Yasumichi's concussion seal. But it is risky. Cuts in Mahori. Where is the line between inspiration and plagiarism? Between tradition and originality? Fuck, Sakura thinks. Her adaptation of the Memoriam seal is just that, an adaptation. It won't be enough. But her personal project isn't ready and she's never tested it, and it's crazy, she thinks desperately. It's her only choice though. She has nothing else original to offer, nothing to add to the knowledge pool. Talk about trial by fire, she thinks. All right. I know what I'd like to offer. Very well, Iman says, then repeat after me. I, Sakura Harano, before this council of my peers and elders, do offer a seal of my own, to expand and strengthen the art Uzushio's legacy of Fuinjutsu and to prove my capabilities as a master and crafter of the practice. Sakura does so, though she barely hears the words leave her mouth. This is it. All her cards on the table, all her skills under the magnifying glass. No notes, no guides, no second chances. This is where she finally learns if she is more than just a bookworm with a good memory. Begin, says Iman. A pot of ink and a set of standard Fuinjutsu brushes appears on the ground in front of her. There are no scrolls to accompany it, so Sakura assumes that whatever she's supposed to show is to be placed on the floor just as the crucible seal was. She needs a different canvas for her seal, however. Sakura crouches on the floor in front of the brushes and ink and then, taking a deep breath and fighting down the foolish, juvenile urge to blush, she pulls off her tank top. None of the Fuinjutsu masters say anything, but in the strange sealing space of the crucible Sakura can still feel their confusion. Ignore them, she commands herself, and reaches for the brushes. She lays the first lines at the base of her throat, the gestures so familiar by now that she has no need for a mirror. The upper aspects of her seal are still minimal anyway, the complicated, intricate detail won't come till her midriff and below her elbows. The Uzushio masters have drifted closer. 11 pairs of eyes watch her work keenly. A corporeal seal, murmurs Rin, no one has tried that before. No one has had the balls to, grins Nami, and she moves a step closer and crouches in front of Sakura again, her silver eyes alight with fascination as Sakura carefully, steadily paints the matrices of her creation across her ribs. Sakura is trying to ignore why no one has likely tried to demonstrate a corporeal seal in this test before. Despite her best efforts, the words of one of the earliest books she read here, a fundamentals guide that went over many of the core rules of Fuinjutsu, runs through her mind. Corporeal seals, otherwise known as seals that are inscribed upon a person's body, are rare and difficult. Because of a shinobi's natural chakra system, any long-term seal matrices placed on the skin will either disintegrate or do lasting damage to the chakra network and coils of the seal's bearer. Only seals that are passive, or stabilized externally, are corporeally applicable in the long term. Sakura's seal is neither of those things. When she had tried to externally stabilize it, the whole structure had collapsed and, well, to call it passive couldn't be further from the mark. She pushes past the doubt. She knows this will work. She's spent days poring over referential texts both about Fuinjutsu and medical jutsu. She's spent entire nights studying her own chakra pathways and meditating as she familiarized herself with every single state that the energy in her body would naturally flow into. No matter what the books say, what they believe is impossible, she knows this will work. If it doesn't though, her thoughts whisper treacherously. Sakura ignores the doubt, lifts the brush and takes a deep breath, calming the tremble that tries to work its way into her hands before continuing. Another minute passes and she begins drawing out the lines on her stomach. This is where her work needs to be the most careful. In the hundreds of times she has practiced drawing this seal out, the majority of her mistakes are made here. Here, where she is weaving several different types of seals in with her own chakra coils and pathways, stabilizing it by intertwining the network she is painting onto her skin with the one that runs under it. She moves to her arms. The drying crackle of ink on her skin is an annoyance, but the eyes on her are a distraction. She ignores them, refuses to look at the jury watching her every brush stroke. Daijo lets out a hum of surprised recognition as Sakura sweeps the brush down over the back of her hands, spirals lines out in a parody of a seal she first saw 6 months ago. Those are my key seals, murmurs Daijo, but why? They were never meant to be stable enough to be put on skin, and all they do is absorb and slowly release the force of the surf so that the western-facing piers won't erode as quickly. Mahora hums in agreement before adding, yes, but look at how she's shifting their groundings. And their shape is similar to your originals, but see the way she's expanded them, complicated them. They are more flexible in this form. Carefully, Sakura connects the lines of the adapted key seals on her arms to the cluster of lines on her midriff. This is the tricky part. What she is slowly painting onto her skin needs to function as an extension of her chakra system, not an independent creation. Her seal has to be exact structurally, and it has to line perfectly with her natural chakra network. If it does, then she should be able to avoid the standard degradation that comes with high-use corporal seals. If it's wrong, however, in theory or execution, No time to worry about that now. She looks back over the lines she's laid so far, double-checks each symbol and measures spacing with her eyes. Is that line a quarter centimeter too far to the left? Was that anchor point supposed to be on that matrices or the one above it? Sakura shakes her head furiously. She's doubting herself. The seal is right, her theory is good. She hasn't actually tried this part yet, but she believes that it will work. All that's left to do is prove it and hope that it's enough for the masters watching her. Sakura puts the brush between her teeth and then she takes a deep breath and reaches into her chakra network. She sends a gentle pulse of energy into the lines swirling across her skin, and like a newborn, the seal breathes. There are several gasps of shock from her spectators as Sakura's seal lights gently, faint golden light sparking down its length and then fading, pulsing slightly. She ignores the reaction and focusing, lays the last few lines. Meridian path to energy dock. Balancing the yin reticulation against the lattice, stabilizing her chakra flow. She breathes all the air out of her lungs. The seal is done. She can feel the energy flowing gently through it and then circulating back into her body. It's working. She hopes that it's original enough of a creation to be worthy. She hopes she is enough to save her best friend. The Uzushio 11 are waiting in bated silence. My seal is called the Sentinel Seal. It absorbs force that comes into contact with my body, stores it for however long I need and then releases it at my will. In theory, I should be able to absorb an impact, and turn around and expel the force of the original blow. Simply put, if someone hits me, the Sentinel makes it so that I will hit them back with the same energy and then some. There is silence for several long moments, and for a second Sakura is terrified that it's not enough, that she fucked up or the seal is faulty or it uses too many pieces from other seals or... Holy shit, breathes Nami. And then the 11 greatest seal masters in Uzushio's history burst into noise. Yasumichi grabs her wrist and turns it forcefully, dragging a considerate finger over the lines on her wrist. Look, Deja. The way she's integrated and woven your key seal in with her chakra pathways. The other man nods and tapping against the lines on her wrist says yes, but here and here you can see the cache aspect is altered. Instead of a long-term slow release, this line and this pair of symbols will allow for a rapid-fire expulsion of energy. Kane Hiro, I believe it's dash. Kane Hiro is leaning over Deju and Yasumichi, his hair escaping its neat bun and his eyes bright. It's absolutely a mirror of my flying seals. But unlike the way that Tobirama adapted it, she's made it steadier, less volatile. Both of the other seal masters nod in agreement and Sakura would be more pleased with the praise, but on her other side Nami and Jin are leaning into her space as well. Nami trails her fingertips along the lines of ink on Sakura's stomach. If Sakura wasn't so overwhelmed, she'd maybe be more flustered about such a pretty girl touching her when she is wearing only her chest bindings, but... Nami's face suddenly lights up with joy. This part is drawing inspiration from Kushina's Jinchuriki seal. I can see its shadow and how you are incorporating the sentinel into your heart chakras. Is she the Uzumaki you arrived with? Sakura's blood freezes in her veins. Nami rambles on excitedly, not noticing Sakura's stricken expression. She was always shit at seals, would much rather punch something, the damn wild child. Gods, she must be old now. Almost 40, right? I always told her she'd get wrinkles before me even if she was 4 years younger than me. You'll have to tell her dash. She's dead, Nami-san, Sakura whispers. The chatter in the room dies instantly. Nami Uzumaki stares at her with wide, shocked eyes. Slowly her hands drop from where they had been gesturing excitedly and she fists the fabric of her pants. There is silence for several long moments. How long ago? Nami finally asks. 13 years. She died saving her son, my teammate, Naruto. Nami gives a half-hearted, watery laugh even as tears begin to run down her cheeks. She always said she'd never get married or have kids. I wonder what man decided to put up with her. The 11th Uzushio seal master wipes at her eyes furiously. Mahori reaches out and places a comforting hand on her shoulder while the rest of the gathered shades look on quietly. Nami takes a few steadying breaths and then meets Sakura's eyes. Her gaze is still teary, but the blaze of her silver eyes is bright and fierce. You protect Kushina's son, okay? I failed to keep his mom safe, so you take over for me. That blade-like look is back in her eyes and her voice turns ugly as she snarls, "The world has had its fair fucking share of Uzumaki blood. Sakura was always going to protect Naruto, she is here now to protect Naruto, but still, I swear it. Until my dying breath." Nami holds her eyes and then nods once sharply. Sakura can still see the mourning in Nami's eyes, the keen pain of loss. How lonesome, Sakura thinks, to be a ghost but to still have to watch as your loved ones leave this world without you. Iman breaks the silence, "I believe we have a decision to make." Sakura, still crouched on the ground with ink drying on her skin and hair sticking to the back of her neck and heart in her throat, stares up at the masters around her. This is it. All those opposed to indoctrination, speak. Sakura closes her eyes. The silence in the crucible ceiling space is deafening. All those in support, says Iman, and her eyes still aren't open but she can hear the smile in his voice. Sakura's mind is still processing the lack of opposition when 11 pronouncements of "I" come from all sides of her. "Rise, Sakura Harino, 12th Seal Master of Uzushiagakuer," pronounces Iman, and the grin is even more obvious in his dry voice now. Sakura opens her eyes. She should probably be freaking out. Scratch that, she is freaking out. Should she put her shirt back on? Oh my god, if she's not going to die here then Kakashi is still definitely going to kill her when she leaves. Come on now, Nami's smile is still set around the edges but she looks proud. Stand up, Sakura. You've just beaten my record of youngest ever Uzushio Seal Master. I don't know what to say. Sakura whispers hoarsely to the young Uzumaki and Nami just grins bigger, pulling her to her feet. Well, obviously you say you accept. I do accept. Sakura breathes out, and then louder, I do. I accept the position of a Seal Master and all that it entails. Nami props her hands on her hips and raising an eyebrow asks, then are you ready to officially join the club, kid? Don't call me kid. Sakura frowns distractedly even as she turns in confusion, feeling 10 different hands being laid against her back, her arm, her shoulder, the back of her neck. Hey, all these assholes made fun of me for being the youngest for years. Your turn now, grins Nami, drawing her attention forward again. Sakura studies her. Naruto's first cousin, young and brilliant and killed far too young. She almost wants to apologize, to beg for forgiveness for what was done to the village that Nami must have loved enough to die for not being strong enough to seek revenge for her, for all the Uzushio Seal Masters. Seeing something in her face, Nami's eyes soften and her smile twists slightly, turns bittersweet. She lifts one of her hands and places it over Sakura's heart. Do us proud, kid. We'll be waiting here for you when you need us. Sakura nods sharply and then suddenly she is falling backwards. The ground opens under her and darkness sweeps in to fill the edges of her vision. The last she sees of the crucible ceiling space is Nami's bright grin as she holds a thumbs up. Goddamn Uzumakis, Sakura thinks before she slams back into her body with all the delicacy of a star falling to earth. Sakura comes to gasping. She's on her side and she feels like absolute shit. Her legs are completely dead and her back and shoulders are aching terrible. Her mouth is dry, she has to piss so badly she might die, and the back of her neck hurts like someone has put a branding iron against it. Sakura? Are you with us? It's Sasuke. He's using the "I'm a medic and thus I am very calm right now" voice that he pulls out sometimes when one of them gets hurt, but even it's shaky. Sakura tries to say "I'm fine" and instead just manages a pathetic gurgle, her dry throat failing to get with the program. Here, water. Sasuke passes her a flask and she drinks deeply and gratefully. Kakashi is next to Sasuke, watching her carefully with both his regular eye and the Sharingan. He looks relieved but his face is drawn and there are dark bags under his eyes. Good to see you, kiddo, he says quietly and he sounds so relieved that Sakura blinks in confusion. How long was she out for? Interrupting her confusion, Sasuke, pulling a small penlight from his pouch, explains, I need to ask you a few quick questions. Can you follow the light with your eyes while I do? I'd like to check to make sure all your faculties are operating normally. Sakura nods, flask still in her hands and body still aching immensely. What's your name and age? Sakura Harino, I'm 14. Where are you right now? The Uzushio Mountain Archives, in the chamber housing the Crucible Seal. So that's what the damn thing is called, Kakashi murmurs, sending the seal an acrid glare even as Suzuki peers at both of her eyes closely, shining the light in one and then the other. Dizziness? Disorientation? Any trouble taking deep breaths? No, none of that. I do feel like I got kicked down a flight of stairs though, Sakura bemoans. Yes, my informed opinion is that sitting on a stone floor for 17 fucking hours will do that. Sakura, in the middle of taking another swallow from the flask, nearly spits water in shock. Did you say 17 hours? Suzuki hums noncommittally and then responds, one more quick question. She nods in distracted shock. 17 hours? Sakura could have sworn she was in the seal for less than 20 minutes. What in the world? How much do you need as a fair head start before I kick your ass for scaring us like that? Suzuki asks. She jerks her head up to meet his eyes. Under all his calm medic persona, Suzuki looks furious. His Sherry-non eyes are spinning steadily in the low lights of the chamber, and the dark circles he spouts like Kakashi makes his gaze practically glow with anger. Ah, Sakura answers eloquently. With the look in her teammate's eyes, maybe she doesn't have to worry about Kakashi killing her after all. Suzuki may just do the job for him. I must have missed a temporal phase in the seal. It was only 17 minutes in the time of the sealing space, but translated, she raises a hand to rub sheepishly at the back of her neck. I'm sorry, I really wasn't trying to worry you. I dash. The moment her palm makes contact with the skin of her neck, Sakura's vision tunnels. She lurches forward with a gasp of shock. Suzuki and Kakashi's hands instantly reaching to steady her are the only things that keep her from hitting the ground. Sakura. Suzuki's hands light green and immediately raise to begin a damaged skin of her body. She waves him off, shaking her head. No, I'm okay. It's fine. Actually, it's more than fine. She must be grinning like a loon from the way that Kakashi and Suzuki both are looking at her like she's insane. It is not fine. Suzuki hisses, his anger temporarily replaced with worry as he lifts his hands again to do a sweep over her. Sakura ignores her teammate's mothering. She knows that he won't feel better until he can see for himself that there is nothing wrong with her aside from some aches and rising exhaustion. As he busies himself with checking her over, Sakura raises her gaze to meet Kakashi's. I figured it out, sensei. He offers her a questioning hum, and she can see in the tightness at the corner of his mouth, in the rigid arch of his eyebrows, that he is mad at her too. She still can't bring herself to regret the risk she took for even a moment. I passed the crucible. I figured out how to fix the 8 trigrams. I know how to save Naruto. Kakashi's eyes widen, and at the same moment Suzuki sweeps her hair off the back of her neck to do a skin of her brain stem. He freezes. Sakura, he whispers, what is this? She knows what he's seeing instinctually even though she's never laid eyes on it herself. It's a seal, simple but stark. It's shaped in a mirror of the Uzushio spiral, however at its center, not quite kanji but still somehow eligible, is the word master. Kakashi doesn't move to look. He simply studies her silently for several long moments. Sakura finds that she cares about his judgment more than she did about the one that gave her the mark that now rests on the back of her neck, more than the title that rests on her shoulders. She waits, barely able to breathe. Finally, Kakashi's face cracks into an honest, crooked smile and he remarks, turns out you didn't need me to make your dream come true after all. You turned yourself into a threat all on your own. He places a hand on her shoulder, I'm so proud of you. Sakura, to her eternal mortification, bursts into tears and throws herself into her sensei's arms. She knows she's babbling a million things at once, about how scared she was and how she didn't know what else to do and how she would have never in a million years been able to accomplish all this without his belief in her. Kakashi just wraps his strong, lean arms around her and smiles even as she gets snot and tears on his shirt and her hair gets in his face. After a few moments she feels Suzuki's hand join, rubbing slow, comforting circles on her lower back. She simply lets herself fold. After 5 months of working herself to the bone and being quietly, constantly terrified that she wouldn't be able to find a solution and that Naruto would die because she wasn't enough, Sakura finally feels like she can take a full breath. After her tears subside enough she sits back on her heels. Suzuki wraps an arm around her shoulders and she is shaky enough still that she is endlessly glad for the support. To answer your earlier question, Sasuke, she explains around sniffles, the tattoo marks me as a seal master, and when I touch it, it connects me to the collected wisdom of every master who has come before me, stored here in the crucible seal. Sasuke blinks again, finally manages, medical jutsu is weird sometimes but your fuinjutsu shit is straight up batshit insane. Sakura shrugs. She has no arguments with that. So what's the plan for the 8 trigrams? Kakashi asks. Well, the whole thing is going to take too long to explain now, but basically we are going to need a medic nin, a really talented one. Sasuke, you've gotten good, but what I'm going to do? I need someone who is the best. Kakashi groans. Sakura tilts her head at him in confusion. That was not the response she was expecting at all. It has to be a skilled medic? You don't need like, an artist or maybe a woodworker. She shakes her head slowly, still absolutely baffled. And Sasuke can't do it. No, he's talented but... Sasuke interrupts her. I know my limits. I won't risk Naruto over something as foolish as my pride. We find a medic with more experience to help Sakura with whatever this is. Kakashi's head drops forward in defeat and he sighs long and slow. I know the kunoichi we need, but we're going to have to find her, and we're going to have to bring a lot of sake for when we do. Sakura raises an eyebrow. Is the sake for her or for you? Yes. Kakashi answers miserably. Sakura laughs loudly. She's sweaty and exhausted and she almost died today, but she's a seal master and she is going to save her best friend. Things are looking up. Chapter 28, Fly Away. Fu is dreaming. Or, not quite dreaming, but she somehow understands that she's not awake either. She also understands that is a good thing because awake is bad. Awake means she forgets. Here in the strange, warped, blankness of her consciousness, she searches. She's looking for something, or maybe someone. She can't remember exactly, but she can hear a distant sound like the wind through 1,000 blades of grasses, or the beat of locust wings, or the chime of high, sweet, bells, or maybe even a voice. It's calling to her from so far away that it's barely there, but it's important that she finds it. She has to find it. Not finding it is going to kill her. A foreign feeling breaks through the haze of the lucid dream, all terror/hope/desperation. It's a shout. Fear, you have to listen to me, have to fight it. I'm here. I haven't left you. Can you hear me? Phew. You're a Jinchuriki. Don't let them make you forget. The wind grows stronger. Fu starts to run. She can feel breath on her neck and feet pounding after her, and she knows she has to get away. She has to find Kome. She leaps for the sky, hands stretching towards freedom, and she wakes up, sitting bolt upright in bed as thin sheets tangle around her like bindings and her pastel green hair sticks to her forehead with sweat. She was dreaming. She was dreaming, and she can feel that it was about something important, that there was someone calling for her. Someone was trying to tell her something that she needs to remember. What did they say she was? It's a word, a concept that she recognized, that felt right and real. And Phew? Are you okay? The genin gasps and spins to the side of the bed, her heart hammering in instinctual terror. No, she has to run, she has to get away before. A hand drops gently, firmly, onto the bare skin of her arm, and Fu's panic vanishes like mist under the noon sun. Haruka? What's dash? Her tongue feels like lead and her mind feels like iron. She's slow and so tired, and it's wrong, but she doesn't know why. Haruka, familiar, dark-haired with soft brown eyes and long delicate fingers, reaches to swipe some of Fu's tangled bangs off her brow. At the gesture, the feeling of wrongness fades from Fu even further until it's as distant as the dream, as unimportant. She takes a shaky breath. Haruka gives a pleasant hum and then explains gently, "You've been sick, dear. Everyone in the village has been very worried. That must be why Fu is so tired, why her head feels like it's stuffed full of cotton." Sick. She parrots, wanting more information but not sure how to ask for it. Nodding and continuing to gently untangle Fu's hair with careful fingers, Haruka clarifies, "Yes, there was an accident and we've been taking care of you. I'm in charge of watching over you right now and making sure nothing more goes wrong." An accident? Fu doesn't remember an accident, but, as she goes to sit up further, there is a bolt of agony across her stomach. Glancing down in sudden panic, she's met with the sight of a thick wrap of bandages around her midriff. She grits her teeth against a groan of pain and reaches with shaking fingers to begin trying to untie the bandages, to actually see what's wrong with her. Haruka, tutaying worriedly, grabs her hands and pulls them away. Fyu slumps and tries to puzzle through her clouded thoughts. Yes, an accident and I got hurt, right? Fyu is still so unsteady, still so uncertain. She wants to get something, anything, right? Yes, dear. You are so special to all of us and we were very worried for you. Haruka smiles brightly at her. Fyu is racking her brain, trying desperately to remember more details about where the wound came from. Suddenly a memory pierces through her mind's fog, clear and sharp even in her confusion, almost like it was sent from someone else. I was trying to run, wasn't I? I was trying to leave Taki and I was almost over the wall, but you and old man Senji caught me and dash. Haruka grasps her hands tighter. For a moment her nails dig sharply into her skin and Fyu flinches back from the pain, back from the twisted, spiteful look in the other shinobi's eyes. No, dear. You're remembering wrong. Her voice is so kind, so certain, and Fyu finds herself blinking in confusion. She must have seen wrong. Haruka's eyes are so gentle. I am. Still grasping her hands, the other woman nods sagely. You and Kigon and Yoro were on the wall having some silly competition to see who could balance the longest on the edge, and you fell and landed wrong. It was terrifying for everyone. That can't be right, Fyu thinks, because... But, I don't fall. Haruka laughs as if she's told a joke and Fyu frowns. She wants to move her hands away from where they are being held. She doesn't know how. Laughter still slipping through her words, Haruka grins. Oh Fyu. I do love how silly you are. Why wouldn't you be able to fall just like the rest of us, dear? Fyu opens her mouth to answer, the words sharp and bright on her tongue like light off a gilded carapace, like the sting of a bee, but, she pauses, falters, because what she was about to say couldn't possibly be right. Yes. Haruka prompts, and it's almost like there's a mocking tone to that, but, no, because Haruka is nice, is kind, and is Fyu's friend. What were you going to say, dear? Fyu shakes her head. Nothing. You're right, I guess. Because Fyu is just a regular human and still only 15 years old at that, only a genin. She can't fly, that would be a ridiculous answer. Right? Nodding in satisfaction, Haruka tugs on Fyu's hands and guides her to standing. The pain is still there, racing across the surface of Fyu's stomach and then burrowing deep into her veins like a toxin. How could she have gotten such a strange injury from falling, she wonders, opens her mouth to ask as much and then, furrows her brow, confused. What was she going to say? She can't remember. Come on, dear, Haruka is saying cheerily, let's go tell Shibuki-sama that you're up. Fyu doesn't want to do that, but for some reason she nods blearily anyway and lets herself be pulled out of the room and into the hallway. She still feels like there is something that she is supposed to be paying attention to. There is a sharp hum in her ears and her chakra lurches and stutters through her body almost sickly. She feels nauseous. She feels like half her senses have been muted. Do you hear that humming sound? She asks Haruka, almost desperate even through her blurriness. The other shinobi, what was her rank again? How does Fyu know her? Why does she have such a cold look in her eyes, frowns at Fyu and then, shaking her head, tells her, you must be imagining things. She pulls them along even faster towards Shibuki-sama's office. Fyu thinks that it may be strange that she's staying in the village head's personal residence, but the thought slips through her fingers like water. They reach Shibuki's office quickly and Haruka taps a quick and irregular series of knocks against the thick wooden door. Jonin code, some buried, struggling part of Fyu's consciousness whispers, Jonin code because she's not your friend, she's here on orders, she's your guard. Fyu frowns and twists her wrist half-heartedly in Haruka's hold. The other woman doesn't even glance at her, simply pretending that Fyu's kitten-weak struggles aren't even happening. A voice bids them enter from inside the room and Fyu's captor, no, her friend, Haruka is her friend, opens the door and guides them inside. Shibuki is sitting on the bamboo floor in front of a low table crowded with scrolls. The sliding doors behind him are open to the house's wrap-around porch, and the view of the village of Waterfall spread out beyond is beautiful. Fyu's stomach lurches with nausea again at the sight of it. Something inside her screams, cries, this is not where she is supposed to be. This is not her village anymore. A warm spring breeze gusts through the room, the wind tugging at her hair and clothes. The humming in her ears grows louder and she takes a subconscious, longing, step towards the open door, towards the wide, endless blue sky beyond. Haruka tightens her grip on her wrist so much that Fyu could swear she hears bones creak. Shivuki looks up from the report in front of him. His normally handsome face is exhausted and tense and his eyes, which Fyu would have once called friendly, are calculating when they look at her, cold, just like Haruka. Suddenly Fyu is blindingly furious with the man who had helped raise her, trained her. She wants to scream at him, wants to rip his arm off so he understands what grounding her, caging her, has felt like. She wants to. Dizziness sweeps through her in a wave and her thoughts fly apart into nothingness. She sways weakly and only the arms that Haruka had wrapped around her when Fyu lunged towards Shivuki keep her on her feet. The village head sighs long and low and then, addressing Haruka he says, so it's not going well then. Haruka's voice is professional but still noticeably strained when she responds. No. She was doing fine for the first few minutes after she woke outside of a few minor slips, but the longer she's been awake the more chakra I've been having to pour into the Amity Genjutsu. Shivuki runs an exhausted hand over his face. We are going to have to find another solution. This isn't working and Taki cannot afford to lose the Nanabi right now. What would you suggest? Haruka hisses, professionalism cracking, you were the one who wanted to make sure we kept her treatment humane. You tried to convince her to stay instead of putting her down when she tried to leave like all the other runaway monsters in the first place. We may not be in this position if you had just dash. Shivuki's voice is hard when he cuts her off. You may think me soft-hearted, Haruka, but I understand my weaknesses more than you know and as village head I will put Taki's needs before anything else. Right now, with the way that Earth is amassing troops and fire is gearing for war, our closed borders won't hold for much longer. They're going to force us to open them and then when they go for each other's throats they're going to crush us under their boots between them. Bitterly, Haruka recites, when giants fight, ants die. Shivuki finishes the expression quietly. The young leader of Taki looks to Fyu. She doesn't understand what's happening right now. She can hear the words but she can't process their meaning. However, Fyu is still a shinobi and a damn good one at that and her instincts are screaming that the way Shivuki is looking at her, the way that Haruka's hands haven't left her once since she woke up, is bad. She's scared. She's scared and she wants to fly away. Sighing again like what he's about to say pains him, Shivuki orders, have Senji reinforce the suppression on her Jinchura key seal. I don't care if it damages the thing, or even if it's dangerous, this time he has to lock it down. Bury the Nanabi in its chakra. Fyu needs to be unable to feel the damned thing until we are ready to use them. The word Nanabi is ringing like bells in Fyu's mind and the voice from her dream is back, if still muted. Like someone shouting from behind a wall. No, no, Fyu and the faint foreign voice in her mind both rebel fiercely against Shivuki's words. They can't let it happen. They are a being of the air, of freedom, of light, they cannot be chained in the darkness. Fyu's consciousness writhes against the fog binding it, reaches desperately for the voice behind the wall, screaming, Kome. Her mind, her chakra, her very soul, slams into a barrier and the wound in her stomach explodes with pain so white-hot that Fyu thinks this must be what dying feels like. Her knees buckle. There are voices shouting in the room, more than just Haruka and Shivuki now, but she can't make out any specifics. Her world is a wash of too bright color and too loud sound and too much pain. The only thing she can hear clearly is a terrified voice somewhere from deep inside her calling her name again and again and again. And then the world fades fully into blackness and Fyu doesn't hear anything anymore. Han crouches on a hill a few miles outside of Taki's village walls and tries to fight down the tide of worry he feels. Kokuo is prancing with unease in her ceiling space, the tap of her hooves more comfort than distraction after all these years. It's not good is it, Han-chan, the dolphin horse inquires, though she knows as well as he does the position they are in. Still, Han has always believed in trying to be at least cordial with his tailed beast so he hums a quiet agreement as he continues to study the walls of Taki. That barrier they have set, we can't get through it can we? What if we missed it? I know it is a new aspect of my abilities for you, all things considered, but I did tell you I would give you full access to my powers, as you have proven your friendship by coming here to save my older sister and her vessel, and it seems to me that perhaps even with such an all-encompassing wall that Han has also always believed in the value of silence, so he hums again, sharper, to cut off what would certainly devolve into a further spill of anxieties and formalities if he let Kokuo continue as she had been. The Goba snaps her mouth shut and blinks at Han with large, pearl-scent eyes, waiting for his response. Turning into steam won't work to get through that barrier. I've seen it before when IWA fought in Frost during the war. It will block activated chakra. Kokuo blows a dense cloud of steam in agitation and goes back to pacing. Han can feel through the bond that she's trying to remain calm while he looks for a way into the city. He does appreciate the consideration. Han is a man of few words, and for a spirit of water Kokuo is unbelievable long-winded. Before he had defected from IWA, he and Kokuo's relationship had been tense if still effective. Han was a good soldier, a model Jinchuriki. He had kept his tailed beast at a distance and Kokuo kept her tongue. Han didn't even realize how miserable the both of them were until Kurama and Naruto, and then Yujito, Matatabi, Gaara, and Shukaku in their wake, fled their villages. When he had grasped that something was afoot with the other Jinchuriki, he had stepped into the ceiling space and for the first time ever told Kokuo he was ready to try to understand the Goba's perspective. The decision to leave IWA had been easy after that very long conversation. Koka can talk a lot, and above everything, Han is a good listener. The months of traveling after, of seeing the other great nations through the eyes of a traveler and not a soldier, have been the happiest Han has ever been. The balance he and Koka have struck is good and strong, and he appreciates her companionship more than he could ever say, but something is still missing. When Matatabi had reached out to Koka through the strange connection that the Biju seemed to share with one another, explaining that one of them, another Jinchuriki, needed help, Han had started to suspect what the missing thing is. He wants to save Fu. He can barely sense the little girl or her tailed beast, the connection dampened, but it's still there, and something about the whirlwind, open sky, ringing bell, joy he can feel echoing from whatever binds him to Kome/Fu makes Han feel warm, maybe. He's not really sure. He thought for a long time that after the blood-soaked, bone-cracking underfoot, steam-cooked corpses, battlefields of the Third Shinobi War that he'd never feel anything but numb again. But now, a complication. There has to be a way in, Koka says. The anxious strain is audible in her voice even without the restless/frustrated/fearful cloud of emotions that Han can feel radiating from her. There is, Han agrees, and then at the hopefulness that floods through his companion he points one large, heavy hand towards their best way into the city. That is. Han-chan, please pardon my confusion, but you are pointing at the front gate. Han hums in agreement, settling his hands back on his knees. I don't know if we could just go through the front gate. There are a lot of shinobi there and we are certainly very strong, but with just the two of us against the entire village I feel that perhaps we won't. It's a death sentence. Han's worry rises and this time twines with a pulse of annoyance. He's studied Taki for several hours now and he knows there is no other way in and that they will need backup, but Fu is so close. He can feel her energy radiating from the base of the massive tree at the center of Taki. It's faint and distinctly unwell, but she's there in Han. Han takes a deep breath. He'll be no good to her if he's dead. Han stands and rolls his broad shoulders to resettle the armor he wears. Koka, can you pass a message along to Matatabi? The Goba nods agreeably and starts to open her mouth. Before she can trot off into another dissertation, Han pushes on. Tell them that I'm going to come meet them in Uzushio and then we're going to come back here together. I can't get in alone, but no village can stand against 5 of us at once. Goba huffs out another wave of steam and she smiles gratefully at Han. We'll get them both out. They'll be okay. Han hums and tries to suppress the wave of anxiety that has nothing to do with his tailed beast and everything to do with the green-haired girl hurting somewhere beyond those walls. He doesn't really understand how this Jinchuriki connection works yet, but nevertheless, he reaches beyond himself, into the village of Waterfall and sends comfort, sends calm, sends strength. Hold on, Fu, he thinks, hoping that it maybe finds her. Hold on a little longer. We are coming to get you. In the heart of Taki, Fu is again dreaming. She runs, the grass under her feet burning, the seal on her stomach burning. Komei is calling for her, but Fyu can't find her in all the smoke and her wings are missing. But a new voice drifts through the haze and Fyu stops for a moment, panting. The voice is deep and rolling and familiar in a way that a stranger shouldn't be. "Hold on," he says. "We are coming to get you," he says. The flames circle Fyu with a roar and Fyu chokes on smoke. She's tired, so tired. She wants to lay down and rest. But she can't, she won't. Because the others are coming. Wind sweeps down the dreamscape and Komei's voice grows loud again, begging her to fight, to run, to remember. "I am a Jinchuriki and it will take more than this to kill me," Fyu thinks fiercely, and with a smoke-filled breath and steps that scream with agony, she takes off running again. Chapter 29, What You're Trying to Hide. It's late when Asuma pops his head into the crowded offices that the Team 7 retrieval unit inhabits. Shikamaru is deeply entrenched in the newest border report out of Suna. He could have sworn he has only been combing through the stacks of information on bandit activity, immigration and emigration, weather conditions, imports and more for only a few hours. However, when the quiet knock comes at the slightly ajar entrance to the office and he finds his sensei standing in the doorway with one raised eyebrow, Shikamaru realizes it may have been a bit longer than that. He glances at the clock on the wall. "Damn, I missed the last call for file requests from the personnel archives." His voice is scratchy from misuse. Has it really been 3 hours since Ino and Tamari and the others left for the night? At the comment, Asuma's second eyebrow joins his first at his hairline. "You missed it by a wide margin, kid. They close at 7. You think you'd remember that with how often I hear you're there asking the archivist shinobi for things." Shikamaru runs a frustrated hand through his tangled hair. It's gotten longer over the past 7 months, long enough for his old gravity-defying poof to not be an option anymore. These days he tends to favor a tight bun to keep it out of his face and off his neck. "I'd be there a lot less if they actually listened worth a damn to my requests," he grumbles, not even trying to hide his deep-seated annoyance with the archival staff out of his tone. Shikamaru's ongoing tiff with the shinobi in charge of the active duty and service record archives is rapidly becoming a problem. No matter how many times the leader of the Team 7 retrieval unit has asked for the complete and up-to-date files on Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke, the personnel archives seem completely unable to comply. Between missing pages from the files themselves, enough red tape to mummify a man, and the borderline incompetence of the ninja staffing the archive itself, Shikamaru is only a hair's breadth away from saying fuck bureaucracy and breaking into the damn building to find the files himself. Unaware of the discontent simmering in his dark-haired student, Asuma steps through the door and carefully makes his way through the office. He has to turn his broad shoulders several times to slip through the teetering stacks of files and books that crowd the small space. Finally reaching Shikamaru's desk, Asuma pulls a chair from Ino's workstation. Her space is currently buried under tentative, less than official psych evals on the various members of Team 7, courtesy of one of her many cousins in the psychiatric corps. With a glance at the mess, Asuma settles in across from the Nara genius. He taps a questioning finger against the ashtray that's recently taken up residence among the otherwise constantly shifting contents of Shikamaru's desk. "You're a little young for that, you know," Asuma tells him reproachfully. Shika frowns back, aware that it's slightly petulant and too worn down to wrangle the expression into something less annoyed. "Sensei, remind me, when did you start smoking again?" Asuma flinches and then rubs the back of his neck sheepishly. "Different times, kid. There was a war going on then." Shikamaru's frown deepens, slips from annoyed to judgmental. "And there isn't now." Asuma doesn't try and argue with that point. Both of them have become regular attendants at the bi-weekly meetings that Danzo holds among the various unit heads and important jonin of the village. The increasingly concerning reports on skirmishes along Fire Country's border with Sound, of troops from IWA being spotted in growing numbers in Grass Country, of the Land of Waterfalls closing its borders, and even whispers of what may be an approaching coup attempt in Kiri, all go to show that the tedious balance among the great elemental nations is faltering and tipping towards open conflict. Losing 5 Jinchuriki in the span of fewer than 4 months had started a chain reaction that is quickly becoming explosive. Seemingly giving up on berating Shika for his new habit, Asuma lights a cigarette of his own and leans back in his chair with his arms crossed. He breathes deep and slow, eyes closed. Shikamaru's mind cannot help but catch on the dark circles under his teacher's eyes, on the deep creases in his flak jacket that suggest he hasn't hung it up in several days, in the nearly imperceptible shake to his broad, boxy fingers as he pulls the cigarette from his mouth and blows a ring of smoke. It's been 7 months since the third Hokage died and the village is still trying to recover from the loss, as is his son. You should go home and rest, sensei. Asuma shoots Shikamaru a falsely cheerful smile before faltering under his student's ruthlessly discerning gaze. It's just further proof of how worn down Asuma is that he would even try to fool Shiko like that. I'd say I'm fine but you'd just bitch at me for lying, the Jonin grumbles around the cigarette between his teeth, then shaking the dark look off his face he leans forward and taps on the report between them. Any closer to finding Haytake? Shikamaru narrows his eyes slightly and files away the way that Asuma snarls Kakashi's name, the way he subconsciously grinds his cigarette between his teeth. Shikamaru knows his sensei is a good man and a good shinobi. He's not worried that Asuma will do anything rash but still. The look in his teacher's eyes is darker and crueler than Shikamaru would have ever guessed the other man capable of. Shikamaru shakes his head as an answer. Even with all the information we're sifting through, I haven't found the needle in the haystack that'll point towards where they've gone yet. His sensei reaches across the desk and drops a massive hand onto his shoulder. You'll figure it out. Shikamaru closes his eyes and thinks of Naruto, young and grinning as the paint bombs went off in their academy classroom. He remembers Sasuke, younger even still and frowning as they sparred under Iruka's watchful eyes. He pictures Sakura's back, dawnlight catching on her pink hair and steady shoulders as she jogged away from him on that last, fateful day. He remembers the sound of explosions. I will, he tells Asuma, and he means it. This is something he will do because he refuses any other option. He will not lose again. Perhaps sensing the heaviness plaguing his student, Asuma concocts another slightly strained smile and offers, I hear that with all the information you've been sifting through you've become something of a reference for shinobi sent on missions that take them outside of the land of fire. The Nara genius has to fight down a grimace at the reminder. It's flattering in some regards that his fellow Leaf Nin thinks so highly of his team's ability to gather intel, but it's also been slowing them down. I know that with the increase in external missions it's been necessary, but I really wish the actual intelligence unit would get their shit together and meet the demand themselves. I didn't sign up to do other people's work for them. Asuma's laugh is loud and honest. You were really made to be a bureaucrat, weren't you, kid? Shikamaru just shrugs. He doesn't know how to tell Asuma that beyond finding Team 7, beyond understanding why they ran, why they left behind everything, Shikamaru doesn't know much about what he is made for at all anymore. His belief is shaken. Changing the subject before Asuma can pry further into dangerous territory, the genius asks, how long are you in the village for? Lord Danzo has been running you pretty ragged lately. Puffing out a cloud of cigarette smoke, his sensei sighs. Only until tomorrow afternoon. I'm leading a 3-man squad to T-Country to find one of Dad's former students. Shikamaru arches an eyebrow in surprise. Another one of the Sannin. Asuma nods in confirmation. Tsunade Senjo, the medic. She left the village years ago and the Lord Fifth wants to bring her back into the fold. Well, good luck. With how things are looking on our borders recently, having a world-class medic back in Konoha's ranks is probably a good idea. It's the right answer and analytically correct, but the words taste bitter to Shikamaru. Instead of the pleasantries, he wants to demand that his sensei explain why the Leaf and her Hokage seem to be quietly gearing for large-scale conflict. Why they are restaffing the medical corps and buffing patrols along the borders and increasing missions into disputed territories. Shikamaru wants to know why Tamari walked into the office a week ago with the news that Konoha and Suna had apparently signed a non-armament agreement which included the promise of a union when conflict broke out with the other elemental nations. Not if. When. Shikamaru wants to know why no one is trying to stop the rapidly approaching Fourth Shinobi War. But he doesn't say any of that. The Nara genius rubs a hand firmly against his forehead, hoping to suppress the tension headache that's beginning to bloom under the brunt of his agitated mind. Sometimes he wishes that he was stupid like everyone else, that every little piece of information didn't get captured and processed and incorporated into the constantly spinning jumble of plans and theories and conjectures that his brain is offering every single second. Shikamaru closes his eyes for just a moment, breathing the cigarette smoke from Asuma's light deep into his lungs, and he tries to quiet his mind, even if just for a moment. He's reminded quickly why he prefers the noise, why prefers working himself until he's physically too exhausted to remain awake, why he can't slow down for even a second. Because the moment his whirling mind quiets enough to be manageable, he hears his own stupid voice saying so many months ago now, "You can trust me, Sakura," and he can see the way her sharp, impossible eyes had dissected his words, his intentions, and had found that statement to be a lie. Everyone who saw Shikamaru's dedication to finding Team 7 thought that his drive comes from the shame of being a genius who was outsmarted, or from a dedication to his village, or, if you're Ino, from a borderline medical incompatibility with being wrong ever, and those things were certainly part of it. But it's more than that. It's that for all the things that Shikamaru knows, all the useless facts that his brain offers him on the daily, that the baker near his apartment is cheating on her husband, that Asuma and Kurane have been fighting again, that Suna is going to see a spike in their rice costs in a few weeks, that the Umbu who's been at the last 3 meetings Danzo has held is new to the force, that Iruka-sensei hasn't been sleeping as much as he should, that, for all his genius, he is utterly in the dark as to why Sakura Harino looked at him and decided unilaterally and unflinchingly that he was a threat. Why she and the rest of her team decided to run instead of reaching out to their allies, their comrades, for help. He breathes deeply again, letting the second-hand nicotine steady him. He's not the only one with stakes in this, he reminds himself. His entire unit has questions they want answered, scores they want settled, their worth proved, and he's going to get that for them. Asuma shifts in his chair and the creak of the wood is loud in the quiet of the office. Even in the midst of his frustration, Shikamaru is struck with gratitude for his sensei. Most adults try and fill silence when they encounter it. They try and chatter on at him or ask banal questions or just be generally bothersome. But Asuma knows him well enough to let the silence be just that, to let Shikamaru's mind run its course and to wait till he's ready to talk again. He's a good sensei and a good Konoha shinobi. Shikamaru is considering telling him that when something shifts in the room. To anyone else the change would be so minimal as to be invisible, but no detail is too small for the Nara, nothing slips past without at least some part of him cataloging the information. And so when the smoke in the room thickens almost imperceptibly, when the smell drifts faintly from the sweetness of nicotine to something more acrid, Shikamaru sits upright. His thoughts, never still but often scattered, focus to a razor's edge in an instant. Asuma blinks at whatever expression must be on his face and asks Shika. "There's a fire nearby," he answers, trying to listen for any sounds that may clue him into more details. The village alarm that screams to life is a hell of a clue. The 2 members of Team 10 leap from their chairs and are through the door in only moments. Shikamaru would be more annoyed by the sound of one of his carefully organized towers of files hitting the ground behind them if the smell of smoke that hits them in the breezeway wasn't so distractingly strong. The alarms are coming from near Hokage Tower. Asuma shouts, taking to the roofs with a powerful leap, Shikamaru on his heels. The pillar of smoke is clearly visible even against the blackness of the night sky. Shikamaru realizes the source of the smoke just a moment before Asuma does, and of course he does. He's been here a half-dozen times a week for months after all. The personnel archives are nothing but a column of flame by the time Asuma and Shikamaru come to a stop in the road. The heat from the fire is scorching enough that even from more than 30 feet away Shikamaru feels like the flesh is peeling off of his face. Several Umbu are already here. A mongoose-masked shinobi nearby is holding a glowing green hand over the throat of one of the overnight workers who's coughing harshly. Another Umbu has his arm around the waist of Mitsuo, the archive director, as he leads the man away from the flames. Shikamaru jogs over. "Mitsuo-san." The middle-aged Chunin jerks his head up at Shikamaru's voice and there is the briefest flash of sharp panic to his face before it smooths out into something more appropriately fearful. Shikamaru's eyes are too sharp to miss the slip, however. His stomach drops and instead of a smoke-filled, dark street, for a moment he imagines a plant-filled, sunlit store. He imagines a different pair of eyes. "Is everyone out?" Shikamaru demands loudly as he stops in front of the 2 shinobi. The roar of the flames makes it nearly impossible to hear his own voice. Mitsuo, soot-stained and coughing, slightly shakes his head. The white of his eyes are stark and frightened in his blackened face. "Ikaki was in the lower storage rooms when we smelled smoke. I tried yelling for him but he's cut off by another coughing fit." "Shit," hisses Shikamaru, spinning to the raging inferno that was once the place all files on Konoha's past missions and shinobi were stored. "Do you have anyone who can get in?" he shouts to the Umbu at Mitsuo's side, a burly-looking man with a hawk mask. Hawk stares at Shikamaru and then turns his masked face towards the building just as there is a crash and explosion of burning embers, a part of the structure collapsing. He doesn't use any words and the traditional porcelain Umbu mask is emotionless as always, but Shikamaru hears the message loud and clear. Ikaki, short, thick glasses, archivist in charge of all the documentation on Konoha's clans and still constantly bringing Shikamaru the wrong files, is as good as dead. Shikamaru looks away from the flames, clenching his eyes against their brightness and stinging smoke for a moment before focusing back on Mitsuo. What happened? There it is again, that flash of panic. This time Mitsuo's eyes dart fearfully for a fraction of a second to the Umbu still supporting him and then back to Shikamaru before he wrangles his expression under control. Shikamaru narrows his eyes. "I'm not exactly sure." Lie. "We were here late sorting some files and fulfilling withdrawal requests, yours included, and we started smelling smoke." Truth. "I don't know what happened, or how the fire started." Lie. "We tried to put it out." Lie. "But it spread so fast and we had no choice but to get out." Truth. Mitsuo hangs his head and tears begin to cut clean tracks down his dirty cheeks. "We had to leave Ikaki, we didn't have any other choice, do you understand? We had to." His voice is rising now and his eyes are wide, slightly wild. Shikamaru, fire at his back, feels his breath catch in his lungs. What his fellow shinobi is trying to communicate without outright saying it is as clear to him as the ashes that cover the other man's face. Mitsuo and the archival staff were under orders to abandon one of their own to the flames. That's what Mitsuo is trying to tell him, but if that's true then it means that the fire isn't a random tragedy. Even further, maybe it means that the months of delays and red tape and hurdles to get the information Shikamaru has needed on Team 7. Maybe that wasn't random misfortune either. Maybe there is something more sinister at work. The hawk-masked Umbu tightens an arm around Mitsuo even as the older man droops, panting. "Mitsuo-san, we need to get you to the hospital," Hawk says before turning to Shikamaru. "Other Umbu will be here soon to make sure the fire stays contained. Until then you remain and act as support." Shikamaru nods shortly. He's not one for prayer, but in this moment he begs every deity that he's ever heard of that his suspicions aren't obvious on his face. Hawk stares at him for a few beats longer and then says quietly, "Watch yourself, Shikamaru Nara." Without another word he turns and leaps away towards Konoha General with Mitsuo. Shikamaru stares at their retreating backs for several long beats. He shifts and watches as a few dozen Konoha shinobi, Asuma included, wrestle hoses from a nearby water tank and begin dousing the inferno. Shikamaru already knows that the fire will take hours to put out, and by the time they do, everything in the archives will be gone. More than 30 years of information lost to the flames. The entire personal histories of Team 7 and what was likely the best, most accessible key to figuring out why they abandoned the village, reduced to ash. Shikamaru faces the flames. He takes a deep breath, full of smoke, full of heat. Not everything is lost. He's learned a few critically important things tonight after all. The first is that Asuma is holding a dangerous grudge against Hatake, a grudge that for the first time ever makes Shikamaru doubt the extent to which he can trust his sensei. The second is that all the months of red tape and walls that he and the rest of the Team 7 retrieval unit have come up against are not accidental. Something more is at play here. Someone in a position of power in the Leaf is trying to keep them from looking too deeply into the disappearance. The third and the most important, the most earth-shattering, is this. Whoever is pulling the strings, whoever is making it so Shikamaru cannot do what he swore to do, that person is more than willing to kill innocent Konoha shinobi to keep the truth hidden. There is another loud crash as the archive roof partially collapses, sending a wave of sparks towards the dark heavens. Shikamaru tracks their burning progression. He feels surprisingly calm. Even faced with the death of a comrade, even knowing that death was not an accident, even knowing that there is someone in Konoha's government implicated in that death, Shikamaru breathes the smoke and feels steady. He's not going to go to the Hokage with this yet. He needs to bring his unit into the know first, and he needs to gather more information. More than any of that, now more than ever he needs to find the truth as to what caused Team 7 to run. Shikamaru feels like he's teetering on the edge of something huge, some massive web of secrets that is going to change everything. He is not afraid though. This is what he was born for. He isn't a powerhouse like Koji or a terror like Ino. His shadow techniques are powerful, but they cannot stand against Lee or Tenten or most of the brawlers among his comrades. But his mind is a tool, is a weapon, and he's going to use it to pry open the corrupted ribs guarding the truth at the center of this mess, and then, once he figures it out, he's going to bring Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura home. Chapter 30, Come on down. Team 7 leaves for the last known location of the medic only 3 days after Sakura receives her mark as a SEAL Master. The days predating their departure are filled with scrambled preparations, a long letter to Iruka-sensei detailing the new plans, and an absolutely scalding lecture from Kakashi regarding Sakura's recklessness with the Crucible Seal. When they are finally ready to go, the other Jinchuriki see them off from the Oizu and promise to hold down the fort until they return. Unlike the last time the four of them traveled the length of Fire Country, Naruto finds that he has actually enjoyed their journey to the Land of Tea. They still have to be careful, of course, the four of them are wanted shinobi after all, but Sakura makes special look-away seals for all of them and Kakashi uses the fucked up veiled scent jutsu again and they run. The freedom feels incredible. Naruto adores Uzushio, don't get him wrong. Something about the salt-laden breeze and the constantly shifting gray ocean, about the kaleidoscopic sunsets and the towering mountain reaching above the village makes his heart feel like it's overflowing. Sakura told him about Nami and her love for Uzushio in the days before they left. Naruto thinks that maybe loving Whirlpool is as intrinsic to Uzumaki blood as loving ramen is. Even still, to get away from the caves and onto the open road is a nice change of pace. It's easy to see how much he and Sakura and Sasuke have improved while staying in the archives, even if solely because of how fast they can travel now. It's only taken them 5 days to traverse the easternmost border of Fire and reach the heart of Tea Country. The land here is less forest and more rolling hills interspersed with low-lying marshland. They've been mostly setting up camp in the croppings of short trees they come across, but a couple of nights they've stayed in some of the small towns along the way. The people there have been hospitable if completely disinterested in them. Tea Country is a land of drifters. It's situated perfectly to absorb refugees from growing unease and mist, traders using the western shipping channel to travel into Wind and Earth, or any number of unsavory characters fleeing through the Bay of Fire. All in all, Naruto and the others fit right in. Even among the transient masses, finding Tsunade Senju is proving much easier than Kakashi had been concerned about when he debriefed them all for this excursion. All Team 7 has had to do is ask in the local gambling den at each town they pass, and whatever sour-faced, overworked person ran it has been more than happy to provide everything they need to know about where the wayward Sannin is headed. One older, frowning woman had told Kakashi with a hiss that bitch drank me out of a year's worth of good sake, threw one of my regulars through a wall and then only settled on half of her debt with me. I don't care if you're a jealous ex or a bounty hunter, I hope she gets what's coming to her. Sakura, grinning in the mean way that she never did back when she was still pretending to be an empty-headed good girl, announces, I think I'm going to like Tsunade. I worry about the impact that Yujito has on you, Kakashi responds flatly as they leave the rundown inn. Their search has finally brought them to a town a half-day's run south of the bustling port d'Igarashi. The village of Tokoshi is small but spread out. Its layout is disjointed and without clear organization. A majority of the buildings are warehouses and craftsmen, but there is a fair showing of taverns as well. Tokoshi is a town that has grown out of the need for the rice farmers that populate the coast to not only sell their wares but also spend the coin they've made doing so. It's late morning as Team 7 makes their way up the main street, dodging carts and civilians hauling bushels of rice. They've already stopped in 3 of the smaller taverns in town, and the owners of each have pointed them unapologetically on the trail of Tsunade. She's definitely still here in town. Naruto is uncertain how he feels about meeting the slug Sannin. On one hand, he's more than ready to have the 8 trigrams problem solved. It's been pretty rough the past month. The dizzy spells and roaring hunger that had been a constant while they were still in Konoha are back with a vengeance. Sakura says it's to be expected, something about tertiary disintegration and chakra burn and all around bad shit. Mostly Naruto is just worried about Kurama though. He knows for a fact that the fox is silently taking the brunt of the seal's failings. The big idiot has been so much quieter and more withdrawn than normal, and if Naruto wasn't literally connected to his every emotion, he'd think that the Nine Tails was mad at him. In reality though, Kurama is just exhausted. The other tailed beasts are starting to worry about him too, and that makes Kurama irritable cause he hates being worried about just as much as Naruto does, and the more pissed off he gets the more unsteady the seal is, and well, long story short, Naruto is really ready to get this figured out. However, he's still nervous about meeting Tsunade. Kurama had explained how the Sannin was related to Naruto. She may only be his great aunt, but she's still the closest family Naruto has left alive as far as he's aware, and that's really cool but also vaguely terrifying, cause what if she wants nothing to do with him? That would suck, a lot. Stop freaking out. Kurama's voice is tired and rough as it cuts through his anxieties. I'm not freaking out, Naruto lies impulsively and then flinches at the unimpressed look Kurama sends him. Naruto kicks at a stone as he follows a few paces back from the rest of his team. What if she hates us? Kurama considers the question silently for several long beats. Naruto isn't stupid. He knows his anxieties are unreasonable. Sakura or Sasuke or Kakashi would tell him that if he brought it up to them too, but knowing that still doesn't make the fear less jagged, less petrifying. Naruto has spent almost his entire life alone and despised, and until his team and the other Jinchuriki, that was as good as a law of the universe. There were exceptions, of course. Shikamaru and Koji and Kiba were always cool, and Hinata was never cruel to him, and Iruka, well, Iruka is still his precious person, the one who saved him when darkness and hatred were about to swallow him whole. But everyone else despised him, and he tried to not let that bother him, tried to stay strong and happy cause their opinions have never meant shit compared to his team. But Tsunade is his family, is related to him by blood, and if she thinks he's a monster too, it won't make you worth any less or their hatred justified, Kurama gently answers the terrifying thought. But it would hurt so bad, Naruto tells him, quiet and uncertain like he almost never is. It would, the spirit agrees, but you would survive it. Naruto takes a deep, steadying breath. His fox is right. He's lived through so much pain and he'll live through more. And, most importantly, he doesn't have to do it alone anymore. Kakashi comes to a stop in front of a tall building with a kanji sign that identifies it as the second shift. Sasuke with Mika tucked snugly into the collar of his traveling cloak and Sakura stop next to their sensei. Naruto joins and all five of them stare up at the peeling, red-painted, gambling den. She's here. Sasuke asks after a moment. Kakashi turns slightly and raises an eyebrow at the Uchiha. You tell me, he says in a tone that dares them to show their skills. Sakura rises to the challenge instantly. She closes her eyes in concentration, folding her hands together to focus her chakra outward. Two strong chakra signatures in the building, she announces lowly after a few beats, unclear exactly where in the building they are, but one is definitely cage level. Most likely Tsunade and the apprentice we've heard about. Kakashi nods, good, so we can at least tentatively confirm they are here. Now, what do we do about that? Sasuke speaks this time. Mika's bright eyes are peering over his shoulder as he contemplates the tavern. Well, you warned us she may try and run when she sees us, so we don't want to spook her. The front door is too obvious and leaves room for her to escape out the back or through a window before we've pinned her down. Sharingan flickering to life, Sasuke steps back and runs his gaze across the entirety of the building, seeking the tiny details that will give them an edge. There, he points, that window is unlatched. We go in through the top floor and then sneak to the first floor landing so we can get an elevated view of the tavern layout and find the best approach strategy to keep her from running. Excellent plan, Kakashi tells him. Naruto has to hide a smile at the way Sasuke unconsciously stands straighter at the praise. His voice dropping from proud to serious, Kakashi asks them, all of you remember what I said about Tsunade and her apprentice? All three members of Team 7 and Mika nod. If it comes to a fight, don't get stuck by a senbon from Shizune if we wanna be able to move, Naruto responds sagely. And, his sensei prompts. And don't get hit at all by Tsunade if we wanna be able to have a body with bones that are in one piece. Gruesome but accurate. Kakashi agrees with morbid brightness. He cuts his gaze to Sakura next and orders, if shit hits the fan, do not try and test your seal's absorption against her strength. Sakura's response is quick and demure. Sure thing, sensei. Kakashi narrows his eyes even as Naruto has to fight down another grin and Sasuke huffs in exasperation. The only time Sakura is so agreeable is when she's not actually agreeing at all. Sakura, I mean it. So help me, I will ground you. The words are halfway light-hearted, but a note of seriousness still threads strongly through them. Sakura sighs. They all know that Kakashi is right. Her sentinel seal, painted on her skin with long wearing before they left Uzushio, is still new, still untested in combat. As much as Naruto understands how his curious teammate is tempted to test her creation against the woman able to apparently punch through mountains, the margin for error is fatal in this instance. Fine, the young seal master grumbles, crossing her arms petulantly. Kakashi reaches and pats her shoulder. We'll practice with it when we get back to Uzushio so we can really work out the kinks before you have to use it against any real enemies. I'm sure Yujito would be happy to punch you plenty hard to test its capabilities. Sakura seems pleased by this and Naruto tries not to laugh. Crazy nerd. Warnings delivered. Kakashi gestures them towards the window above, flashing the bastardized hand signals he's taught them for go and quietly. Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto obey without pause. Sakura jumps from ground to wall and with delicate, perfectly balanced control darts up the side of the inn to the unlocked window. Sasuke follows her, though instead of sticking to the wall he bounds nimbly from a small ledge above the first story, to a drain pipe, to a handhold on the second floor to the correct window seal. Kakashi waits for Naruto to follow. Grinning, Naruto gathers a tiny fraction of Kurama's chakra in his feet and with a wash of power, he simply leaps from the ground, straight 3 stories up after his team. From the ground, his sharp ears catch Kakashi murmuring "Gods help me" before he's following after them. All 4 members of Team 7 land in the unlocked room on silent feet. The space is empty, clearly waiting for the next traveler who needs a place to rest their head. The decor is plain and the air smells of the hundreds of different people who have slept here over the years. It's a mix of road dust and sweat and sake and blood, and even Naruto blinks in confusion as one smell stands out strangely. Anesthetic? He and Kakashi, sharp noses alerting them to irregularity before the others notice, both stiffen and spin towards a sudden movement behind them. The click of the window latch being locked is as loud as a cannon blast in the small room. The dark-haired woman who had been crouched furtively above the window in wait pulls her hand back, muscles loose and ready to move at any moment. Before any of Team 7 can react, a voice from the door draws their attention. You've grown up, Heitake, but you're no less foolish than you were a kid. After all, you're still assuming that you're the most paranoid fucker out there. Tsunade Senju is somehow simultaneously much smaller and much larger than Naruto expected. The blonde Sannin is standing in the open doorway to the room, arms crossed sternly over her chest. She's short, barely taller than Naruto is, with hair several shades paler and a face that makes her look no older than 30. Her eyes are old, however, and her voice is layered with a lifetime's worth of pain. Kakashi steps forward and, smiling in the fabricated, bright way he does when he's out of his depth, he says, "Tsunade-heim. So good to see you again. I must admit I'm surprised you recognized me so quickly. Were you expecting us?" It's a question loaded many times over and the Sannin catches on immediately. "No, I didn't know you and your baby rogues were coming after me, Heitake. I just happened to be a good enough shinobi even after all these years to notice when 4 new chakra signatures appear in front of the inn I've been staying at, especially when one of them feels like a lightning storm trapped in a glass jar." She nods at Kakashi, "and another like someone stacked the energy reserves of a couple of cage together and then set it on fire." Kurama humphs in annoyance from deep within Naruto's psyche. "I have much more than a couple of measly humans worth of chakra." Ignoring his fox's likely justified narcissism, Naruto glances to the side as his sensei for a hint as to what they should do. He is shocked to see that Kakashi looks like a scolded puppy. He's not the only one who notices. One of the Sannin's blonde eyebrows ticks up, accompanied by a slight smirk at the abashed look the notorious Kopinen isn't managing to hide. "Subtly was never your strong suit, even as a brat," she tells him, and then, posture not softening, Tsunade's keen eyes drift over Sasuke and Mika, Sakura, and lastly Naruto. Her eyes linger on him for several long beats. The dark-haired woman, Shizune, if Naruto remembers right, moves carefully around the edge of the room to stand by the Sannin. Finally, Tsunade speaks again. So Konoha's fallen angels, the infamous Team 7, have decided to seek out little ol' me. Her eyes go sharp, go deadly, and Naruto is reminded of Kakashi's warning from in front of the inn. What do you want? The slug Sannin demands. Kakashi flicks his eyes to Sakura, who sends him a barely perceptible nod in return. Determination lining her spine, their newly minted seal master steps forward and slowly enough to not register as a threat pulls a scroll out of one of the inner pockets of her traveling cloak. We need your healing capabilities, Lady Tsunade, she explains, crouching to unroll the parchment across the floor, showing a detailed diagram of the 8 trigrams. Tsunade doesn't move closer, but she does look over the page with interest. That's a complicated-looking piece of Fuinjutsu, kid. You're talking to the wrong Sannin. Jiraiya is the seal master, not me. He's not. Sakura bites out instantly. Tsunade blinks in surprise at the vehemence in Sakura's voice, and at the same moment Kakashi hisses, "Sakura, that's not relevant right now." Naruto thinks that it's very relevant considering how ick the old toad was, but Kakashi and Sakura are the ones with the game plan. He's just here to, well, be the problem that needs fixing, he supposes with a frown. Fine, Sakura grumbles, but Naruto can tell, and clearly so can Kakashi from the way he rubs a hand across the masked bridge of his nose, the conversation isn't over, just set aside for now. Looking back to the keenly watching medic, Sakura taps a finger on the scroll in front of her. We need to remove and then reconstruct the seal holding the 9 tails. It's a crazy statement, one that would send most people running, but the woman before them now isn't even close to most people. Why? The medic demands again, and this time she takes a single step into the room, curiosity bright in her gaze even though suspicion still reigns supreme. Sasuke is the one to answer the slug Sannin's question this time. Because Naruto's current seal is breaking down badly. At the rate it's degrading, he's heading for stage 4 chakra sickness in less than a year. Naruto watches as the curiosity in Tsunade's eyes grows, sharpens. You speak of that diagnosis with a lot of confidence, little Uchiha. Do you have a medic you are working with wherever you 4 miscreants are hidden out? Sasuke's eyebrows pull together in a glare, and he opens his mouth to most likely say something rude. Naruto interrupts him with a sharp elbow to his ribs, and at the same time Mika flicks her tail against his cheek reprovingly. Sasuke claps his mouth shut and takes a deep breath through his nose. Tsunade is watching this entire exchange with an expression stuck somewhere between amused and incredulous. I'm the medic. Sasuke growls finally, I've been watching and documenting the progression of Naruto's chakra sickness and coil burn since we noticed it months ago. You're the medic. The Sannin sounds shocked. You can't be older than 14, and I don't know of any shinobi specialized in medical ninjutsu who are that young. More importantly, I've never known a single Uchiha who was interested in healing. The switch from Sasuke's standard prickly unfriendliness to genuine anger is subtle enough that most wouldn't notice it. Team 7 does instantly. Naruto steps closer against Sasuke's side and Mika lets out a quick, calming purr even as Sakura sends a glare towards Tsunade, and Kakashi's hands tighten momentarily in his pockets. Yeah, well, since I found out that I'm one of the 2 remaining Uchiha that Konoha didn't fucking murder, I'm feeling a little less beholden to tradition than my clansmen may have been. Tsunade freezes, the mocking mirth dying on her face. She reaches behind her back without looking and closes the door with enough force that a few cracks spider out along the door frame. Gaze not leaving Sasuke, she says, I may have left the leaf years ago, but I know about the Uchiha massacre, boy. Itachi Uchiha turned traitor and killed his own, not the village. Konoha is cursed, but it isn't evil. Sasuke's rage rises. Naruto can feel his chakra beginning to crackle in violent fury where he's pressed against the other boy's side. Mika's tails swish in agitation and her claws slide from her grey paws to dig silently into her summoner's shoulder, preparing for either sudden movement or combat. You don't know anything, Sasuke's voice makes Uzushio's winter winds warm in comparison. Sensing the rising tension, Shizune, silent till now, steps forward to grab Tsunade's arm and murmurs anxiously. We should go home. No. Tsunade's exclamation is absolute in the small space. I am no empty-headed Konoha loyalist. There is clearly a story and secrets here. If you want my help, then I want your information, and, she turns scalpel sharp eyes to Naruto, judging by that boy's chakra flow and his pallor, you don't just want my help, you need it. Team 7 exchanges looks. They hadn't planned on bringing the Sannin into the loop like that. Some amount of trust was going to be needed to repair the seal, but that wasn't supposed to extend to what drove them to flee the village in the first place. Attempting to smooth things over, Kakashi offers a nice smile and tries, "It's really not much of a tale, Tsunade-heim. We are more than willing to offer coin for your specialties though or dash." Her laughter strangles his words. "Hey, take, you are 20 years too young to try and play me like that." She glares over all of them. "You tell me everything or I walk out of this room now. Maybe I'll even grab the first Konoha shinobi I see and tell them everything you've said." She has them backed into a corner and knows it. Naruto finds his voice at last and quietly, carefully, he says, "You may not like what we have to say, it's not a happy story." When Tsunade looks at him again, there is something so tired to her eyes, so lonely, that Naruto feels for a moment that maybe it's not so strange that they are related after all. "Do I seem like someone who's used to happy fucking stories?" Tsunade asks, and the words are harsh, but the voice that offers them is more exhaustion than anger. Naruto looks at her false youth, at her travel-worn sandals and her mournful eyes. The scent of sake clings to her like bad perfume. Naruto may only be 13, but he knows enough about the world to understand that when adults drink a little, it's usually cause they want to have a night to remember, but when adults drink a lot, it's because they don't want to remember anything at all. Kakashi glances at each of Team 7 in turn, waiting for their nods of approval. Naruto has to elbow Sasuke before the other boy gives a grunt of assent, but in the end, the decision is unanimous. They need her. And so they tell her everything. By the time that they are done, the sun is starting its descent toward the horizon. The golden light is catching on the slight shimmer of the silencing ward that Sakura put up so many hours ago. Tsunade is sitting on one of the low beds in the room, fingers steepled in front of her mouth and face impossible to read. Shizune, in comparison, has been pacing for the last hour or so. She's quiet like her master, but her nerves are still clear from the way she keeps adjusting and rearranging the senbon tucked into her sleeves. "And so we're here to ask for help." Sakura finishes, looking back at Kakashi, who's leaning against the wall as if she's checking to see if she's missed anything. Their sensei has let Sakura, Sasuke, and him do most of the talking. Naruto isn't sure if it's cause he thinks they'll do a better job or if it's some kind of shinobi practice, or he's scared of the old hag. "Kit," Kurama says, exhausted, but still unable to fully suppress the amusement in his voice. Naruto studies Tsunade. She doesn't look particularly terrifying, but then again, neither does Yujito, and Naruto has seen her put Kakashi flat on his back more than once. After a tense, weighty silence, Tsunade's distant eyes sharpen and refocus on Naruto. "You say you grew up isolated under Saratobi's orders?" Naruto nods, a little uncertain, before clarifying. "I was in the orphanage until I was 9, and then Konoha gave me an apartment after the orphanage staff said they couldn't keep me anymore. I had money for food and stuff, but it was never really enough and I had to get real good at budgeting. I used to say it wasn't all that bad, but..." He trails off and shrugs uselessly. Tsunade stares at him, face unreadable. For a few moments Naruto is terrified she'll tell him to suck it up or something. "I'm sorry," she says with a halting, strained gravity to her words. Naruto freezes, stares back. He can count on one hand the number of people who have apologized to him in his entire life for his upbringing, or rather, lack of one. The slug Sannin clenches her eyes and drops her hands into tight, white-knuckled fists, and Naruto really doesn't know what to do. "I had heard that Kushina had a kid," the medic confesses. "The few times Jiraiya chased me down in the months before the Nine Tails took a chunk out of Konoha, he mentioned that airheaded brat Kushina married had made him the godfather for some goddamned reason. When I heard that Namikaze and her had died, I should have checked on you, but I thought that Jiraiya would do his duty and I couldn't go back to the leaf because the curse was just proven at that point." And she lets out a breath so long and heavy that for a moment, no matter how young her face is, Tsunade seems like she's ancient. "And I'm making excuses. I'm sure you've heard plenty of those from plenty of adults over your life." Naruto stares. Blinks. Tries to figure out what he's supposed to say back. Unaware of his confusion, Tsunade keeps talking. "I should have been there, kid. You're my family and I decided to just ignore that because it was easier than helping, easier than overcoming my fear. Maybe he realizes that Naruto can't figure out how to respond for the life of him, or maybe he just doesn't feel like holding his tongue after the comments about his clan, but Sasuke is the one who responds to Tsunade's confession. You should have been there. He agrees shortly, gaze locked on the Sannin even as she raises an eyebrow in incredulity, and Naruto turns to stare at him. He's done it before, but something about Sasuke defending him, speaking up for him, makes Naruto's stomach twist and his cheeks flame and his heart try and gallop away in his chest, and Tsunade's discerning eyes cut towards him briefly and her eyebrow climbs even higher at whatever look is on his face. Sasuke isn't done yet. You weren't there, but you can make it up to him by being there now. You said it yourself, we need you. He needs you. The slug Sannin leans back on the bed, her strong shoulders flexing under the teal kimono she wears. They all wait with bated breath. If Tsunade decides to walk out of here, to leave Naruto to his misfortune again, he has no idea what they'll do. It's not like they can stop her, and more than that, it would suck to be tossed aside like some annoyance that's easier left behind. Again. You may be a brat Uchiha, but... Tsunade smiles wryly, you are right. Directing the question to Shizune, more gentle than she's been in this entire encounter, she asks, are you okay with a change of scenery? Her apprentice, hands still close to the weapons on her wrists, rolls her eyes at the question. You ask that as if it's as simple as moving to a new town and not siding with a rogue shinobi group being apparently hunted by nearly every major shinobi village. Naruto, always watching, always reading those around him, is shocked at the lightning-fast way that Tsunade's face crumbles, how suddenly terrified and heartbroken she looks before managing to rest her face back into something semi-apathetic. If you're worried about it, I've always said you don't have to stay with me, the Sannin offers calmly. The look that the young woman sends in response to Tsunade is deeply unimpressed. And I've always told you that for being a medical genius you're an absolute idiot for thinking I'm ever going to leave just because things get a little complicated. Respectfully, Tsunade Heim. Relief flashes across Tsunade's face as bright as the sun, and she laughs, grating and warm, before looking back towards Team 7. Well, looks like you've got yourself not one, but two phenomenal medics in your corner then. Give us time to wrap up affairs here and we'll meet you all at the Traveler's Shrine 10 miles north of here. We can travel with you the rest of the way to Whirlpool. Naruto feels like this was all too easy. He also feels maybe like he's going to cry. Tears pricking at the corner of his eyes hotly, he dips into a deep bow. Thanks Tsunade Heim, like he almost never is, he's at a loss for words. A small, earth-shatteringly strong hand drops onto the back of his blonde head and gives his hair a fond ruffle. Naruto stands back up to find Tsunade smiling kindly at him. That's what family is for, kid, and lose the formalities. I'm your aunt, not your princess. Great Aunt Sasuke corrects, arms crossed over his chest as he watches the Sannin. Naruto can hear the smugness in his voice, can see the flash of troublemaker in his eyes. Apparently Tsunade can too, because she points at Sasuke threateningly and says, watch it you fucking brat. I could wipe the ground with you with my eyes closed. Sasuke shrugs, maybe. Still his great aunt though, since you're old and all that. Kakashi, sensing that Sasuke is about to be thrown bodily out the window, steps forward and gives a curving eye smile and a shallow bow. Thank you, Tsunade. We'll leave now so that you and Shizune can make your preparations. And so that you don't try and kill Sasuke, Sakura adds sweetly from Kakashi's side. Smart of you all, Tsunade grumbles. She glares once more scathingly at Sasuke and then spins and storms out of the room. They can hear her begin shouting an unfamiliar name as she reaches the top of the stairs. Shizune grimaces. That's the head bartender. She's probably going to try and talk him down on whatever our tab is. Kakashi nods sympathetically. Kushina used to say that what the slug Sannin lacked in delicacy she made up for in force. Sounds like that holds true for her bartering as well. Downstairs an unfamiliar voice begins shouting back at the Sannin, and then something shatters loudly. Shizune flinches, bows quickly, and then says, we'll catch up with you all. If you'll pardon me. She darts out of the room to go intervene and keep her mentor from either killing someone or having another bounty placed on her head by a livid tavern owner. Team 7 stands in silence for several long beats as the sound of the bar fight downstairs escalates rapidly. Finally, Kakashi announces, that went, well? I think that went well. Reaching up to scratch Mika's chin, Sasuke glares at Sakura. She wasn't going to kill me. The pinkette shrugs in response, resecuring the 8 trigrams scroll to her belt. She was sure thinking hard about it. We really are going to have to work on your habit of antagonizing people who could kick our ass, Mika tells her summoner with forlorn consideration. Even as his team bickers, Naruto finds himself staring at the place where Tsunade had been sitting. He feels a little in shock still. He didn't realize until the moment she actually said that she'd help, but the youngest Jinchuriki had been fully prepared for his great aunt to tell them that she wanted nothing to do with him. Instead, she was going to help, was going to travel across the elemental nations and put herself and her student, someone she clearly cherished, at risk, all for him. It's good. It's so good. It's amazing. He's no longer just the last Uzumaki, no longer just an orphan. He has an aunt. And he knows that he's had family for a while now. Between Iruka and Kakashi, Kurama, Sakura, Sasuke, and the other Jinchuriki, he is so loved. But despite that certainty, there has always been some dark, miserable part of him, the part that celebrated every birthday and holiday alone, the part that had to take care of himself when he got the flu, the part who was so lonely it nearly killed him, which whispered cruelly that maybe his new family is only around 'cause they have to be. It's not like Kakashi and Sakura and Sasuke chose to be on a team with him, it whispers. And the other Jinchuriki care about him, 'cause of Kurama, not 'cause of Naruto, it says. Even Kurama was sealed into him against his will and Iruka is the exception. Always the first and the best and the most precious. Iruka had other options, far easier ones at that, and he still chose him even when it meant blood and pain and nearly dying to keep Naruto safe. And now Tsunade has done the same. Naruto finds himself smiling, a feeling of solar flare, leaping, scorching joy coming to life in his chest. He has a family. He has a family and they chose him. Loud, annoying, coarse, lonely, him. Tsunade is going to help fix the seal and that is a gift in itself, but this more than anything feels like the most precious thing that anyone has ever done for him. The 4 of them leave the inn in high spirits. Kakashi still feels a little shell-shocked that no one got punched. Tsunade is as terrifying as ever. Kakashi doesn't have the clearest memories of her considering that he was only 7 when she left the village, but damn if she doesn't make him feel exactly that young even now. But she's going to help them and Kakashi's staggering gratitude for that fact far overwhelms his annoyance at being made to feel like a child. They make their way down the street and towards the edge of town. Sakura is grinning unabashedly and Naruto is bouncing with every step and talking a mile a minute about how cool Tsunade is. Even Sasuke seems unable to suppress the smile that keeps slipping onto his face. Kakashi is just happy they are happy and more than that, he's so ready to have the 8 trigrams problem handled. Things are looking up. And Kakashi is not looking at their surroundings closely enough, which he unfortunately doesn't realize until Naruto runs face first into a broad chest clad in a Konoha standard Jonin flak jacket. Damningly familiar, broad, tan hands catch the Jinchuriki's shoulders and a deep voice says, "Whoa there kid. Watch where you are going," and all Kakashi can see is the glint of the sunset off 3 headbands bearing the Leafs insignia. Sakura and Sasuke realize only milliseconds after him that something is wrong, but it takes Naruto until he is looking up into the other shinobi's face with an apologetic grin and the starts of a bright sorry on his tongue to recognize the face now staring down at him in open shock. Asuma Saratobi is looking at the Jinchuriki standing directly in front of him like he's seen a ghost. The 2 shinobi on either side of him are equally frozen. Genma Shiranui doesn't even blink as the stick of dango that he'd been working through falls out of his slack mouth, and meanwhile Reito Kuzunoa is blinking over and over again as if Kakashi and the kids are a mirage of some kind. Kakashi feels like the sun has fallen out of the sky. The time Team 7 had to prepare and hide and train has officially just run out. Konoha has come calling. Check the description for the links to the author.